Hey, hello, I'm here. Let's get y'all stream going. Open panel, etc., etc. Um, how's every how's everything? How is everyone doing? How is everything? And how is everyone doing? That's what that was. Um, Let me check Twitter. I have something. It's just a really cool drone. You know how they do the instead of fireworks, they'll do light up drones. But I'm not sure how copyrighted it is, and it might have music. Um, I really, let me 1 sec, please. Okay, I real. It didn't work. I will read one tweet that I have. It says the woke see life as a power struggle between groups of victims and groups of oppressors. Yes, I will say that appears to be how they see things, looking through their material. You will never change the woke with logic. You have to vote them out. Um, and then it says if the woke win in the 2024 election, we may lose all of our freedoms, starting with freedom of speech. I think that's a little hyperbolical. Then another thing somebody uh, started talking to me about that I want to bring up, and they're welcome to come up and talk as well, or anybody else. Let me find the topic. The idea of individual versus systemic racism. And they used examples like redlining, and I didn't know this, and I haven't looked into it in detail. But the Justice Department, 2021, the same year all that equity stuff came out, announced a new initiative to combat redlining. So apparently it was enough of a problem, or they thought it was, that this initiative was launched. And I haven't read it. I haven't looked at the complaint or anything. In fact, I'm pulling it up now. But I will say, if this is happening, if redlining is still happening, it's bad. It shouldn't be happening. Now, one of the articles I was sent. Hey, Daniel Barry, what's up? There's been a lot of sports. Dolphins beat the Jaguars, and the Detroit Lions were playing the the Ravens because we looked it up, Edgar Allan Poe, but I don't know who won. So yeah, there's been some sports chat happening here. Um. Oh yeah, one of the articles that was sent about this stuff said race or where you live. So it was like certain neighborhoods, not necessarily race itself, because people are so quick to make everything racism, even when it may not be. Like I said, it's a mythology. People see what they want to see. It's confirmation bias because they're running off of a myth, like a preconceived narrative. But if the redlining is still happening, and again I haven't looked at the details, I did see that there was one bank that they successfully brought a case against. Um, it says the FHA and ECOA prohibit creditors such as banks from discriminating in home loans on the basis of race, color, national origin, other characteristics. That's what I thought too. I thought our policies already said you can't do this. So if it is happening, that's what I want to get to. If this is happening, I would not call that systemic because the system itself is saying this, you're not supposed to do this. I would call that individuals within the system behaving illegally within the rules of the system and engaging in individual acts of racism. um, but there's the idea that a system is more than the sum of the actions of the individuals in that system, and that's where it gets fuzzy for me. Like how do you observe that? How do you quantify? How do you measure this sum? I think we have laws for individual actions, and we focus on the individuals doing those individual actions. I don't know. I don't know why the rest of society gets penalized or put under scrutiny for crimes that only a part of society are committing. We don't do that for any other situation. So why all of a sudden are these types of crimes suddenly the responsibility of everybody, and people are drawing conclusions about large groups of people based on some individuals, including about the system? Now, there is the point about, and that's where some of this started, because I looked at the history of civil rights law in the workplace, and some of it started over lawsuits, like how to keep a company from getting sued. So there is the thing where a company, like if an employee's on the clock and representing that company, the actions of that employee could reflect on the company or be the responsibility of that company. So for that reason, I can see not wanting your like making sure, hey Angel and Philip, making sure your employees don't do anything that could get you sued. So that's what some of this is, I believe, but I think maybe the range of what could get you sued. The best explanation I've found so far seems to be, I forgot who was on here talking about it, but the luxury beliefs. It's the investors that have this weird idea, and so they're using that as a marker of which companies to invest in. So the companies are trying to cater to it, so the investors can send the money their way. Um, it's definitely coming from the top down. This is not organic, at least in my generation. But the whole point of all of that was this idea that can systems be racist? We looked at those 7 types of racism, like other than the dictionary definition. By the dictionary definition, I would say no. By those 7 types of racism, one of them was systemic or structural. There were 2. One was systemic and one was structural. One was the idea that the United States itself is racist because the documents, the Constitution, the founding documents were written by people who were racist or had racist thoughts or beliefs or slept with slaves or whatever. So that makes the entire system of government that they created racist. I think most sane people would reject that form of racism. But there is the idea that these structural inequalities, whatever that is, I still see a bunch of individuals acting racist, or however many, whatever percentage, that it can have lingering effects, even though we've got rid of the policies. Again, that's kind of invisible and abstract, and I call that superstitious racism. That's a different type of racism. So when I think of racism in my head, I think of the Mississippi burning type, and they think of this potential, like latent racism that could manifest potentially in anybody, which that's the same with violence. Anybody can be violent at any time, but we don't go walking around like every single person we encounter might be violent. That would be ridiculous. And I feel the same thing about racism. Even men, even though some men are violent, people act like any male they encounter is violent. And I think that's androphobia. So I don't know why we are pretending that. And this is what confuses the discussion to me, because there are people that are saying we don't think everybody's racist. That's not what we're saying. But systems can still be racist. But there has to be enough people, by their argument, for the system to be racist if it's like a super added effect of individual acts. There still has to be enough of those individual acts. So I'm confused as to how many of us they think are racist. I guess, and that's the issue I've identified from the beginning. For probably years now, I've been saying scale, degree, extent. If you're going to identify the problem, I think you should attempt to quantify the problem. And that's where we get stuck. Is it all of us, like Washington State says, that everybody has this implicit racism? Is it some of us, the people that are doing the redlining within these companies that even themselves know they're not supposed to be doing? How how many of us are either actual or potential racists? Because I think there's two different categories. And how much of a problem is it actually? And you're going to have to tell a better story than holding up a chart or a study and then telling this story about whatever percentage of us you think are racist. You're going to have to connect more dots for me than just that. Gumbo good, no okra, no okra, no slimy. I like my favorite way to eat okra is boiled, it with vinegar. They used to. That's what these feed us growing up. And fried okra is out of this world. But okra and gumbo for that same reason, the slime. I don't mind a little bit of okra, especially if it's chopped up. Let's like a few little slices of it. Um, but I could take it or leave it. Now in seafood gumbo, it makes it particularly slimy. For some reason. But I like a good chicken or chicken and sausage. Just the chicken with the liquid, some sausage for flavor, some garnish, the green onions. I don't use filet. We didn't really. A lot of us didn't use filet growing up. It didn't seem to add that much. But yeah, the gumbo's on. Just gather around. It's kind of just gather around the table and hang out and chat. Create community. I think I put the link. It should be pinned. Let me double check. Hey, Barbara Knight. What's up? What's up tonight? Or wherever you. I've decided there's no panel time. It's just panel time. There's no night. There's no day. There's no weekdays, weekends. We're just in panel time, panel space. And I appear when I appear. Oh yeah, I was looking at this complaint, this redlining thing from the Department of Justice. Is one type redlining is one type of discrimination prohibited? Yeah, that's what I thought. Um, this certain bank from 2014 to 2018 engaged in a pattern or practice of unlawful redlining. Good. So I'm glad that it's illegal. I'm glad that it's being prosecuted. This looks like the opposite of systemic. This is like the system going after racism. They avoided providing home loans and other mortgage services and discouraged applications for credit for properties located in majority black and Hispanic. See, it goes by neighborhoods. The majority black and Hispanic neighborhoods at the Memphis, Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas metropolitan statistical area. They included locating and maintaining nearly all of its branch locations in majority white neighborhoods, so they didn't have any branches in these other neighborhoods. But maybe there's other reasons for that, but let's find out. The locations of these branches were listed on their website, which companies usually do. The bank relied on mortgage loan officers concentrated in majority white areas as the primary source for generating loan applications and conducting outreach. The bank maintained inadequate internal fair lending policies and procedures to ensure. So this is the rest of the stuff is circumstantial to me. This is where I think you could get into some fault on the bank parts. They were required to maintain these internal policies, and they did not do that to ensure that it was positioned to provide equal access. As a result, it generated disproportionately low numbers of loan applications and home loans for majority black and Hispanic neighborhoods. So it's not just black, because there's some people saying black is like the one to worry about because it has the highest rate of racism or something. But the Justice Department is throwing Hispanic neighborhoods here. So y'all get on the same playbook. And again, this is just one bank, so I'm trying to see why there's this whole task force or initiative. All right, I'm probably not going to read the whole document, but let me skim through it. Okay, it was 9 counties. Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee. Then they break down like how many residents it has, what percentage them are Hispanic or black, and then it talks about the neighborhoods that they live in and what's considered majority white. But all this group thinking, I don't understand. This is where I get lost. I don't think in groups, but apparently this bank may be thinking in groups. But so is this census data. Self-designated assessment. Let me. You know what? I might have to look at this in detail and come back to it. It's 18 pages, but there's a lot of detail in it. It. I'm confused because I thought it. Oh, so it does have three full service branches in the majority black and Hispanic census tracts. I thought it originally said it didn't. All of its branches were only in the white areas, but it did have branches, just not as many as in the white area. Anyway, this is going to make my head hurt. I'm going to come back to it. I only pulled it up because when I looked at the Justice Department website to see why they were creating this new task force, this is the complaint that came up. And so I'm is it is it only because of this one bank that they're announcing this new initiative? I'll have to read more about it. I think I'll leave it alone for tonight unless people want to come talk about it. But I can tell you this. Well, I don't care what the data says, the science, the charts, the studies. I know for a fact, me, Jeff, I had nothing to do with whether those people got loans or not. So I don't know why I'm being harassed over redlining as a concept. I don't approve of it. Hey, Liliana, how are you? Just hopefully getting the party started. But we'll see. Sometimes it's winding it down sooner than I expected. Let me see who's out in the panel verse tonight. Wow, not really that many people. um, I don't know. There might be some drama streams going, but nobody really on my list that usually streams is streaming right now. Oh, let's see. What was the documentary? Hopefully, it's not the one we tried to watch in the Discord a few months ago. Um, I really have nothing. I'm just doing my thing to keep the space open, hold the space. So, oh, Armenia. Okay, what's it called? Ooh, hang on. I don't have much to say. I had a pretty good day. I thought you were from Iran. Is oh okay on PBS. Or you speak Iranian. So are you an immigrant or is it your parents? I know you've lived several places. Persian Armenian. Okay, cool. You must have grown up with that good food. I love Persian food. Lebanese, all of that. The one of the cities back home where I'm from, they have a large Lebanese population, and it's some of the best Lebanese food ever. They have like 5 or 6 Lebanese restaurants, like way more in proportion to a town that size, and it's just absolutely some of the best food I've ever put in my mouth. Oh, okay. Wow. I love hearing those stories. It shows how complicated things are in people's lives. People try to simplify, especially like America and even the modern world. I think it's hard to simplify where people are now and how we got here. I think we should look at where we are now and where we want to go from here, unburdened by what has been the Armenian diaspora. So you were a diaspora people too. I'm gonna look that up. Yeah, I bet. Paul Prudhomme, yeah, he was from yeah, we talked about Justin Wilson the other day. Paul Prudhomme was from my little town of origin. He's one of us, basically. And I remember my grandma used to see him on TV and she used to say, "That's Dom DeLuise." She'd get them mixed up with Dom DeLuise. I kind of did too. But he was the chef that invented or created. What do you call food? He didn't invent the food. Created blackened chicken, the blackened craze that was popular for a while. And they say he had a super palate. Like his palate was like more hypersensitive than a normal humans, and that he could taste all the subtleties in these flavors. He cooked by taste and feel. Cajuns cook by feel. We have cookbooks, but we don't measure and all that. We throw in a bit of this, a bit of that. We know we just cook from the heart, from from feel. Yeah. You talking about Dom? Let's see, Dom DeLuise. DLEUISE. De Luis. And then I'm looking up that Armenian diaspora. Oh wow. Y'all went everywhere. Oh, World War One. Oh, it goes. Wow. That's when. Oh, okay, that far back. That's when the Ottoman Empire was taking over everything. Oh, okay. Well, maybe we could have girls' night, or maybe I could just take the night off, or keep a stream going for people who are not into football. It doesn't have to be boys' night here every night, but I do like to give them their space when they need it, because that's my target population. Yeah, I see. I don't know. It's football season. This is going to happen a lot. We had them growing up. I remember eating them growing up, and they had the little black vein in the leg that I'd have to pull out. They were kind of spicy. And growing up, we used to go out to eat at the seafood restaurants. Yeah, I read that the Soviet Union too. And I would get the seafood platter, and they would pile it up with just a little bit of everything. And frog legs came on the seafood platters, and so did the fried oysters and all kind of stuff that I would never eat to this day. I mean today. But growing up, I ate all that shit. It was good too. Oh my God, you taking me back. And you'd squeeze that fresh lemon over all that crusty batter. Oh, hey, Lanza, likes a good roast. Do you have a roast? You got something to say? Pro beast. See how you're initiating. Mike's been doing very, very good trying to help me with my mission here. Lemons make bombs. They do something else too. What else is it we used to do with lemons? Hang on, let me think. Fuck. It's on the tip of my brain. I mean, we used to make lemonade, but that's not what I was thinking of. Maybe something with the peels. We used to make that. Oh, I'm thinking the tea you put out in the sun, the sun tea. I think that is called sun tea. It's just a big jar of water and tea bags, and you stick it in the sun. Maybe it's a poor thing. Um, and sometimes you put lemons in that when it was done. Oh, maybe yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. You could write in the yeah, the invisible ink. Cause I've told this. Are you? That sounds like a joke, Mr. B. I don't believe you. It would be parsley is the green stuff I've seen, and the I don't shallots, green onions, chives, whatever you call them, the little chopped green little pieces of green onion might be in there. But the garnish I see in etouffee that I know of is mostly parsley. But I don't know, maybe basil's good. Um, I've told this story before. I won't get into it in detail, but when we moved to, when I was a teenager, we moved to another town in junior high school, and as kind of a game, a neighborhood game, we called it war. We played war with the neighbors. And the neighbors had their grandma lived next door, and so they were always over at the grandma's house. And it was like a set of cousins, like two or three families of cousins that would all congregate there. And then we had our big family and the neighborhood kids. And we got very complex with it. We had like secret codes we would invent. We had hidden mailboxes. Like each person had their own secret mailbox that they could leave a message for someone else in a code that only those two people knew. And we would use the invisible ink, the lemon ink, as part of that. Where we'd do our messages as part of this war game. Hey, me. Yeah, it has been a while. What's up? They were telling me that all the boys are watching football, so that this might be a good night to have ladies' night. If there's some ladies that want to come up. I remember growing up, like at family dinners and on Sundays, we'd eat, they'd do the big rice and gravy and roast or whatever. And then when the game came on, all the guys would be sitting around the TV in the recliners. And eventually you would just see them all like just conked, snoring and sleeping, just a whole room full of recliners laid back, sleeping. Um, Either after the game was over or sometimes with the game on in the background. Well, I don't know anything about that, but we could add that to the pile of conspiracies that march their way through here. People have tried to explain it to me 100,000 times, and every time I look at it, I still have no idea what's going on. I know you're supposed to get the ball. it was we played the flag version in PE, and they had to take me out of PE. People kept tackling me and hit me with the dodgeball. I was a target for aggression, and so that's my only experience with. And I didn't even understand it then. That's probably where I got tackled because I just randomly ran all over the field. But the um, shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Uh, Oh yeah, for the longest time, I'd say until I was like maybe in my 30s, if not later. I'm not kidding. I thought the goal was to get the ball between those two poles at the end. Like in soccer, you have the net, and in football, you have this giant ass pole, like shaped like this. And so, why wouldn't the goal be to get the ball over that pole? It's not. You can get points that way, but the main way is you run it across the line, the finish line at the end. What's it called? The down line. Um, it has nothing to do with the pole. That's just for when they're kicking field goals. I hope I'm getting all this right. But you know what? It doesn't matter now because we are starting ladies' night, and Barnabas, I suppose that could include you if you wanted to. What's up?
Not much. It's adorable hearing you explain football, though.
Oh,
And so the line is called the end zone.
I'm just trying to
I grew
fill in time.
up in football. Yeah, I grew up in a football family, so um, I haven't watched them yet because I don't care anymore.
You're kind of cutting out a bit, like underwater. Well, I tell you, I think what I'm gonna do, because I've done it for the men before, I'm gonna let the ladies decide who they want to have on the panel tonight or not. So they can be the gatekeepers. If you could talk them into letting you on, you can come on. Hey, Ricardo.
I mean, that's not.
And if they want you off, guess what? Out of my control tonight. It's their panel. This is ladies' night. In fact, I should change the title. I've never done a ladies' night before. Well,
Can you hear me now? Oh,
I
good. Good.
can, and we have somebody backstage possibly masquerading as Truth or Cop. Truth, or can you flash your cam? Nothing showed.
Well, don't change the title to Ladies' Night just because I'm up there. You gotta wait for
Oh.
some more
Well,
ladies.
I was trying to attract, like, make it. Would it help? Like, does that
Yeah.
help to make women feel like, oh, we can come tonight? There's not going to be whatever it is that keeps them away. Or is it better? Is that condescending? And I should just leave it ladies' night. Yeah,
Um,
Liliana, you can come up.
it, it sounds a little interesting.
Okay, I'm going to leave it off then. But I
Yeah,
am
just keep
giving
it up simple.
control
And
to the
like
ladies tonight.
also saying just because it's a football night, so now it's ladies' night to a lady who loved football, like that's just a little weird.
Okay. Well, truth, since it is not ladies' night, we have Truth or Cop in the back, but I still couldn't see his face. I just saw the
Yeah,
top of
throw
his
up a
head.
banner.
But I'd love to talk to him. I haven't seen Truther in a while. I'm not
A good way
selling
for them to
out.
confirm
Nobody's
who they
paying
are.
me anything. I'm being a good ally. Look, see, you.
Oh,
Let's
Liliana.
see. All right, Truther, I got you. Hang on, let me. Liliana, I think. Okay, wrench who? Megan, ladies' night, and we're feeling right. All right, let me get Megan her wrench.
Oh, you're funny.
Okay. Barnett, well, I guess it is selling out now. It was right in the middle of me saying how I'm not taking money for this, so I can't make that
Wait,
argument.
where's Liliana's wrench?
Um, well, normally they rent them by the day or
Liliana,
by the
who did you piss off?
by the every few days, and then I take them back. Hey, truther.
How's it
Honestly,
going?
you should just wrench the people that you trust, you know, and like not make it even like
I'm
a
trying to
game
be
where
a good
things people can
capitalist. I'm
rent.
trying to learn capitalism.
Yeah, keep going to flow states if you want that information.
Oh,
He's all
I
about
don't.
it.
Yeah, I haven't. I don't go in his panel anymore. I haven't been there in a while. I support him. I like the guy.
Hi,
I
Teresa.
just don't hang out there. Okay, who am I wrenching? Meg. All right, we have a new moderator for tonight. Your guest moderator will be me. Meg, not her, not me, but me,
Hi,
the official me.
hi, Truther.
What's
How's it
up,
going?
Truth?
Well, when you were sitting there doing the whole goalpost thing, with the kicking the ball over the goalpost and all that, the way you're
Yes.
waving your hands around and presenting your antlers, it was kind of like, is the goalpost whenever I get a point over your head? You know what I mean? I was kind of wondering that.
Uh, I guess we'll find out. It's cute. It could be. I'm sure it is many times, especially when it comes to sports.
Oh yeah, I don't know shit about sports. Well, other than baseball, I played for way too long.
I'd hope you'd
Oh,
know
you
about it
played
then.
baseball?
Yeah, like in before high school. Well, like the pitch, like the whole philosophy of it, like appealed to me. It's like you could be somebody, you could be a pitcher, you could be a third baseman. You
You
know,
thought you could?
oh, I could have been anything I wanted to be. But what the fuck's the point?
I don't know, like personal fulfillment.
Yeah, but that's not personal fulfillment. How is personal fulfillment achieving somebody else's opinion of me?
Oh, well, if it wasn't your own opinion, then never mind. Yeah.
But
If
like, I mean,
I
isn't that
thought
any
you were maybe
position?
getting personal fulfillment out of it from like thinking you could be
Yeah, team
someone and then
player,
trying to
learning how
be that thing.
to
I mean,
Hey, effigy.
temporarily, yeah, I sure could
be.
have, but it wouldn't have lasted.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, when you're a pitcher, like, what do you got? You got till you're 40, 45 maybe, and then what? You're just what? Nobody. You didn't learn any other skill your whole life.
Well, I guess it's good that you didn't, because now we have you. So
Yeah,
you
yeah,
might have
yeah.
missed out.
Now I'm a fucking product of the Panelverse. Great. I made some great life decisions.
I wouldn't say just a product. I think you've helped to help the Panelverse be what it is. Mr. B, yes, I am aware, and I checked in with my mom, and they're going to keep in touch and let me know. And they have evacuation plans, et cetera, et cetera.
What is this?
They have a hurricane in the Gulf that's headed toward Texas and the part of Louisiana where my family is. Let's see.
That sucks.
Wednesday night. Effigy, it's in your line too. When I looked at the map, it was like the whole coast of Louisiana, all the way stretching to New Orleans.
How many of those storms have you been facing before in the past?
I remember one as a kid that my mom woke me up in the middle of the night to evacuate us for. And then as an adult, there's been a few. But I was living in Vegas during Katrina. My family got some of the big hurricanes. But Gustav, I was in New Orleans and I had to evacuate for that one. And none since because I left. But that is one of the things I don't miss about living down there is the having to pack up everything you own and move once a
Well,
year,
you never.
sometimes several times that year.
Because I grew up in North Carolina, like in the Outer Banks there, and hurricanes would hit all the time. I mean, the hurricanes is what shaped the coastline the way that it is now. The way that the hurricanes shoot out in North Carolina, like the way that whole formation is, it pushes them out to sea and defends the rest of the America. You're welcome, America. Anyhow,
Well, I hope you do
And
your
and
job Wednesday night.
where I
yeah,
grew up, we had to evacuate constantly for fires.
Oh, like the
I've
fires
never
we see
experienced the
today, the
fires, man.
wildfires.
Wildfires, yeah, in Southern California. There's a
It
time that
was
I borrowed my
happening.
mom's truck to evacuate my dad. And then while I was helping my dad, because he has goats and chickens and all that, I was helping my dad. My mom needed to evacuate, and she, because they didn't live near too close to each other, but close enough. It was the same fire that threatened them.
So that was like a normal thing. Y'all would see smoke and
Yeah.
time to
Oh,
evacuate.
yes.
Wow.
In fact, you're in the Northwest. It's smoky up here. Then I realized my glasses were just dirty. But
Oh,
no,
Has it gotten worse though
the
as you got
air
older?
pollution's okay right now. Well, the
Like,
fires have gotten worse.
yeah, like there's more
Yeah.
in your area, or no? I mean, I don't want to assume. I'm just asking.
Well, they're climbing up the Northwest more often too now. I mean, now our fire season up here is the worst it's ever been. Every year it's worse than the year before, except this year. It was definitely worse the year before, even a few years ago. At least depending on where you're at. I'm in Portland, so it's not that bad right now. But I'd have my dad like texting me, "Hey, are you okay? I heard there's fires near you." I'm like, "Really?" Like I didn't even hear that.
oh,
Maybe I brought
oh!
them with
Thank you,
me.
Liliana. Yeah, it in Seattle in 2020, it was really bad. That was the worst I'd ever seen it. You couldn't even see in
Hmm.
front. The sky was yellow, and Seattle had never had that kind of smoke before. But then since I left after that, I haven't really seen it as bad.
Yeah, 2020, and it coincided with the pandemic, so people are already having a hard time breathing. It was
Yeah,
great. The only time
everything
I
that could
ever really
happen in
needed an
2020
inhaler.
happened. Like,
Yeah,
it was bingo.
yeah, 2020 was a shit ass year.
Well, because there's somebody acting behind the whole curtain stage there, the Wizard of Oz pulling all the strings, to make it
One
all happen like
person.
that. No,
Well,
no,
I mean,
see,
I'm
like,
talking
yeah,
about things
exactly.
that
It's
happen.
entities, right?
But I'm talking about things that also happen in my personal life that didn't affect everybody else. Like 2020 was a shit ass year. So I don't know who's pulling those strings, but I doubt Oz is.
Maybe somebody's doing voodoo on you.
Well, I mean, like, your whole Satanism angle here, dude. Like, I mean, do you not think that, like, on some level, like, a group of people are, like, plotting and planning to, like, conquer some territory psychologically, spiritually, to develop their image of God's creation?
So are they creating spells and wishing and cursing to get land or to take over, or are they actually planning and getting weapons and
That would be cool.
you know planning on doing something more physical than wishful?
Like Antifa type stuff. Chaz.
I mean,
The
there's a big
satanic
difference between the
Chaz.
two.
No, I am not talking about Antifa and Chaz. I'm talking about the people who
Well,
make those people hit the ground and make them think that they're doing something when they're not.
I don't know how you make any grown adult do anything because people choose what they do.
There's
But the
That's how it
spiritual
is.
part, I don't know what that is. But what is the psychological territory? Like, how do you gain psychological territory?
Fear.
Well, you don't deny the spirit. The spirit is the breath. I mean, the spirit is life. The spirit is literally, that's what it means.
Well,
Psychological
that gets
means
even
like
more weird. What
no,
kind of
it's not
territory is that?
weird. It's not weird.
Well, it's weird to me if I'm
Psychology.
trying to understand you. I'm trying to.
There's army branches dedicated to psychological warfare. If you look at the etymology of psychological, it means the spirit. The study of the spirit is what it used to mean. Now it means the
Yeah,
study of the
psyche,
mind.
Greek. It's a Greek word.
Yes, it's the study of the spirit, which means
So
the
you're
breath,
saying it's the
which is the
military that
words.
is
It's the
the
words
man
that we
behind the curtain?
exchange. No, it's the words that we exchange. It's us coming together in terrible fashions to proliferate absolute nonsense in this beautiful
and
creation that we could have, actually.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they control the military too. Remember,
So it's not the military itself, but they're also a pawn of this other something behind the curtain,
entity, Oz.
an entity.
Yeah, like Oz, yeah. An entity or entities, spirits, you know, if
Yeah,
you're
that's
actually
where
a
I get
Satanist,
lost.
like you worship the spirit of Satan.
Yeah, but I'm not.
And
I'm non-theistic. I'm also a naturalist.
yeah, but no,
Do you
you
know what
can't be one
Satan?
and the other. You have to be
I
both
can be
or neither.
whatever I want. Like you don't
But truth
try and
or
stop
have
me.
you even looked into what a Satanist generally believe in? Like it doesn't not they don't worship Satan for the most
Most
part. I
modern
mean,
Satanists don't,
yeah,
and there's different types too. That's
They,
why,
like
just like with
everybody else,
Christians,
obfuscates the truth because everyone, Satanists, regular citizens, in America wants to obfuscate the truth because they live their life based on lies.
Most people do. Good thing we have Truth or Cop here. Are you going to write
I'm
me a
going to
ticket
expose
tonight?
every one of them.
What am I being cited for tonight? What truth did I violate?
Hold on. Let me look at the finance sheet here and how much we need to make in the next year. I'll get back to you in a second. Hold on.
All right. I know you're just doing your job.
Absolutely. I'm just doing my job out here, but please.
Yeah, the muffalata is New Orleans. That's not us, but we eat them. We certainly make them. I have a really good recipe that we used growing up. That's my favorite.
It looks it'll be somewhere between 30 and 300,000.
300 what? Let's make it
What
30.
question are you answering? What
Well,
question are you
we have a whole process through which we'll discuss that conversation. But it's going to be somewhere in that range, so start saving.
Okay, it'll be 30. I'll keep it in the 30.
Start saving, but don't put it in the bank or Bitcoin or gold standard or
I don't have.
like
I tried
start
to buy
saving for
Bitcoin
what?
and I
Like
couldn't pass
where can we
the identification thing. I couldn't get on the exchange, so I gave up. Fuck it.
Oh,
I don't want
isn't it
crypto.
crazy? Like they're like it's like, oh, it's free banking. You have to give all types of information you wouldn't have to give for a normal bank
Yeah, it
to
was scary how
get a
much
fucking
information
Bitcoin.
you had to head over to them, and I still didn't pass.
Yeah, you when a scammer gets you on Bitcoin, there's no way to get like a hold or to find out who they are or shut them down or anything. So it's like all this information, so what they can't use it against you later. It's weird. Or can't use it for someone else to like get their money back or damn them or something. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, it's
Although I
those
guess a lot of
banking
Bitcoin
laws.
wallets are, it just depends on how you go about retrieving it. I don't know. I watch a lot of scam baiting channels.
Are there any panelverse scams that people try to run?
Yeah, sure. There's scams in every
Well, I mean, you go to
realm of
flow
the
states, you
world.
got like 5 a night. Like you got 5 prime examples a night, dude. Come on.
But he's open about his. He's like, come and get scammed. Here's the prices.
Doesn't make it not a scam. I mean, I don't know. I don't know Flow State. I'm not talking smack on him. I'm just talking about the panelverse. Even if they're open and honest about scamming it, doesn't make it less of a
Well,
scam.
then it's voluntary. It's like grown adults saying, yeah, I agree to pay that for that reason.
True.
It's all transparent.
True that.
I mean, Megan
Yeah.
was speaking. So, Megan, what's your religious, spiritual stance here? Because you were kind of defending Jeff earlier in his position. What I was saying, possibly, you were assuming a lot of things. What's your position?
I was just saying that you making assumptions about Satanists and didn't sound like you knew really what Satanists believe in. Uh, for the most
Well, I
part.
do, but
Me
what's your
personally,
position, though? No, what do you? Yeah.
I'm an atheist. And I've never believed in God. I grew up in a semi-religious household, but it wasn't pushed. And I always thought like I was way different because everybody around me believed in this God, and I'm like, that makes no sense. Like I've always had just much more of a rational way of thinking. It's like none of that makes sense.
Uh,
And now that I'm older, and like really in my teenage 20s and 30s, I really didn't pay attention. But then I started paying attention because I think religious people are fascinating, just like I think flat earthers are fascinating. I kind of put them in the same.
religious people are. I've developed a respect for them I never thought I would have.
I respect people's individual beliefs. I absolutely do. But when they start to be super judgy and want to change laws based on their beliefs in a country that was formed to not be controlled by religious beliefs, that's what I go with. I find it fascinating. And yeah, I don't like it when they do that. But otherwise, I used to date a Muslim guy. I'm not against
Well,
people being religious.
the main argument, the main concern, the immediate issue I would like to address with both of you is that the moment we don't have a higher power to step in, we trust in the government as our God.
Mm,
And people
No.
will look to the
Why?
No,
government as God. Did you guys get your
Why?
COVID vaccines and put on your masks? I mean, like that's proof of
Why?
that claim.
that's
Why?
a very black and white way of looking at it.
Yeah, that is very black and
Well,
white.
One doesn't
And
follow
why
from
would
the other.
there is a
why would you assume that automatically, if we don't believe in an entity or a deity, then now we have to believe in the government?
I
I mean, there's
trust
some people
myself
that,
more than anything else
yeah,
than the
there's
government.
some people that just go off of their
I do
own
trust the
logic
government.
and reasoning. I trust them with a grain of salt. I mean, I just like there's shitty people in every avenue, every realm of life. There's going to be shitty people.
Yeah.
I think power corrupts. I do, but it's a
And
case by
yet you
case
vote for
situation.
power for people to take power
First
positions.
of
Do you
all,
vote?
I can't vote. So what are you going to say
I
about
don't
that?
vote either. So no, I don't vote either.
I'm
So I have
Well,
voting.
nothing to comment.
you choose not to vote. I
I
can't
don't
vote.
Are
choose
you
not to
Canadian? I thought
vote.
you were Canadian.
I'm not Canadian.
No, truther.
I live in
That's a
Oregon.
fucking
Come on, we just talked
toiletable
about
earth fucking conspiracy theory, and it will not be tolerated, sir.
Oh, I just thought I don't. I'll take your word for it. I just thought, and somewhere in the back of my mind,
Oh,
you were
you're talking about
Canadian.
me. I thought you were talking to me. Sorry.
How dare you? That is the greatest insult anyone could
Oh,
deliver.
come. Oh, this is well. This is an
You
unsafe
could you
space.
could say you could call me gay or something. Now I would prefer that.
Well, you're acting. I
Canadian,
don't have to. You're already acting Canadian.
Canadian. Oh God.
Well, I
I've
don't
never
want to. I
heard you
don't want
say
to
sorry,
derail
so I
you.
can't tell by his accent.
You were talking about how we're heathens and trust the government or something like that.
Yeah, how you automatically assume that we vote for power and we automatically trust the government just because we don't believe in a God. Where do you jump to that? Like, where do you how many atheists do you actually talk to or know? Just curious. Or how many have you heard about or are told what atheists think? Because every time I hear somebody, like a channel online, say what atheists, it's the exact opposite. And they got it all wrong. So,
So we're here to give the cops the
No, but
truth.
I just see the natural instinct of humanity, especially in women. You appeal to authority. You will appeal to
oh,
a
do
certain
we?
authority.
Well, so do
Yeah.
men.
Do
So
we?
do men.
Yes. Yes.
I'm a, I'm a woman,
But
and
especially
yet I'm
women.
not allowed to vote.
Especially
So I
women. And she's
obviously
going to
didn't always
deny it.
appeal to
I'm going to find the
authority.
source.
Wait,
I'm
let
going
her.
to tear.
Let's
Yes.
get her
Yes.
Yeah,
response.
Yes.
he's got to talk over me. I'm a woman. I'm a simple woman. He's not allowed to let me talk.
He's
That's
trying to
ridiculous.
get you to submit to authority while accusing you of submitting to authority like
Yeah,
it's a negative, while trying to get you to submit to authority.
yeah.
It's not a negative. It just is what it is. It's reality. It's
Coming
what
from
we
you, it's a
face.
Well, do
negative.
you want her to just be on the panel and not talk?
I mean,
No.
yeah. You ask me
Why did
questions and then you don't let me answer.
This
I'll
is
mute my
ladies'
mic here
night. She
now.
gets to run it tonight, not you.
I'll mute my mic now. I'm listening.
Okay. We empower women here, at least tonight. Maybe. if
Megan's
unless this
looking
is
Oh
to
no,
what
no.
happens.
See,
Megan. You looking for the authority to appeal to right now? What are you doing?
No, I was just about to talk, and then you start talking over me
Go for
again.
it. I'll
You
stop.
wait until I start
Do you
talking
want me to
before
put
you
him in the
start talking.
back
Like,
so you can talk?
is it time?
I
No,
can put
I
him in
don't
the
have
back
anything
if you
against him. I don't
just.
have anything against him. But it's
You
not about
control
okay, I'm
this,
gonna
so
mute
just
and
let me know.
okay. I was in the middle of talking there too. That's fine. Can you guys
Uh,
is my mic not working or something?
okay, hang on one sec. I'm gonna put everybody
No,
in
the
the
thing
back.
is,
Hang on one
no,
sec.
you
I
don't.
gotta say some word. Hang on. I gotta say some words with the interrupt thing. This is a neurodivergent space. I interrupt. I was trying to help. I was letting you know that you're in control. Just let me know. It would seem like important information to give, and being the panel host, I was making a judgment. I'm sorry it came across as interrupting. I'm very sensitive to being like having interrupting stigmatized. It happens here. I understand it's an issue for women sometimes. What I was trying to do was empower you. So I'm going to bring you back on, let you say what you want to say, and then if you want any of the rest of us on, just let me know.
Okay, you're doing good, and then you're like, it's an issue for women. How many men do you see on panel get pissed off when they're interrupted?
Yeah, a
The
lot.
reason why you say, go ahead.
No. I'm going to let you talk.
No, 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 no. I want to hear what you're saying.
No, I want you. I want you to talk.
But what were you? Okay. Well, the reason why I guess you guys think it's a woman's issue is because men do tend to talk over women. Well, it depends on the panel, really. It depends on the panel and the type of men. But I mean, it's a panel. We're online. We tend to talk over each other intentionally. It's not like that. So I don't really take it personally until it just happens. Like when, someone intentionally is doing it. Like there's certain people who will just be like, la, 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 when you're trying to talk just because they literally don't want to let you talk. But no, I wasn't really being hard on you. It was just kind of funny that you interrupted me to talk about interrupting. That's all. I found it more amusing than frustrating.
Okay. Um,
But you can definitely bring up Watch Your Back or Truth or whatever his name is.
watch your
But it's
watch your
the
cop.
thing. It's just like having a conversation. It's two-way, and so when you just take someone down and say, "Okay, you talk," well, now it's not a conversation anymore. You're just monologuing, and I
Well,
don't
it
want to
is,
monologue.
but you
I
have
want
to
to
let them talk
engage.
one at a time. If they're going to talk over each other, it's an easy solution for letting each person get their piece. And they use it
Yeah,
in courtrooms, they use it in formal debates, etc.
hmm that's true.
Hey, truther, watcher,
Go
whatever,
ahead,
whoever you are.
Truther.
It's
What's
funny
your
that you
opinion
say
on this?
watch her. See, like this is what you witches come up with. You get into the deeper information. You get it. You see it. I know. It's true. Watching Bear. That was my name on Owen Benjamin's thing. I never even said that before. You just
Oh,
pried
you were
information
part of
out of me.
him.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
See, so you're not far off on your random assumptions that like you're just claiming here. Like that was an accident, and you were still accurate. So I get what women do. Women pick up on subtle information. They bring life forth to this world. I mean, it'd be foolish to ignore that. Uh, I'm not pointing to a woman issue. I'm just talking about people and how we deal with each other. That's all. And when we ignore these issues, we let a bunch of men who seek their own territory and their own gain against all other assertion. They don't care. They actually don't care. It gives space for these men, the worst kind, to take form and to forge their way through the earth. And it's the worst way to be, in my
I
opinion.
think I think there are people like that. Do you think that's happening here, or in the Panelverse?
I guarantee you that we all have supported a company within the last week. We've went and purchased something from a company within the last week that does participate in such activity. So yes, in that fashion, yes.
But no one on the Panelverse is directly trying to gain territory, whatever. Or at
Right,
least
and that's
not
why
not in this channel. I know
Not
there
in
are
this
other
moment.
channels that probably are.
Well, that's why we point to the spiritual issue of like the deeper, like the spiritual issue being like the information, the programming that is received by the individual throughout their life. That's what I'm talking about. And there are spirits present in this world to bring forth certain information and certain programming into the people
The
over and
demons.
over and over and over again. And when we make certain claims about this and that, like to people who see what I just said, it's very clear where you stand. We can see you.
Yeah, but they're not seeing me. They're seeing their version of me based on what they believe about the world. But that's not me. They're not seeing me accurately,
No, we're
which
not
is
seeing
fine.
you
We all have our
accurately,
own versions of people.
but we see the spirits that influence you, and
Oh,
that's a problem
which
that
ones
people
are
run
they?
into. Well, this is the issue that people run into on these YouTube streets, especially, is that they start to attack an individual as if the spirit that is inside of them is who they are. It's not. It never is, and that's our experience throughout life. And I encourage you just to look at that for like 1 week. Take a look at that process in a week, and then get back to me about what that means.
That
Like
what the the people you attack.
the people that you speak with, and they're influenced by things that piss you off, whoever that is, whatever that is, it's the spirit inside of them. It's not them. It's the spirit within them, the information traveling through them. They're just delivering a message. Don't shoot the messenger.
But how
Like,
is that not
But
them? They're just channels or vehicles for what
and when
information?
you generalize an entire group of people, like saying, this is a problem for women. It's like, okay, there are. I mean,
I
obviously, as
didn't.
human beings, we
I
do.
didn't say it
Wait,
was a
hold on.
problem for
Wait,
women.
wait, hold on.
Yeah, I will. I will. I didn't say that though.
Both of you have said something about like it's an issue for women or whatever. Whatever. It's
No,
generalizing.
what
Hold
I
on, hold on,
said,
hold on. I'm not even giving you a hard time. It is a human nature thing, anyways. I'm
that's
not
not
trying to
quite what
bitch
I
about it.
said.
You, okay, but it's fine. I mean, I'm not offended by it. That's not what I'm
Well,
trying to get
but
at.
you
It's a
keep
human
bringing it
nature to.
up.
I'm trying
It's
to talk about you. If you let me finish, I'll explain what I'm talking about.
okay.
I'm trying to say I get it. It's human nature. I do it too. We all do it. We all generalize or stereotype groups of people, and it doesn't even have to be in the same like all men or all lawyers or all Chinese or all like we tend to do that internally. It's a human nature thing. So I'm not bitching about that. I'm saying when you say that and expect the woman on panel to be like, I mean, how do you expect me to react when you say, oh, that's a woman's problem?
I see you as an
You
individual.
know?
I don't see you as a woman. I expect you to react individually. I don't make the assumptions that all women have this one reaction that I need to watch out for. And
And
that's not
neither one
even
of
what
us
I
said
said.
that.
Hang on. I'm saying my piece. What I said, I didn't make a stereotype. It was based on direct observation of what I've noticed on these panels. And I said that. I said it's women, from what I've noticed, seem to have difficulty with people talking over them when they come on stuff like this, is what I was talking about. So you can go back
And
and
I
watch
often,
streams of women
I,
themselves feeling talked over like you have been all night too. You're demonstrating it yourself with the interrupting thing. You're very sensitive to being interrupted and talked over. And I'm doing the best I can and it's still not good enough.
not, okay. Well, that last time I just wanted to get my point out before because I was getting to what you're going to say on. I wasn't trying to accuse you guys. I'm not trying to be sensitive to it. I know I understand it happens, and I don't take offense to it. If anytime we start talking at the same time, I'll be like, okay, I'll be like, go ahead, just to give that like, hey, don't worry, like I get it. We both talked at the same time. Let's not both stop at the same time and wait for who's going to talk first. I do that out of just kind of convenience of like, oh no, go ahead. It's not me being mad. It's me just acknowledging that, oh, you go ahead and talk, I'm listening. Like I'm not mad about it. But when I was trying to talk about it and I was trying to say that, I'm like, I don't think you're doing this. I didn't think, and I thought it was more of like a human nature thing. And it's a panel. We do tend, we're not in the same room as each other. It's different. Like you're on microphones. Sometimes the sound turns off when somebody starts talking, like very different. And so I'm not offended by it. I'm not super sensitive of it. It's just funny. We're talking about it. And when you interrupt to talk about interrupting, I just find that funny and ironic. But I'm not uber sensitive about
And what I want to say here is that the easiest thing that people pick up on this panel versus that they know how to interrupt professionally and they haven't learned how to use that. It's one of my skills. It's one of my tools growing up. I could interrupt a conversation and piss off whoever I wanted to for no fucking reason. I'm good at it
On purpose.
on purpose.
it. You
But
just
no,
need a
not
good
really on purpose in order to expose to them something they need to see. But it became like evident to me that when I would do that, they would get mad at me, even though they needed to see the information. So I went through a process there where I wasn't as sensitive with it as I should have been. And what everyone out here is doing is pushing and prodding and poking because we've all been bullshitted our whole lives. So we're trying to find the truth.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeking the truth. That's why we push and prod and poke. And well, some of us do it for other reasons. And just generally, that should be known. Like that's all. I mean,
What's
people
the
are just
other
pushing.
reasons?
Well, for their own agendas, corporate fashions, or whatever, pedo
Oh,
pogo optics. Something
okay.
like that.
some people just get off on pissing people off. It's weird. The human mind is a conundrum.
I used to when I was younger, so I totally get that perspective too. I would. Oh my god, dude, it was so easy. It took me time to like rein that in and use it as I needed to. The reason I was given that, because there is a reason for these tools that we have. There is a reason we're able to just poke at each other so easily, but we do it in a fashion that brings forth something fruitful, ideally.
Do you
Yeah,
think something's fruitful is coming out tonight?
I do.
Or how would
Well,
you poke differently?
no, I wouldn't poke any. I'm well. And you will always give space for this sort of conversation, as far as I've seen. So no, there's nothing differently I would do other than continue to just listen and really see people as they are. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
try to do.
and that's what I love about these conversations. Oh, Tommy, I know, I'm kidding. Jeez. I love these conversations because it gets you out of your echo chamber, out of your bubble, out of your comfort zone. And really, like, I think it's important to understand what people who don't view things the same way or don't agree with you. I think it's important to know why they think the way that, or just understand the other side of of an issue, or a way of life or whatever it is. As
What?
an atheist, I'm fascinated why people believe in religious scriptures. I find it very, even as a child, I found it very, just, I don't know if fascinating was the word as a child, but more like it's just weird.
Were you around a lot of different types of people where you could see
I grew up
different
partially
beliefs?
Catholic, technically baptized. But no, I wasn't really surrounded by different beliefs. Like in Louisiana, I bet you had a lot of different practices all around you. I mean, I grew up in Sando, which is very diverse, but still primarily white Christian or denominations of Christian.
Do you want
But a lot of
Tommy
the
up?
Muslims are.
He's in the
Tommy's been
back.
awesome.
Okay.
You don't have to ask me. Everyone's allowed up.
All right.
Oh, we're protecting
Welcome, Tommy.
Megan. Is that what you're
Oh,
saying?
No, it's
another
because like
Well,
fucking
I'm
he
trying
Tommy.
to
I thought this was
empower
a
women
Luma Tommy.
tonight,
I
but
don't
it's
know
not
this
going very
Tommy.
well. So
Oh,
that's
that's
why I
all
don't do
good.
it.
was trying to
I,
make it ladies' night and make it the woman's choice, and I'm like, I'm the only woman up here. It's not
I
ladies'
know
night unless
that.
there's
Yeah, but
plural.
you that was your choice.
Jeff still hasn't learned he
Yeah.
can't give women a decision. He just has to lay it out.
I know this is in the history of this entire channel. This is the first time I've attempted it, and probably will be the last. But at least I gave it a
Yeah, and
shot.
is that really how you came up to me? Oh, we're protecting Megan now. It's like, oh, geez, dude. No, we're not
No,
protecting
no,
me. It's just
no,
supposed
no,
to be
no. I
ladies'
was
choice. That's all.
joking around.
Well, I don't know if you need protecting or not, because there was something about you being a woman that I was supposed to be aware of.
No, I
Like,
don't need protecting.
oh, okay.
Yeah, I was poking light at you guys, separating them from, like, saying, how women react and such, and it's just like,
Yeah,
so
I didn't
you,
say all. I wasn't making a blanket statement about women. I would say what I've noticed: women themselves on the street, how they react to being talked over, or that they get talked over. Because men can usually grab the mic.
Yeah, he's right. It happened. They flip. Some of them flip out. Can I talk?
But this
Stuff
goes
like
deeper
that.
in what I was saying earlier. It's like about everybody's trying to trigger, intentionally, men and women.
You think
I don't,
intentionally?
I don't see why. I don't see how
I
that's a
don't
way of
No,
think
like.
people do
intentionally.
try to. People sometimes try to. Some
Well, the
people. I
trolls
don't
do,
know.
but I don't think
Yeah, the
anyone
trolls do.
tonight was
Not everybody. Yeah.
doing it
Trolls do.
intentionally
Most
to
people
troll.
have an angle that triggers intentionally for their
Yeah,
own
I guess
agenda
so.
and purpose.
Like they'll be
I don't know about
triggered
that.
Trying to
intentionally,
think
or
of what
they'll
my
try to
agenda
trigger
is.
someone, or both.
They'll pretend to be triggered and they will try to trigger.
So both. If
Mm,
it,
So both.
yeah, I've seen the like weaponized
kind of a
triggering.
show. Yeah,
Waffles is
it,
funny.
for like entertainment. I guess I really don't know. I love
Yeah,
the name
salty,
Joey
come
Waffles,
up.
though. That's really funny.
What's a PR
The
women?
trolls can be very entertaining, though. They really can be.
Yeah, they are. They're funny. I
It's
laugh
once
at the
trolls get up on
trolls.
panel, then it's just like, when you have to actually listen to them instead of read them.
Oh,
I'm on my other device. That doesn't mean you use a different YouTube account. Salts.
Unless you don't know your login.
I'm just messing with her.
If I had to re-log into like a
She's
foreign
funny.
device, I'd be like, Shit, what's my password?
Yeah.
I'd have to go to my old device to find out to go to my passwords to find out my password.
I'll just
Well then,
text you a
Liliana,
text.
get your ass up here.
I listened to a little bit of what Liliana said last night. She had like a really short stream, but she apologized to Quick Vic, and I was just wondering. I didn't even know. I was like what she was. She didn't mention what she did, like when she apologized. So I was like, oh, what did she do to him? I was like, and I didn't want to ask Vic. I didn't want to like go ask Vic. So I was just wondering that. She did. She apologized to Quick Vic, and then heard her dog bark a little. It was cool.
Maybe she said something to him
Yeah, I'll
before she
drop
knew
it,
that
Barney.
he improved himself.
Maybe.
You know,
Barney, you can come up too.
I actually don't know, so I'm literally only making assumptions here.
Yeah, what
But
up, Angel? Hit that link.
all right. Here's
yeah,
Liliana's channel,
Liliana's
and
got
I'll
a
drop
channel.
Barnabas too. It's
Tommy, what's your deal, bro? When he said Tommy's in the back, I was figuring Illuma Tommy, and I know
oh,
like 4 other freaking Tommies. You're a new one to me, dude. I don't know who the hell you are.
I'm Tommy D.
He's Tommy D.
What do you do, man? What's your background? I don't know.
Well, I'm Italian. I live in the northeast part of the country. Work as an auto mechanic. I love music. I'm a single father. I have 2 boys. That's about it. I have a couple different YouTube channels, but I
I
don't put
think
much
that's
content
awesome.
out. Yeah, I gotta start putting more
You're
content
missing
out.
one important aspect, Tommy.
What? I've been
Well, the
sober.
one thing that people give you grief for. That's it. Yeah, see, sobriety and
Yeah,
getting away from addiction or handling addiction, which is very important.
I've actually been trying to stop smoking weed too, slowing down on that.
How's that
It's
going?
not
So
easy.
it's hard to be honest because I smoked so much weed and I used it like when I first got like off of the really hard drugs to help me with like those issues. So it is a little difficult, but I'm getting
Are
through
you
it.
able to like get it down to once a day?
Oh yeah, I barely even do it once a day. I didn't even
Oh,
smoke
okay.
yesterday, and
Oh, well, you're doing pretty good.
yeah, I'm
See,
doing very
then
well
then
so
the
far.
question for me
I
becomes,
was able to
why are
sleep.
you so determined to stop like completely?
Well, I want to stop for a little bit because once you smoke a lot, you build up a
Yeah.
tolerance. So it's
Yeah,
nice to
it's good to
stop
take
for a little
breaks.
bit. Yeah, it's good to take breaks, and then
Hey,
you enjoy it
Tommy,
again. Then you
Tommy, can you
enjoy it
turn
again.
your microphone up a little bit? You're just lower than the rest of
Yeah,
us. It's
sure.
hard to hear you.
Here, let me check his
It's
settings.
whenever I'm in chat, I always want to be like, I guess one of my things is I really want to make the volumes equal. So it's like one's not, especially when I wear earbuds, because
That might be better.
one person's booming and then one person's so soft. You're just like, what?
Yeah, I got a cheap iPhone, so
It happens.
the
And
audio
also, you
always
have
sucks.
your own volume when you're on StreamYard. You don't get to hear what you sound like. So sometimes you go to a whole stream, you have no idea you could be barely heard, or that
StreamYard
you're super
sucks
loud.
at leveling.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, and there's no feedback for you. There's no. You just get later. You're like, oh fuck, what the hell?
That's why I always hope that people in the chat would just be like, hey, Jeff, you're at a 5, Megan, you're at a 6,
Yeah,
Truther,
that'll
you're at.
help.
That would really like be beneficial. But the
Yeah,
times
I
I
don't
put that
mind.
in chat, it goes unnoticed. Because
no, I'm trying to
I'm
start
somebody
a
who's sensitive to
Liliana.
sound.
Promise you that.
Your volume's much better.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just came up to say what up for a little bit.
Oh, okay. we were we were solving truth. We were getting at truth. Do you have any deep things about yourself you want to share real quick
Deep things.
or look into? Yeah, we were
Well, you were talking
we were
about
peeling
like
back the layers.
I remember like I did want to speak about like she's an atheist and she asked like she's always interested in why people worship Satan or Jesus Christ or either one.
Anybody, I think.
Okay. Well,
Well, anybody, but most people don't worship Satan. Satanists don't even worship
That's
Satan.
yeah. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, I do see that popping up more the whole Satanist like thing, especially on TikTok. They have like these like if you believe in Jesus, come up and debate me streams, and the guy's like a
So
Satan worshiper.
The Satanists are going
yeah,
up.
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
cool debates, Jeff. Like I listen to it sometimes.
they are cool.
It's interesting to
Uh,
listen to. You know.
well, and I love that they do that because a lot of, especially like channels when there's like, oh, an atheist thinks this, and it's like, it's obvious you've never spoken or asked an atheist because what you're saying is not at all true. So I do, that's why I believe in getting your echo chamber out of your comfort zone and talking to people who don't believe the same things as you and figuring out what kind of people they are and why they don't believe or they believe, because they're still good people. I know a lot of really decent Satanists,
Yeah.
and they're not bad people, but they just chose a terrible name.
Why?
Yeah,
Wait,
it's like
I don't
I
think we
don't.
did. I
because
like our name.
because it has an assumption about it. That's why. Because
People make
everyone just
assumptions
thinks you're
about all
all
kind of
just
things. It doesn't
soulless
matter.
heathens. I know. I'm
But I
supposedly.
always wonder why Lucifer though. Like I thought Lucifer was supposed to be evil. Like so, I mean, like
Well,
I don't get that part.
it
Part of
depends
it.
on who you ask, because there's several traditions around Lucifer, and in some
Okay.
they're two different people, and in some they're the same being. But one
Oh.
was before he fell and became Satan. That
Oh,
was
before he fell, because he was an
Yeah, that
angel.
was him
Okay,
as the
interesting.
angel.
Interesting.
But that's
So,
just one tradition, and there's in another tradition there are two separate beings.
wow.
And
So okay,
What is
that's very interesting then to me.
But
and
do you
what
realize
is
that so many beings fell at that time too? Like a third of the
It's
heavens
wild.
fell down. So all of those spirits come in different forms. Maybe it was 300,000 or 3 million spirits, but there's 9 billion people on the earth, and they're influencing and controlling the dark. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and high
right,
places. So these
Is
beings came down in many forms.
is there a war of good? Do you believe there's a war of good and evil in this world? Like they're battling good and evil. Like there's people that are doing bad things because of their I don't know their intuition to be evil, and that could be a form of Satan. You know, like there's a battle. Like they say, there's a battle of good versus evil. I'm wondering if you guys think that.
like a cosmic good and evil.
I guess, or just in people in general. Like some people are being
Well,
good, some people are being bad, and it's like there's always
I
a
think it's
battle.
more complicated. I think humans
Yeah,
can be all kind of things at any
I
given
agree with
time.
that. I agree with
mhm.
that too.
But then I also think some of it, like a few humans, probably have a predisposition or a tendency to do it more often than the
It's
rest
not
of
like
us.
God's controlling one and the devil's controlling another, and it's a bit like one time, like somebody like, like a mass killing spree happens. Well, the devil won that round, or
Oh,
something
yeah.
great
Well,
happened. The God won that round. Like I don't know about all that.
Mhm.
Some
I
people
can't.
think
It
that.
bothers me. It bothers me when people are like, when something good that they've accomplished, they say, "Oh, it's God did that." But whenever they did something wrong, oh, it was the devil or it was them. It's like, I mean, especially when it comes to like things out of their out of their control.
There's no
Like
self
natural disasters.
responsibility at
But
that point.
it's like, yeah, you're just kind of falling back on someone else to be the but also the credit for the good thing. Like, you know what? You accomplished this. You take some freaking credit for your accomplishments. Don't just
Yeah,
give
but
it to
this is
God.
like we don't bring the breath to our lungs every moment. The breath comes to us. It's given. It's granted. That's the one thing we need every moment. That's the spirit. That's the
Are you an
spiritual
altar
war.
server, Liliana? Are you an altar server? Is that
How,
what she means
like,
by ordained?
why do you think that we need a creator? We'll call it a creator to be the one who pumps or makes us breathe.
Well, I didn't claim that. I'm just saying it's granted. It's the spiritual war. It's us speaking. That's the
it's a,
language we use on a deeper level. Is the breath? Is the air? Is the ether? Is the spirit?
it's also
So
about
when we push forth words and ideas and ideologies and symbologies of worship of ancient cultures, what are we pushing forth? It's what people have sacrificed blood to. It's what these beings that fell, they came and they push us spiritually in all sorts of fashions we have yet to really understand because it's not seen, just like the breath is not seen, yet we need it every moment.
Hmm. No, I agree with that. I don't place it on a higher power, but we
It's
do
higher
live
powers.
off
It's
of it.
higher
We
powers
do
than
live.
there is a most high power. There's,
We do.
it's. Mm, sorry.
I was just quick. We do live off the shoulders of the people in the past. So, that's all. Go ahead, what you're saying.
We do, and we also live off the spirits in the past and the spiritual developments. Like if you look in the Barbie or whatever, like the pink symbology around the Barbie and the Barbie movie, she was a prostitute from Germany. If you look
Oh,
into this, that's what the dolls
Spoiler
mimic
alert.
after. It is. I know. I'm cutting straight to the point. I should be build this up. Huh?
No,
Like
it's
what
an
it
alert?
literally
What kind of
is
absolutely.
that.
alert?
No, there's
Spoiler
definitely
alert.
symbology. There's definitely symbology in that, and like an MO or a reason for behind a lot of things, especially during war times and such like that. But
There's a reason
especially back
behind
in those
everything all
days,
the time, especially the words you're speaking right now. The words that I'm speaking have a reason behind them. The words you're speaking have a reason behind them. There's a reason behind everything. We're not here by mistake.
Do you know what the reason is? Why are we here right now? What should we be doing at this moment?
Well, that's the spiritual war, right? Like I can't tell you that. That's us as individuals needing
Are we
to
supposed to
discover that
fight?
ourselves.
Well,
Yeah,
then
you
what
should
are you
fight.
doing here? What are you in this moment supposed to be doing?
Speaking the truth of life the best I can.
Okay. Well, then carry on. Hey, Philip.
Well, I want to hear y'all's opinion too. I'll carry on forever.
I struggle
no,
with the spiritual thing because I don't know what that is, other than like figurative language, metaphorical thinking. I don't know what it. It's nothing. I would love to encounter a spirit. How would I know if there's this actual spirit around? I've never seen a spirit.
What you said because you can't see it, it's not tangible. But you look at compounds, you look at molecules. You know H2O, oxygen, hydrogen, two
Yeah,
H2 hydrogen, one
chemicals and
oxygen,
elements.
chemicals. You're not seeing them, but they're there.
Right. So what's
yeah,
this?
but we can
What's the
measure
You
that.
drink
counterpart?
water.
Right. We can
You drink
observe them.
water. The next best thing that you need is water. It's unseen. It's another
I
unseen
love
thing.
water.
You're,
You can kind of see it,
you,
but it's not
but
really.
you're, sa- you're
S-
saying all things that still don't point to the
So
need to
everything.
believe in a supernatural power for it. You're just talking about things that even atheists understand and know is nature.
What I'm saying is that we already know that we depend on the unseen to survive every moment, first and foremost. We depend
Yeah,
on
we
that.
can't
The
see
Well, it's
breath,
everything.
the
unseen by
water.
human
There's
eyes, but
there's a
we can.
difference.
Well, what's the
Yeah.
difference? Why do you think there's not a reason for
Jeff is
that?
about to Jeff is saying right now.
If
Oh,
there's a
you're saying
reason
that,
for
yeah.
what? Because
The difference between our unseen, those unseen things like breathing oxygen and the things that you see on a micro level that we don't see with our naked eye
because they're
is different than
human
the
eyes.
supernatural. The
They
supernatural is
only.
different than science. Go ahead.
Yeah, the human eye only sees a certain it's only evolved to see a certain spectrum of the phenomena. So the human eye is not going to see the air.
Hmm. And
But scientists
the
can perceive it and measure it and quantify it and study it.
And you
With
need it every moment to
microscopes.
breathe. You know what
But
it means
how
to
do
hold
we?
your breath.
Because by your argument, anything can exist. Because we can't see air, spirits exist. Because we can't see air, unicorns exist. Because
And
we
Yeah,
can't
what
see
I
does
agree
air.
with
science?
that.
What does quantum science argue? That every universe exists. It
Yeah,
all
but
Possibly,
exists.
that's one of the
Absolutely.
That is one of the theories.
Absolutely. No,
yeah,
It's
no,
it's a
not
it's not a
theory.
absolute.
theory.
It's a
It's just a
theory.
hypothesis. There's
no,
not
that's
really a
a
way to test
theory.
it right now.
They didn't
These are
prove it.
But
theories.
Yeah,
I'm still wanting to know how to see a
it's
spirit. Like,
not
how
something
can
that
I
they're saying
find
is
a
concrete.
spirit
Like we
and
have
verify?
oxygen.
Like,
That's
how can I
proof.
interact with a spirit?
Yeah, like we have like Jeff says we have like science
And
proves we have oxygen. So that's what he means. Like the quantum theories, it's a theory.
you can measure oxygen.
You can measure
You
oxygen
can't
exactly.
measure
You could
God.
test for oxygen.
Oxygen has
You can't measure
mass.
God.
Yeah, it exists. Is my point. Like we
God
don't
lives
know that
within
spirits
people,
exist.
and not
Although,
everyone believes in God, so that God doesn't live within that person.
although
Or
there are
Everything
believing that
you
things
there
that
exists.
imagine exists. Everything you could imagine exists in a certain form and fashion. It's the same reason that we talk about marginalizing people who have a valid opinion about their perspective of how they're being treated. It's the same
I
reasoning.
imagine flying and this flying spaghetti
yeah,
monster. That doesn't mean they exist. It doesn't mean I can fly.
yeah,
Well, that
You could
doesn't mean
exactly.
it
draw it on
exists
paper and it would be there.
in experiential
Doesn't make
reality
it
for the
real
rest of
in
us.
reality.
Yeah,
It can
imagination.
exist conceptually, but there's
Mm.
different types of existence.
Yes,
So
So in
when
yes.
one
we start
sense
to
you're right,
say,
and in another sense it's not doesn't matter.
yeah, so when you start to say
Yes.
like conceptual things are also part of this equation or argument or
It,
debate or whatever, then the door is wide open for anything to be true.
you're
Now there
saying
are
it
things
doesn't
that have
matter.
happened that
Think
aren't
about what that really means. But
explained,
yeah,
like videos of doors opening by themselves, or crazy. There are things that have been seen before that we can't explain. If you can understand
And
that.
and now I'm an atheist that does believe in spirits because I've had experiences of my own that I've encountered that other people have also encountered the same spirits, you know? So like I
Yeah.
do believe in ghosts and spirits, but only because I've actually dealt with them myself. And because being an atheist does not mean that life, a worldview, or it means one
Yeah.
thing: you do not believe in the existence of God or God, or
That's
you
all.
do
It
not
just
see
means
evidence.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just like that's it. There's no.
Doesn't
It's
mean you
not
don't believe in
evolution.
other
Evolution does not
things.
mean you're an atheist, or
So
being an atheist does not mean you're an evolutionist. Like things don't go. It's one thing. And a lot of people do not understand.
yeah. Yep. 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 But I mean, like, there are things that we've seen that we can't explain. Like, why did that door just fly open? Like a ghost just kicked it open or something. But I don't see a ghost. I know the door opened though. So I
Oh,
mean, I'm not saying I've seen that, but like, and I'm not saying that the videos that I've seen that has been in are real. But I'm sure people have seen things that they can't explain. I
yeah,
don't
but
know.
I just assume a naturalistic explanation. Like when I go through the explanation, I'm going to rule out all the naturalistic possibilities before I start thinking that it's a
Oh, of
supernatural.
course.
right. And to me,
That's a
that's
general thing
tracking
to
down the
do.
finger. There will always be a chemical process or something that
You will.
explains the situation if you really look. However,
Yeah,
what
I
it
like to
doesn't
really
explain,
look.
but what it doesn't explain is why that chemical process took forth when you wanted it to, when that was your mind seeking it. You could theoretically trace every chemical that your mind creates and how the perspiration that you're breathing in and out,
Mm.
chemicals, pheromones, specifically designed for the moment that you exist and what you want and you desire. And when you speak, it goes forth chemically and it hits other people physically and gives them a reaction, and that information carries forth through them
Yeah.
indefinitely to the target where you need it to. That's just manifestation or whatever.
Yeah.
But
That
should we always put God in as a explanation for those things? Because I mean, back in the day, before we understood thunder, we blame that, or we thought it was because of God. But now we understand thunder, and we know it's not God
I
that's
give God
mad
the
or
credit because
tap
to
dancing.
me, at the end of the day, like I can only relax in the Most High. Like that's it. That's all I have is my dependence on the Most High God. The Most High God, like whatever, like the Creator force
That's
that
sad.
brings all that forth. I'm not talking about like some subpar, like whatever, like something else or some deity in the middle. There's deities that help. I know their names. I know one of their names. One helps me all the time. I love that being. I love that
Jesus
spirit.
Christ
No,
is
I love that
King.
one. I love that one too. But
That
like,
one.
no, but I know of a lesser spirits that I know are assisting me on my path, and they do, and they will,
How
and they
how
do the will of God.
how do
I
you
know
know?
this.
Do you see them? See?
Dreams,
Okay.
no dreams, information, man. How do you know that there's Venezuelans taking over Aurora, Colorado? How do you know that we sent weapons of there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and we had to go investigate it? How do you know any of that?
They're not. The police
Because there's
department put out
physical
a statement.
evidence
They're
of
not
it.
taking over.
There's physical
Yes,
evidence.
there's
There are also
physical
people that
evidence on a
lie and
global
will
scale.
make up evidence. There are also people that will make up evidence. It's like writing a big old book and back in 2,000 years ago saying that shit happened when obviously it couldn't have because it contradicts itself in its own book. You know, it's
Well,
like
it was well, King James himself was into demonology and witchcraft and trying to figure out how to like manipulate people in masses. So like
and
he
that's the
was seeking
most
his own
popular
power and gain.
Bible. It's crazy. And that's the most popular Bible, the one written by King James.
But it doesn't
Kind
take
of weird,
away
right?
from the wisdom that people have left in all forms. There's wisdom in just like you're saying the bad people exist everywhere. There's wisdom about how this world operates in every space.
Wisdom is one thing, but taking that book literally and creating laws because God said so is another thing completely. Learn and grow from a book and take, you know, and like you don't have to take it so literally, you know? Like there are some people who really think the earth is only 6,000 years old. That to me is crazy.
And flat.
How do
And
you
flat.
know either claim?
Because
We
the
know
Bible says
we don't
that.
have physical proof of either one. We weren't here six
We
thousand
have
years ago.
physical
We
proof.
have
We have
carbon
physical proof.
dating.
But we
We
have
have physical proof.
artifacts
There
and
are
things like that.
we have artifacts. Yeah.
And
We have
writings and writings.
We
literally
have
even
artifacts
like
and assumptions about
But
what
they're
those
all from
artifacts
man
are.
too. It takes
Well, no,
faith
you
because it
can't.
is all from man. Like man could lie. I mean, wait, you know.
if you can literally carbon date it. You can like there are ways
Yeah,
to
but you see,
scientifically see how
you're
things
giving
function.
credit to these people who wrote the carbon dating, and
So
you're trusting
I
all
need
that
to physically
information is
do
true
it.
without your own tools of knowing. Meanwhile, you're going
How
to
are you
deny the
not
Bible.
trusting? How are you
Anybody
not
can
trained all the
replicate the
information from people who wrote
experiment.
the Bible? Are you not doing the exact same thing? But besides, but
In
the thing
oil
is, the thing with science is if we
Liliana.
threw everything out and everyone got their minds erased, like Men in Blacked out, uh, they would still be able to figure it out because it is reproducible. It's like math. It always comes out to the same thing, you know. Whereas if everyone got Men in Blacked out when it came to religion, it would be a whole new story. It would be the problems of that era. Like, why are all the biblical problems from that era? Why didn't they give us a heads up on germ theory? That would have been really helpful. You know, things like that. It's like it would be completely different. Whereas science wouldn't be completely different because it's unfalsifiable and it's repeatable.
Did you ever watch Jimmy Neutron? Like it was a Nickelodeon show.
Like a
He was
little
this
Yeah,
cartoon
mad.
long
guy.
ago.
I remember that show.
He was a 3D one, like one of the
I
first
remember
3D
that.
ones.
That was a good
Oh.
show.
And
Yes,
he
he
would
was.
always he would create this technology all the time,
That's
and
all
the
right.
technology that he would save everyone from was always his creation. Every episode, every 30
Was that a
minutes would be this
cartoon
recap.
or a
It was like a
regular?
Yeah,
3D like a thing.
it's pretty
Oh, okay.
accurate though. I mean, we might destroy ourselves with our own technology. I mean, nuclear
That's what
war
I
can do
always
that. We
thought.
can
That
destroy ourselves with our own
I thought we
technology.
were gonna
Absolutely.
create
Go ahead.
ourselves. What are you a
What was that?
solipsist truther cop?
Oh, well, I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means.
He doesn't know. Actually, there's different kinds because Hank and I got in an argument about it a few months ago. It gets complicated. Do you believe that there's reality outside of your own mind? Although that doesn't really cover it either.
Truther. I don't know what truther is.
Oh, solipsism,
Yeah,
like everyone
Aliens?
has their own reality.
yeah, kind of that.
Like there is a truth, there is an underlying experience that we all share, and there's no
Separate
denying
from
that.
your own mind.
Like the truth is out there? X Files type shit?
No, just like basic reality.
Oh, okay.
There's metaphysical, epistemological, and methodological, but it's the metaphysical solipsism and the epistemological that talk past each other.
I don't think I know what any of those words mean.
That's why I say we could. Here, I'll put the Wikipedia link.
I'm just saying.
Here.
I'm not that educated.
Is there a video we
That's
can
on
watch on it
screen.
real quick, like a 3 minute video, like 3 minutes and
I
48
don't know.
seconds?
It would take me longer than that to find one,
Yeah, I mean,
probably.
it's not that
I
big of a
can
deal.
look one up for you if you want.
Yeah. I'm not
'Cause
gonna
then I'm
Yeah, if
worried
we
about
just done a
music
quick
and
recap on
copyright.
what the hell these things. I bet there's a quick one, dude.
There might be. No. Is that Jack Talcott? Yo,
No,
Jack. Oh,
that's
that's
Jack Laws.
never mind. That's not Talcott.
That's Jack's.
My bad. My bad. I misunderstood.
Let's see.
OPEICU is here. What does that mean?
I don't even know who this Salts person is. It's supposed to be a sock of somebody else.
Yeah, it's just a troll.
It's
okay.
it's not a sock. Salt's
Well,
has been
welcome,
around
Salts.
for
We
a
were a
while.
little low on trolls here
I'm
lately,
just kidding.
so.
It's not.
Salt is not
No,
a
it's
troll.
just-
Tommy's trolling. Okay.
Oh,
I'm just messing with it.
Salt is cool.
It is a sock.
Yeah, total sock, total troll. The leader.
I wonder if he's seen your video. I
who are you
still
talking
don't
to?
your words. Seriously, what words are you talking about? Yeah, she's crazy. She's gonna tell you about something you said on a stream 3.5 weeks ago. 3 hours in.
My God, the energy people put into this. But then at the same time, that's what you want from it. Like, I'm glad there's people that put that kind of energy into it.
Yeah, that's Salty Blonde. She had to use her other
Oh,
account tonight
okay.
for some reason.
Yes, I do remember you. Well, welcome, Salty. There you are. Well, what happened to our truth? Did we accomplish what we're supposed to be here for at this moment of the universe?
I mean, yeah, I mean, you know.
Dude, the work never ends. Stop playing, dude. It never
The work
stops.
never ends.
I didn't think it
You
did.
say-
I mean,
you
I'm not
say-
playing. I just want to make sure I'm facilitating as much of it as I can here while you're here.
Dude,
I want to do my
oh,
part.
dude, no, I've got no complaints here, dude.
Oh, okay. Hey, food.
Yeah, we got many more subjects we can hit. To.
Okay.
I
Well,
do enjoy this
what's the
one.
next
I do
one then?
enjoy it.
Let's do the next one.
Oh, you're over this one? Okay, I won't keep up looking at salts as on YouTube.
That might get us
The next one,
a nerd rabbit hole.
let's ask the chat. Chat, come up with some
Any topics?
subjects.
Otherwise, we're going to end up talking about solipsism. In my case, it's that like all I could ever know about reality.
I have a question. When you're done.
Yeah, go ahead. All I can know about reality is what I can experience of it. Meaning what happens, like around 3 years old when my memory started to when I die, and that little chunk of experience is all the reality I will ever be able to know, ever. And that's
Right.
epistemological
For sure.
solipsism, but they have a metaphysical type as well. So I'm not even sure which one Effigy was curious about. But Effigy, I would say he's probably not either type if he's that literal about the spiritual.
Could you say what you said again? Because
My
you brought up a question to me. Oh, sorry. Here, maybe this will
No,
remind
alright.
me. Sorry.
My question was asking. I was going to ask what your opinion on atheists or non-believers are. Also, how it differs from your opinion on like an opposite belief like Buddhism or Islam.
My opinion?
Kind of a loaded question.
The Bible refers to people who don't believe in God as unbelievers. They believed at a certain point and they denied it because they denied the truth. And that's the one thing I see among all people is that they live in a lie. Like that's in that kind of. Well, it falls in a solipsism idea here, where it's like, am I the only one that sees the way things are? But no, I meet the people I need to when I need to like. They're like, yeah, no, you're seeing things the right way. They're not. So it's like, okay. So we're working towards getting past that solipsistic idea and bringing people into the Most High vision of creation the way that it was meant to be.
I could kind of see
According
that,
to a
but
book.
How do you guard against echo
No,
chamber
not according
I'm
to
curious.
my
confirmation
feelings,
bias?
senses, and beliefs. Sorry, yeah, how do
That's
I?
exactly what I was going to ask. Jeff, you're a little low on the volume, but he said confirmation bias. It's what you were raised to believe. What if you were raised to believe it? What if you grew up in the Middle East and you
Nobody
live by the
did.
Quran?
Well,
Hmm?
yeah, in a way, I was raised to believe in Christianity, I guess, as in that like the only community I had besides school was like church. Um, but then back then, I was like, I don't believe this. Everybody else believes it. I was like, what the hell are you guys like? Just going along with this? Like, are you just trying
We're
to fit
doing the
in?
same
Like,
thing now.
You're talking
I
about that
didn't.
with religion?
Yeah, I didn't get why people believed it. I didn't my whole childhood. I didn't at one point like agree. Like they were like, hey, if you feel like you were saved by Jesus today, come up and get baptized. I was like, I don't know what the hell you guys are on. Like, what's going on?
Yeah,
I'm
I
curious where the switch came. But go ahead, Tommy, first. Yeah.
no, I was gonna say I was raised Catholic, Roman Catholic, right? And I stopped going to church and stuff when I fell into my addiction and things like that. I lost my faith, and I had like a spiritual awakening when I decided to stop, and so I've kind of like found my faith again, and I believe in Jesus and all that. I try to have good faith. But I get it. It's different too. There's different churches. There's different types of services, like Christians and Catholics. It's a little bit of a different ritual, even though we all worship Jesus and uh, we all do confession, don't we, Jeff? I mean, that kind of made me a little confused when Mike was saying that one time when he says he doesn't do confession. I think all Christians
Oh no,
somewhat
it might just
confess
be
to
a
Jesus, don't
Catholic. I
they?
know for Catholics in particular, it's a sacrament. I
Oh,
don't know
okay,
that
so it's not a
Protestants even
sacrament.
have
Okay.
the same sacraments, if they have sacraments at all. They may not do confession. It may be a Catholic thing.
It might be something to,
I
yeah.
think it
'Cause
is
I just remember
Catholic.
because Jesus died for us, so I thought like that was for our sins. So I thought we confess our sins because he died for our sins, like in any form.
You know what? Let me look it up.
I was
I'm
just
curious
curious.
Yeah,
how
but
you
Hey,
remember that he
effigy.
Catholics
died for our
confess to
sins.
priests. Most Christian denominations feel that confession is something you do like direct in prayer
Direct
to
to
God.
God. Yeah. So
Yeah,
you're still
Catholics,
doing
and
it
that's a
though.
big
Okay.
contention with a lot of Protestants is that they don't feel that you should have to confess your sins to a
Priest.
person.
Yeah. And a person shouldn't be able to absolve you either, they think too. Yeah. You shouldn't just be able to do 10 Hail Marys and you'll be okay.
That's how we do
And
it.
yeah, you'll be fine. That makes you not really being accountable for what you actually did. What your sin was when you're just like, it's okay, I'm forgiven now. It's like,
I mean,
Well,
you
you
just have
still
to
have to do
understand
the
that
did you really
penance.
learn?
Catholicism
You
among
should do the
every
penance.
I
Yeah.
did.
Christian
You still have
sect
to
is
do
the
the penance.
most that it resembles what it came out of, which was Roman religions. So most of the things that were born of Roman Catholicism came out of previous Roman religious traditions and ceremonies and basically power structures. Um, we often forget that the Pontifex Maximus, which is the name of the Pope, was also the name of the Roman Emperor. Yeah, so it's a very unique institution that has very unique traditions
Yeah.
that go back way, way, way longer
Do
than most
do
of the
people
Christian.
think
A group of men who've run the world for thousands of years.
the Roman Empire did?
Oh,
And people
here
think
we
the
go.
Roman Empire corrupted the Christian religion. Do you think that happened? Do you think that
I
changed
think
Say again.
the Roman Empire? Do you think it had the corrupted the Catholic religion or the
I
religion?
I think
it
there's a
started there.
distinct possibility that the Romans created Christianity whole cloth.
Yeah.
Um,
Whole
I mean,
cloth, not even with like the
just
yeah,
Jesus and all that.
yeah.
Okay.
if you do
If you
any
take the
bit of
Memphis
research,
view,
It
yeah,
seems like a legitimately emergent phenomena over time. It doesn't seem like something that was created and
The
imposed.
Romans executed Jesus though. Like they're the ones that actually executed him, even though the Jews
do,
wanted him executed. They
says this
forced
one
him.
book.
is it because
Says
you
this one
watch
book.
Says the
the
one
Mel
book,
Gibson
exactly.
movie?
Yeah, says the one book.
You gotta actually look into it. If you do any sort of research into the Bible and the religious scriptures,
Freak,
you'll
come up.
appreciate why a lot
Jesus
of
needs
Catholics and why
another
a lot of
warrior in
religious
his
people
corner.
don't look into the history of their religion.
Well,
Well, what
this is what I
happened?
was going
What
to
am I
say to
wrong
Jeff
about?
earlier. Jeff, you made the point about solipsism being like, if it's not tangible to you, you're not going to believe it. I totally get that.
Well,
And
no,
now,
that was not the
mm,
solipsism part, but I know what you refer to.
No, I was
well,
asking the solipsist question because you continually answer things with reductionist answers. And usually people who are on like a huge reductionist kick end up being very solipsistic or straight solipsists themselves. And if you can get them to admit it, then you can actually move on in the conversation and not talk to them because they don't believe you exist.
Do you think we exist? I
True.
think he has the opposite problem. We exist along with a whole bunch of other things that I
Yeah,
can't even
yeah.
see.
So Megan, you don't think
No, but what I was
Pontius
gonna say is that
Pilate-
when you're solipsistic, you're the way you're looking at solipsism
Hold
as
on.
eventually you're going to appeal to an authority. At a certain point, when you don't know information, you're going to start to gather information in a more efficient fashion. That's what we do.
Yeah.
We gather information more efficiently, so we appeal to authorities that we trust, and then all of a sudden, like that. But that whole infrastructure, the authorities that we appeal to, is installed with the anticipation that we would all of a sudden start to look for something higher.
Wait, say that last part again.
It was all pre-installed, knowing by these spirits that we would wake up and look for something higher. So these authorities take place, knowing how to appease us in our sin of, like, the convenience mostly. How can I do this more efficiently? Like, how can I put less effort into this? How can I still achieve my goals and make this happen? And those entities are there, and that's why we have AI surrounding us. That's why robots are going to move into our homes and assist us
you
with all
jump
sorts
so
of things.
fast
I'm
from like one
completely
thought to
lost.
another.
Yeah.
Like you just it's
Yeah, it's not one thought to
Me-
another. This is all the same consciousness, but that's okay.
yeah, no, it's super indicative of magical conspiratorial thinking. Like that's
Well,
what this
well,
is. Like
he,
like you just
whatever
fly
he
from
thinks
one
about it,
thing
I'm
all the
at
way to the
least
other.
willing to try to listen and understand it, but I
No,
didn't follow
I'm
it.
trying to keep up as well, but then when you like fly from like something about the Bible like all the way to AI, it's just like, okay, you're just being silly.
All right, I got a quick question. How many of you believe that Jesus was crucified by Pontius Pilate ultimately because the Jews forced the Romans to do it? Because
I
I
think it's
remember Megan
possible.
saying I had to research more, so I'm wondering if I
Yeah,
got
I
it
think it's
wrong.
possible.
That's what they've
As
been
far
I
as I'm
telling
just
me in
concerned, you're
church my
asking
whole
me
life.
to argue
So
over
I'm
or
just
have
wondering.
a opinion over the plot of a story.
Yeah, I'm wondering
Yeah.
what everybody's opinion is on that. That's my opinion. I'm just wondering what yours is.
think there's a possibility, but there's a lot of dudes named Jesus back then, and crucifixion was a very common way to eliminate people. So
It was,
it's
yeah.
quite possible.
They
Well,
Although
crucified
there
I
was
do
lots of
two
think
people.
trials.
someone would have picked up a pen and written down if the sky went black and an earthquake split the entire city in half and the dead rose from their graves. I think someone would have written that down.
That
Right?
sounds
They did
cool.
write it down. It's not. It's in the Bible, is it not?
Yeah. No, we're talking about in the
Sure.
second, like a
The
historical,
Bible that
and
was probably
the
not
Romans
even written
kept
until the early
very,
70 AD.
yes,
I'm
the Romans
confused.
kept a lot of records, and I mean,
Th-
very good records.
Jesus
Visiting
was held
records
to
of a
two
lot of
trials.
things.
He was held to the one by the
Okay.
Jews, where he was found guilty, and then he was held. I forget the other one. It was like a legal court versus a religious court. So it actually the
But,
legal court actually sided with him, like when it's lawful. Like
but even if Jesus existed and was turned in by the Jews and
even if he
executed,
he
like,
existed, I mean, like there's so many
but even if he existed, did all the stories that were written about him decades to centuries after he died by people who'd never met him or even knew people that knew him, what made those stories true?
What makes any
And
story you
what
believe?
about
But this
what
is
about the
this is what I keep getting back to with Jeff. It's like the moment we don't understand something ourselves, we appeal to authority. So you're making all sorts of assumptions based on things you haven't experienced because other people told you they did in a different fashion, while you're calling out the Bible in the same exact fashion based on you're believing all sorts of information. That you're being a hypocrite. Long story short.
When you said appeal
Go
to
ahead, Jeff.
authority, the only reason I agreed with you was because you described appeal to authority as gathering information and trying to find the truth. And I'm like, oh yeah, that is what I do. And you called that appeal to authority, so that's why I
You appeal to
assented to
authority
it.
when you accept something beyond your own senses. You're trusting an outside authority, the authorities of the earth.
Like
Yeah,
like
he's
basic
using his own
information.
personal definition. So
Sure.
when you say appeal to authority, most people are going to think you mean the appeal to authority logical fallacy, which is from what you just described, not at all the way you're using that phrase.
When people believe in authority, are they not just like filling in the gaps of their own logic
you're
with other
using
people's
appeal to
intelligence?
authority as another way to say
No.
knowing stuff that exists in reality.
Knowing
Are-
stuff that other people have told you
Are you
exists that
appealing
you
to
haven't
authority?
experienced.
when you check the traffic or look up the weather, like that's just things people are
Yeah,
telling you.
you would be. Yeah, yeah. In a
Okay,
way,
well
you
then,
would.
yeah, I
Yeah.
guess I'm appeal. I have no problem with appealing to authority. Then
Yeah,
it's the
but when we
authority of
look at those, that's what
expertise.
it's there for. That's what I'm saying. It's a subtle, conscious maneuver, a psychological game, a warfare game of the spirits.
That's I
They
don't
know
believe that.
this.
You
Yeah,
They
believe that?
know this is the.
this
It
That
seems like
sounds
nothing to us. It looks like
paranoid.
nothing. They don't want you to see it. They don't want you to see the weapon forged against you.
no, appealing to authority is like saying it's true because it's in the Bible. That's appealing to authority.
Mm-hmm.
It is true because I claim this as an authority, therefore the authority says it's true. That's appealing to
Yeah,
authority.
absolutely. I haven't made that claim one time tonight. So if you're aiming that one at me,
Not
you
that-
missed.
You
not
said
we have,
that's what
like-
we're doing when we
Right,
don't
but
know
like pointing to
something.
someone who's like on
Yeah.
a chain of empirical evidence is like not appealing to authority in that same way. It's more like appealing to reality, right?
I don't
The
think you
thing that
trust.
ends, like, why would I focus on the thing that ends with time? We all die. This reality will be gone. Why would I focus on the physical rather than the spiritual and the mental?
Because
Even the
it's
only
all
thing
And
that
really
exists
where I'm going to end up.
because it's literally all we have.
Yeah. I mean, you're
Well,
welcome to focus on all the other parts, but I don't have the. I don't see those parts. I see the physical parts, so that's what I'm going to focus on. If
Again, you don't see the air you breathe, but you need it more than anything in your life.
yeah, I don't really focus on the
We
air
can measure.
either.
You can measure the air. You can measure in the air. You can measure how
Like-
much oxygen, how much nitrogen's in there. You can measure all that.
You can focus on whatever you want, but don't go around telling other people they have to focus on. Like we can all decide what aspects or dimensions of reality we want to focus on.
This is one of my. This is such a huge sticking point with me as an atheist. I get that large cross sections of the planet think that this entire existence is a warm up, but
Mhm.
I never will. This is it.
Yeah.
This is the whole shebang. My life from birth to death is all that will ever be for me. It's like so people.
Bro,
people
I
treat
don't
it- treat it
disagree
so
with you there.
flippantly,
I
like,
don't
yeah,
disagree.
I just I hate that attitude. It is most of the reason I feel that the world is so fucked up.
No, I mean, religion's terrible in that sense that, like, they believe you go to heaven when you die because you believed in Jesus and you did nothing to better anyone around you your whole life. I mean, that's insane. That's insane
Wait,
philosophy.
so you believe same as effigy? You know that this is the one life we live because that contradicts what you're saying earlier.
We are meant to believe it is. That's all
That
the
was for
information I
effigy,
have
right?
access to. I think she was asking if I agreed with him.
Oh, I thought she was asking.
Yeah, I was
believe.
asking.
He-
Oh,
I'm
no,
sure
no,
they
I
agree.
was asking
Yeah.
what truth or
Oh, okay.
because I thought most religious people believe that there is an afterlife and that this life leads up to the afterlife, and that's why you have to.
I don't. Again, I'm not
Worship that.
appealing. I'm not looking at the Bible like you guys are thinking, like, and just believing what everybody else says all the time. Like, I'm not just doing that.
I'm
If
not thinking any of that. I'm just trying to understand the spirit stuff. But every time I have conversations like this with other people, we're just working off of completely different metaphysical frameworks. That we're talking past each other. I don't know what this spirit stuff is, and it's so fundamental to everything you're talking about that there's this disconnect in the conversation.
To me, one of the biggest things the Bible can teach us is in the beginning was the Word, and the Word became flesh. And that ties over into every group you look at. Whatever they talk about, manifesting your life, go out into nature and you can manifest your life. Blah blah. Focus on the word you focus on. Speaking becomes flesh. That's the spirit. That's the unseen. It's heard. It's not seen. That part. But a lot of it, that's another whole angle. You're talking about what you haven't seen. You're hearing me right now. I'm telling you, and you know what I'm saying is
If
true.
all
Each
you're
one of
talking
you.
about is
Stop.
information and
Go
sound
back
and thought,
and re-explain everything you just said.
I mean, don't.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word became flesh. Every thought that you have, every intention, every inkling of every beginning of every religion is about focusing on that. Now, all the New Age shit, at least, all your whatever you guys might be into, the atheism and looking into that, this is what you're going to find. The
Cannot
Word
stay on
becomes
one point for
flesh,
more than 5
manifest your
words.
life, focus on a higher vibe, because the Word becomes flesh.
I don't do any of that. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, there's
You
people that do,
motherfuckers.
like The Secret. I
See,
don't do
well,
that.
obviously, we're trying to figure out where we're standing here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not one of those people.
Yeah, I like to have intentional meaning with my words and not just use them like, ingredients in a salad.
Why
Truth
wouldn't
or
you
honest, I
intentionally
think I
make a
caught up.
salad though? Like, why wouldn't you have intention behind the food you eat? Like, you're already like exposing your
That was
deep
too late,
issues.
you dude.
I already see how fucked up you are, dude. Come on.
Oh,
Do you listen to yourself? Sounds like go back on these and be like, that totally made sense. What I said totally made sense. Like, I'm just curious because I'm really enjoying this though. This is really
truth or
fun.
I'm honestly understanding most of what you're saying, so I don't want you to think I'm one of the people that are not getting some of it. There's just little parts that I'm caught up on that I'm not getting.
I'm doing my best to be me, and I think that's what we're all up to here. So,
No, I think you're
God,
doing
give me
good.
some space.
I've been
You're
on
doing
panels with you
fine.
before, and I really enjoy your perspective. In fact, I remember us talking about like living without the ego or just letting go, and it would really impress me the way you were able to live that way.
Yeah, I forget what we were. Maybe flow states or something
Yeah, I
that
think
time. I
flow
think.
state was around, and so I have enjoyed our conversations in the past, and I've gotten things out of them. But tonight
Look,
with the spiritual stuff, I
I,
just
I
don't know what
admit
any of that
I'm a
is.
little feisty. I just get that way when a hurricane's about to hit me.
Oh shit, you're in that area. Damn.
Wait, is that
I
two
just I
people in this
just looked
panel
up
in that
the
area?
map. It looks like it's headed over Lafayette currently.
Yeah, what's his
Damn.
name? Weather Channel guy is around there somewhere. That's how we knew it was going to be bad. We're like, oh shit, he's coming.
I
Oh,
love Weather Channel guy.
You didn't evacuate?
you have a plan? Hey, Kane, what's up?
Yeah, my plan's
Dude, I'll go
to
dance and that stuff. Then
sit
I love
here, let a
hurricanes, dude.
hurricane pass, and then be without power for a week and a half.
Oh, a hurricane
The
party.
usual plan.
I love
You,
hurricanes, dude. I've been
hurricane
through so
parties were
many.
fun.
Yeah. Oh, you had some. Cool.
Yeah, they were. I've many a hurricane party. If you're not, if you don't evacuate, that is the way to ride them out. You all go to someone's house. They might have a generator. They'll have plenty of coal oil lamps. Sometimes they have an olive tray.
Well, yeah, you need copious drinking. Is the only way you're going to survive not having an air conditioner in Louisiana in the summer.
Wait, who doesn't have an air conditioner in Louisiana in the summer?
Nobody after a hurricane.
True.
Oh yeah, okay, that's true.
Yeah, take care,
Wow.
Tommy. I didn't realize it was so late.
Is it late? Oh yeah, nice.
Well, it is for the East Coast.
I know. I always forget that. The late night
So
Mr. C? MC, the late night MC. Oh,
that's
okay.
Mike,
Yeah, I
Mr.
know. It's
P.
Mr. P. I call him Mr. P because there's too many mics. Well, there's
Oh,
two
right.
mics. Mr. P, come up. We're having a very fun conversation. You'll probably
Oh
be
shit,
silent
you're right.
during
Somehow my
this.
mic got turned way down. There we go. I hope that's better.
Mm.
That happens to Tommy when he joins someone else's panel and he's yelling and screaming and they turn his mic down and he pops up on the next one. That's the only time I've ever seen that one over and over again. He might have been
Interesting.
yelling in the last one. I don't know.
Interesting that you talk about him now that he's gone.
Mr. P.
No, Tommy. That's a different one.
Sorry, I thought you were nicknaming Tommy.
I have looked. I don't see you on the list, but I'm gonna look again. I have looked twice because you keep telling me you're blocked. I don't remember blocking you, but then I block a lot of people
Oh, blocked on StreamYard or blocked on YouTube?
on YouTube, and
Mm.
his name's not on the list of people that are hidden unless it's under some name, like if it's nicknamed something else. But under the name he's telling me, I don't see it.
There's two places that people can be blocked on your YouTube. One is your
Oh,
Google block list, which you can get under Manage My Google account, and then the other is your YouTube block list, which you can get under YouTube Studios or something.
if I blocked him through YouTube, would it be on the YouTube
I would
list?
think it'd be on the YouTube list, but I could be
Because I
wrong.
don't block anyone through Google. Yeah, I don't see it. I just looked. Unless it's some weird name that I'm just not recognizing.
You haven't been naughty. Come on, Mr. P.
Uh,
Oh no, I love Mr. P. We don't agree. Someone who we have absolute opposite views in plenty of positions, but having healthy and genuine conversations, they can be very cool, and you can really form some good friendships. Hell, I'm
I think.
friends with a diehard Trump Bible thumper. Like good friends with one, and it's like that's totally opposite for me. So
Did y'all meet on the Panelverse?
no, but we did meet through YouTube.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm friends with all types of. I've always been that way. I've always had friends from all different backgrounds, and I've loved that.
Hmm.
I mean,
Me
I'm just in
too.
the South, and it's impossible not to have at least a few friends who are Trump supporters.
You can't really hold it
Yeah.
against them. You
I
can,
don't.
but
It's so that happened in 2020. I mean, 2016. I noticed that. That is so weird to me as an American that we would hold somebody's vote against them, like somebody's political opinion. I just haven't seen that done. Republicans and Democrats used to fight, like football teams would fight, but they never thought somebody was morally evil for the way they voted. And after Trump, people treated Trump supporters and Trump voters like there was something
mhm.
Like it's
evil
almost as
about them.
though like something happened at the end of his term that was unique and different to
But even before that, even in
every single other
2017,
presidency.
they were doing it.
Hmm. Yeah. I
I
mean,
remember
Jeff,
here in
Jeff grew up in
Seattle, we
South.
had one person in our group that they found out
Oh,
voted for
shit.
Trump, and there were people here that wanted to keep him out of our activities and our groups that he had been a part of the whole time, simply
Well,
because of
I
his
At
mean,
least
vote.
they
there was
didn't
a lot of like
stonewall us.
Democrat infighting post Trump winning because there was a huge backlash against protest voters in the Democratic Party who voted third party like Jill Stein and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Especially once
fuck
we
those
found out
people.
where Jill Stein's funding was coming from.
So it was happening on the
Right.
Democrat side too.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it
There
happens
was
on every side.
That's just new to like I had never seen that in my lifetime. Like somebody actually attempted to
well,
be punished
a
for their
lot of
vote.
lefties thought that it was such a sure thing that they could go, vote their heart and and
There
and
we
and
go.
be like purity politics rather than existential politics.
Yep.
And they've been
Uh,
chastised ever since, and it's been a taboo thing in a lot of like lefty circles to even be like, no, I'm gonna go vote for this other person. It's like, no,
I disagree with
it's
all of you, and I want
change.
each of you
that
to
was how
assume
it
my
was.
opinion. I want each of you to assume my opinion.
I
You
assume your
seem like a
opinion is
Trump.
wrong.
Like you're doing. No, you're not voting at all. You've already made that clear. So you're not. You're voting by not voting. And then I thought you were Canadian, so that throws it off too. But that's my assessment of your opinion.
But see, that's how it was during the Bush v. Gore one, when all the people who voted independents were, given shit for because they took away votes from either party and it was so close. Um, what we need to do is somehow get rid of the two parties, like the two-party system, and allow a third party to even have a chance. Because right now, a third party doesn't have a chance.
I think that's going
We're
to have to
stuck with
happen
a chicken.
organically, like with Ross
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't. I
Perot,
don't
where
know. I'm not as
Well,
big an anti two party system person as most people. Um, I like to use the example of ancient Rome and how their three party
hmm,
system turned into a 2v1, which allowed a dictatorship.
mm,
true.
At least with a two-party system, you will always have two heads butting up against each other, so that neither can actually win the fight.
That's true. Even numbers
Which
help.
in
Well,
adversarial politics is like what you're always
Except for
trying to
they've all
stop.
become one, and they're all the corporations that control the narrative of everything. They control the media. They control the politics on both sides. They control everything.
well, they're not doing a very good job because there's like 5 or 6 different narratives at any given time about any one thing. So if they're trying to
That's
get
part of
us
the
all on one
confusion. That's called
narrative, they're
fire hosing.
sucking
That's
at
like
it.
a strategy of psychological warfare, is to give you so much information you don't know which way to look.
So then they're doing the opposite
We just live in
of.
the information age. That
mhm.
was maybe psychological warfare like before the information age, but now we just live in the information age. You have the choice to be fire hosed with information. Like people
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
it by choice.
Well, you kind of
Yeah,
don't
well,
have a
they don't
choice
have
to
the
be fire
tools to
hosed
know
with
what the best way to use
information,
it is.
too.
I agree.
Oh, we
That
agree
I agree
there.
with.
Yeah, definitely. We should teach more critical thinking. Yes, absolutely.
And politicians from either side still are still messed up, and you know they still make bad choices, and they're still taking money from the same people. So even that's just like great. I do think we need to get rid of the electoral college, though. I think everyone's vote should count.
I agree with you there.
I'm not quite sold, but I'm open.
Well, it's like if you live
We
in
have
a
to look
blue
at the
state
original
and you have a
purpose to
red
me.
vote, your vote doesn't count. If you live in a red state and you're a blue voter, it
There's
doesn't
I've
count.
read
That's
good
a valid
arguments
vote.
for both, though. I'd have to really drill
I
down
have
into
not
this issue.
any good arguments for the electoral college. Not since the way back in the days. You know, like I mean, what's a good reason?
That's how you know you're dealing with a narrative, Mike, because people reduce complex data sets and information to these really simplified narratives that couldn't possibly capture the reality of what happened in any given event. I like to think of
Well,
it as
what
like
ended up being was tragic.
tentative possibilities or
I'm not
probabilities, but
reducing
people
shit
get
about
very
January
certain
6th.
about their one little narrative version is the
There
definitive
was
account of that day.
there was an entire trial that a lot of people did not want to listen to. So no, these have been brought out. Everything has been looked into, and it has been put on a platter for the American people to look at and determine what they believe. But a lot of people put their heads in the sand and don't even want to acknowledge it.
Yeah, and I'm saying more on an individual level. People will come away with this reductive, kind of simplified, foreshortened version of like the
We'll
Reader's
see.
Digest
Here's my
version.
reductive, simplified, foreshortened version. Like J6, you're bringing that up. I don't know if you saw recently on TikTok, this thing exploded about this Chase Bank hack. It was a glitch. You could go put a deposit of a check for $90,000 and go pull it out of the bank, and it went viral on TikTok, and especially in like the melanin rich communities. And they were all doing it by the thousands. This was like just 2 weeks ago, and they all just started getting busted by the feds. Like they want to enslave us all and keep us under control.
Well, they're not. I just think they're doing a poor job. I could do a better job than they are if I wanted to enslave.
Wait. Hang on. We have to like backtrack for a second. You just gish gallop so fucking much. So you go from
Yeah, let's gish gallop
hang
together,
on.
bro. Let's go.
You go from there was a glitch at the bank and a shitload of people went and committed bank fraud, and then those people are now being arrested to the conspiracies trying to enslave us all. Like, where's that?
I was tying it into
connection?
January 6th and how all those people were set up. I know you might not believe that. Maybe you're like one of those sedition hunters or something. I'll look into it. But
I make
the
assumptions.
point being that well, the way he's talking, I don't know. I'm not too far off. The point being that the Chase Bank people, it's the same thing. You entrap a bunch of people into your corporate slave system. You develop a program where you can push out a narrative that gets everyone entrapped into some bullshit, and literally you can just siphon off their resources the rest of their lives, thousands of people, and just it's a long-term game. It's a spiritual war lasting thousands of years.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
If you
You're
can't,
not the only
that's fine.
person.
You can sit there and deny me all you want. You're just not going to get the insight, and that's all good with me. I don't care. I get it. I see what's happening, and I know what's going to happen.
Two people pause at the same time. I can't hide it here either. Sorry, you both are talking at the same time. I didn't hear what either of you said.
I didn't either.
No, I said it's ridiculous. He goes from it's bank warfare to it's a conspiracy trying to lock you up to it's spiritual warfare lasting thousands.
It's a conspiracy, bro. It's a conspiracy. Back to, do you know what conspiracy means? To breathe together. Back to the spiritual warfare, the psychological warfare. Psychological, spiritual warfare, conspiracies. Yes, it's all the same thing. It's what we breathe together. It's what we imagine together, you fool.
Okay, nobody was saying insults up here until just now. Nobody was calling anyone a fool. Now you went a little personal there, getting a little
I gotta
triggered.
trigger him a little. He's a little bit of
Well,
agency here. He's not
this is
being
an
quite
unsafe
genuine. He's
space,
being a little
and so I
dishonest
You're
and
the one
just
that's
disingenuous. I
I
can
don't
sense it.
protect people, so I objection overruled. You mortal fools.
No, man. My conspiratard phase was like 20 years ago, so I'm fine. Like
You were a
you can't.
conspiratard?
Oh, dude. Like after 9/11, yeah. When I was still in college, oh, dude, yeah.
Oh.
I was deep. I went deep. I felt deep. That was a crazy time.
So you know what it's like.
I
How
do.
little it takes to get you there.
For real.
How
For
much
real.
money did it take to change your mind?
Another assumption.
I mean, I'm poor as shit, man. I work in the arts, man. I don't make any money at all.
That is a good
I
question, though.
love the
What got you out
complexity.
of
That's
it?
great.
Like, how did you get out of a conspiracy theory?
Well, did he say he got out of it though?
I'm assuming he did because he called himself a conspiratard and said it was 20
I
years
just went
ago.
down so deep that
I
I
think he's
emerged
assuming
back
things
into
about me and
reality.
projecting on him. So
We do that though. Like we don't know each other fully, so we have to take little starting points and make some assumptions.
No, the thing I recognize most, and it's when you get to this point when you're finally like maybe at the end of the tunnel, when you start at like easy to believe generalistic political conspiracy theories, and then by the end of you talking about that, you are, but no, they're secret lizard aliens.
Did you get that far?
Oh, dude, everybody.
We showed the pyramid
Let's
the other
reading
day,
Zechariah
the
Sitchin
inverted
books,
pyramid.
being like, "Holy shit, maybe the Anunnaki really were space aliens that engineered human beings." So who knows, right?
Wow.
no, I get what you're saying there. I mean,
So
like, yeah,
if it can happen to you, then that to even you,
Sure. When you're young and impressionable and willing to believe that there are things that other people don't know but that you can figure out, because everybody believes they're better than everybody else. So
are middle aged and impressionable,
yeah,
are
absolutely. But
old and
nobody believes they're good.
impressionable.
Nobody believes they're as good as God made them to be. Very rarely will you find someone who isn't sown and riddled with doubt to defeat themselves from being who they could be. Very rare would you find that one.
Oh, well,
I
how,
mean,
how,
there was some tidbits of wisdom in there. Yeah, I agreed with some of that. I mean, not the God part, but the being who you should be kind of stuff. Yeah.
the God part was kind of the big part of this. What he was saying. I kissed him and I liked it.
Yeah, there's like little short term conspiracies but not these long term over
But the
like
people
meta
that believe in
historical.
it. I mean, that's the thing with conspiracies, right? We don't know. I mean, sometimes it turns out that, some of them have some truth behind it, but I mean, every lie, well, most lies have like a little bit of truth to them, So it's like even conspiracies, even if they're
I
not
just
true,
know
they
that
could just be way misconstrued from like a little idea at the beginning, but then just turn into this monster after a while.
Again, look into what conspiracy means. The most charged federal crime in America is conspiracy.
No, God, here you go
Yes,
again.
it
Oh,
is.
Disparate
It
ideas.
means when two or more people come together to commit a crime.
that's not the most charged crime.
There are
It is
multiple
not the most charged
federal,
crime.
meanings.
federal,
I'm talking
No.
federal,
about the
federal,
legal meaning of the word conspiracy, of
Oh,
conspiracy charge, not the
federal.
word, not the.
Okay.
Never mind. Look, one of the things that got me out of this kind of thinking was realizing finally that conspiratorial thinking is your mind trying to simplify things, simplify big things or scary things or complex things. And the realization that it's never as simple as you think is what got me through a lot of it. And you have to just kind of be okay with, number one, just saying, I don't know for sure. And just kind of understanding that the world is literal. It's just chaos. It's all just us. It's factions of people, and yeah, rich people have more power than you. Always been the true, but it's not. It's never just this simple like.
Yeah, but
this
to
person's
just
running
straw
the
man my
world.
definition of conspiracy into that category. You just said it was legions of people working together or something like this over time. That's a conspiracy. That's what I'm
Conspiracy.
saying.
It doesn't even
That's what
make the
I'm
top
saying.
six.
I'm
It doesn't
not
even make
talking
the
about
top
other
six.
shit.
It doesn't even make the
Hmm?
top six most charged federal crimes, felony or misdemeanor. Just put up the quote or what I
Whatever.
got
It's a federal
from
crime. I'll
the
find what I was
USC
looking for.
the USSC.gov website. So it's not even like a conspiracy website. It says four crime types have comprised a majority of federal felonies and Class A misdemeanors of drugs, immigration, firearms, and fraud, theft, or embezzlement.
Right, but when they
There
charge
is
a mob with a crime, when
conspiracy.
they charge any
Well, where are
group
you
with a
getting your
crime, that
information? I know, but
when
you
they
said it's
charge
the
a
most
group of
charged
people
federal
with a
Yes,
crime,
there
crime and
have
they
been
can,
charges for conspiracies. That's different from these
but it's
conspiracy
not the
theories.
most.
but that's what
Yeah, and it's
but
not
it's
the
the
most.
same, it's conspiracy theory means you're theorizing that multiple people work together to make something happen. Of
Yeah, but
course that happens.
yeah, you're
Of
doing it
course that
poorly
happens.
though. Yes, but
But you
that's
said,
different from you.
I don't
Yes,
even know why I'm
it's
trying to defend the
sometimes.
CIA fucking term. This fucking agent here, animated effigy, is trained to assassinate at all costs. So I'm not even going to win this one. He's just trained
What?
against it.
he's trained to
What?
assassinate. Why is he wasting his time on a YouTube
Are you talking
channel
about
that doesn't
verbally?
have thousands
Agent.
of people
Yeah,
in the
I
chat?
said I
Like,
was making it verbally about that one word, conspiracy theory. I'll never be able to
that's
talk with this
hilarious.
CIA asset right here, dude. He's
Listen,
trained
But
to
you
assassinate
I
that
said,
think you
word.
don't feel like you've gotten to talk tonight.
you
You've got a
said
No,
lot to
with
that's
talk.
not the point. The
conviction.
point is that even entering this water, he's trained to defeat me. He's like a Navy SEAL.
Well,
Like
you need to get
I'm.
better at what you're doing. Then, if that's your
No,
mission.
Yeah,
I shouldn't have entered his fucking
and don't
territory ever to begin with.
Technically
pull
he entered yours because you were here first. So
and
he
don't
came
pull
up
facts out of your
on
ass
you.
and make them up because
I'm
it's
not. I'm
you
just no.
you said
No,
conspiracy is
I've
the
seen
most
that before. It was
charged
like 5 or 6
crime.
years ago. Yeah, 5 or 6 years ago, I
You
looked
said
it up. It
well,
was an FBI
this
document.
for the
Whatever.
last 25 years. Did you look it up on like a
Okay, I don't
conspiracy
know. I don't
website?
know the reference. There's all sorts of information we could sit here all day.
Well, look up stuff before you say concrete
I
facts
did. I looked
because
it
you
up
can
like five or
easily
six
look
Well,
it
years
up.
ago. I didn't update the information. Apparently, Google's chosen that you sheeple need to believe something else in this
you got
moment.
Mandela.
Last 25 years, and conspiracy is a newer charge. Okay, they've only had like the last 40 or 50 years.
It's but when they charged, it's because of the mob. Like when they had the mafia, they started to charge them with conspiracy.
Yeah,
If they
Okay,
couldn't prove
okay.
you robbed the store, they would prove that you conspired with several people to rob the store to stick that same charge on you because
yeah.
you
Drugs and
did it
immigration
together
are the
despite
top
what action you
and
might have
have
taken in
been,
that process.
Look,
but drugs
I was
and
look. Hold on, really quick.
immigration
I'm not. I
have been
wasn't.
the top charges.
I was. I'm gonna jump in. I was gonna let you
I'm not
go for a little
arguing
while
that.
longer. I'm not even saying that conspiracies don't exist. All right. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying the gullibility of having such a low threshold of evidence to believe all this shit is the problem. Yeah, there are conspiracies. Maybe not like supernatural shit, but like, yeah, there are things that are hidden that are conspired by individuals that are horrible. Yeah, all that stuff.
Right. But I'm not
But just
claiming
because you
anyone here
read
doesn't
about
have the
any
evidence to
one
back their
conspiracy
claim.
in any
So
place
you're like
doesn't mean you should
sideways
automatically
claiming I
believe
don't
it.
have the evidence to back my claim. When I had my own personal experience, I wouldn't be saying it if I didn't. So I'm like, catch up.
Cool, but we live in like shared reality, not your reality. So yeah.
Yeah, we're living in the metaverse somehow, or we're in this black box right now. Is that what you're claiming?
Wait, what?
Are you claiming we're sharing this reality, this black box that we're all a part of? Is that what you're saying? This little black box, that's the cube, that's the reality that we're in together?
Nope. Just reality.
Well,
Sounds like somebody's licking their balls.
Unless you're a solipsist.
Did we find a
Did
video
he
on
defeat
the
you?
different forms of solipsism there?
Yeah, there's also metaphysical, which let me see.
No, did we find a video on it?
No, but I normally don't play unknown videos because sometimes the music on it's copyrighted.
Yeah, well, you got your donos coming in.
Metaphysical is subjective idealism.
Yeah, I'm very aware of why I'm here and why I'm meant to be where I am and stand in the position I do and be denied at every turn like I am. So that's fine. I don't care. I like
Well,
because what's going to happen here is 3 years from now you're going to be like, oh, I finally got what the fuck he was saying in certain positions because
maybe.
I'm not denying you guys. You guys want to deny me? That's all right. It's all right.
I'm not denying. I don't think I denied you.
Okay, fine. All right, I did broadly cast it. I'm sorry I did that. Effigy, you want to deny me, you CIA asset motherfucker?
Agent
Can we
effigy.
just
Well, you'll just have to get
Can we
back
just-
with me in 3 years when I finally understand, the magnificence of your intellect.
You.
Yeah, and
we
then
just
I'll get yours
appreciate-
too, and I'll be like, dude, I get what you were saying there too.
Can we just appreciate the
I get everything you're saying. That's the problem.
yeah. I mean, that's a flat Earth argument of like, oh, you guys are all gonna figure it out. It's all gonna come crashing down to you. And it's like, okay, sure.
Welcome, Mr.
At
P.
least I'm thinking good thoughts about your future. You're welcome.
Hey, man, I'd never think anything bad about your future. I hope you do great.
I don't have anything bad about your future either. I don't think anything bad about my futures as well, and I don't assume that who's going to be correct in the future.
Yeah, but
Sounds like a nice
we're
plan.
all just different things experiencing the consciousness here, and when we're being genuine and honest, we all have an honest perspective to bring forth. And when we're being real, we'll understand what each one of us was really trying to say in the moment, even if we didn't understand the language barrier at the time. Like,
See,
that's just,
you sound like a guy
That's an
who
eternal battle.
just started taking psychedelics. I love it.
I kind of understood that.
No, that's the thing. I understand all of it. This is exactly what I would have been saying when I was like 19, taking acid like every few weeks and stuff.
Truth, are you high?
I'm smoking weed, but dude, I'm like, fucking, I'm old as shit, dude. I've been doing this for a long time. I finally got motivated again because I found the confidence inside and stopped beating the shit out of myself and doubting myself and whatever.
Oh, what happened? I wasn't aware of that. That you had left.
Well, I mean, that's just life in general. Like that's an overcoming that
you
lasts
were
a
having
couple years.
self-doubt, like doubt stuff.
I didn't even realize how bad they were until they came forth and they were cleared, and I was like, oh wow, and I was so thankful. Like that's just like that's my internal evidence of God. Like I could never even explain it. Like whatever. Like I could go on all day. I'm not doing that.
You came so close to saying like one of the things that I believe about us as well. I think we're literally the physical universe experiencing itself subjectively. You came very close to saying that. You almost had me.
But you're arguing for solipsism right there, saying that it's subjective, not objective. Because if there was a truth where we all share a reality, there would be an objective experience.
It's subjective because you are a subject. You have a.
So you're arguing for solipsism while calling it
shared subjectivity or intersubjectivity.
No, objective reality exists. Just you have a subjective point of view. You are a subject. The universe. Which is
we are subject to certain things. Yeah, we're subject to certain. Yeah, we're subject. Yeah. We are subject to something. Yeah, that's for sure.
Or as Carl Sagan would say, we're all just stardust.
Are you saying it's he's city folk talking down? He does have that. I have noticed that about you, Effigy. You have a certain condescension to you when you're talking to certain types.
But doesn't everybody have that when they're talking to someone?
I don't know.
I mean, to be honest, Jeff, I've been told I sound like that when I talk to literally everyone.
Oh, so not even certain. Okay. I mean, I've gotten that.
I genuinely wish it was only certain people, but it gets me into trouble.
Meg, it's possible, but there's some people I just notice it way more. It like really stands out.
Did you call me Meg?
All right.
Can
you hear me,
Mr. P? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. P.
Yeah, we were glitching out. We're good now. What's good, people? What's up, Jeff? Megan?
Hi.
Animated effigy and Truth or Cop. What's going on, guys?
What's going
Good
on?
to see you, T.
Yeah,
How's the wife?
she's good. She's right here. She's right next to me. You want to say hi, Sam?
Hey,
Hi,
Hey,
Samantha.
Miss P, Mrs.
Yeah,
P.
she's chilling right over the shoulder, per usual.
Good to hear you.
Yeah.
And see, these are two people that I constantly butt heads with. It's never a personal thing.
No.
Yeah, I think that's a mark of
We
maturity.
just don't
That-
agree.
Yeah, I agree. You get pretty passionate about your stance, which I think is pretty cool. I've given up trying to convince you of anything. It's more or less like just trying to understand where you're coming from and why you come to that
Hmm.
conclusion is really all I'm looking for. I know you've kind of, you've made up your mind for the most part. You still are open-minded enough to change some things, but I'm never
Hmm.
going to convince you that Trump's a good guy or that you should vote for him. That's never going to happen.
That's
But
hard to do even for me.
yeah, yeah.
If you have good reasons, I probably could change my mind.
So you're telling me
That's
there's a way
ambitious.
where you would actually vote for Trump if you were told the right things and you've seen the right things, you would vote for Trump. You really mean that?
Convincing her to vote for Trump is different and
If I was
easier than
told never to
convincing
believe
her
my
that
eyes
Trump's a good
and
guy.
believe him in my brain, maybe that's
Right.
possible.
Well, see, that's the problem. I don't think there's a separation between liking him and like his policies and how they affect everything. In terms of like his deregulation mentality, his willingness to drop taxes for big businesses to encourage growth, and just basically just opening up the economy to flow. I mean, I yet to understand why they killed the pipeline that they were doing, or the
So
wall,
we
or any of
we
these other
have like
projects that they've now
record
tried to restart.
growth recently, right?
But yeah, no, not really. That's bullshit. You got record growth, buddy. So you're making
That
much
means
more
there's a
money, and
record.
your groceries are not skyrocketing. Where do you live? Maybe I can
That's
go
kind
there.
of changing the subject, right?
No, it's not. Because that growth you're talking about is actually a reflection of inflation, not growth.
And inflation was caused by what?
Overspending by the government.
It was actually caused by the inflation of the money supply, right? Expanding the money supply,
Exactly. Overspending, and
which
then you have to
happened
create
when?
more money, which creates
When did
inflation.
the money supply stop expanding?
That would be
When
false.
does it stop? It hasn't stopped. And it
Are you
won't
talking
stop.
about COVID, the
The
COVID
next time
money?
we have a bill that we need to pay in order to keep the government running, what do you think's going to happen? You think they're just not going to pay it?
We
Think
never.
they're
Yeah,
not going to expand the money
that's
supply then? Come on.
that's been building up for my whole life.
Our interest payments are $1 billion a year.
Yeah, and you worship the one that's owed the money, Jeff.
I don't see any of
Whoa,
Saturn,
it.
whoa, whoa,
Mr.
whoa.
I don't
Saturn
see
over
any of
here.
it.
It's all good. We don't have to,
Hey,
hey, you
freak, by
worship
the way.
this guy, you're
We don't
bad.
need to
No.
yell.
We gotta figure out where we're all at.
That was the dude. That was a good. I don't care what you say. That was a good one.
Fair
Well, you
enough.
have a compatriot here in Freak. I think he's on Jesus' side.
Definitely.
Which one?
The one that was on the cross and was buried and resurrected.
No. What? Okay. So below me.
Oh, Freak, the blue
All right.
blue light.
Below me. All right. Got it.
T-
All right. Continue.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? Oh yeah. So what? Animated. You said the money supply has stopped. Is that what you're trying to convince us?
I'm trying to understand the expansion. Was that the COVID money
No, there
that
was a
they released?
yes, during COVID there was and especially during the last bit of Trump's term, there was a gross expansion of the money supply. Um, and that is inflation is a lagging indicator from the expansion of the money supply, and that's when the peak started, or when the spikes started.
And that was to
False.
meet COVID, to meet the needs.
Got it. So
COVID.
so when Biden became president, we just didn't aggressively spend and increase the money supply. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, we stopped the expansion of the money supply, yeah, but their spending did increase.
That's not true at all.
Hilarious.
No, it's not.
Well, I definitely stopped getting the
Should
money.
I check the M2 versus inflation graph?
Okay, so we haven't. So the last time our national debt almost shut the government off, which was what, a year and a half ago. We didn't increase our ability to spend more in order to pay that bill. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, what are you talking about? The debt ceiling?
Yeah, the debt ceiling, the one that we keep increasing, our credit card limit that we keep swiping.
Yeah, the debt
But
ceiling
do you
is
not
debt we've
see?
already accrued. The debt ceiling is a false thing we're putting on ourselves.
But do you guys not see the pattern of the economics with the changing of the guards? Like every time, like at the end of every Democrat's presidency, we're at
Totally.
like an all low. And it's just like it seems like because at the beginning of a
No,
presidency,
they
you're
never say
still
it.
dealing with the last president's their choices and what they're dealing with. But like Democratic presidents, their numbers, the deficit was going down,
Bruh.
and then it changed. But like that is what the numbers say. So I mean, you
No,
can say
yeah,
all
you
you
can look at
want
the last 20 some odd 30. You can go back as far as you want, probably all the way back to like Reagan was the last actual like change from
before the
for
switch.
right.
Yeah, before
It
they
really
switched.
doesn't matter which party you're on. At the end of the day,
No,
if
it
the
really
U.S.
does
government,
though, right?
no, it
Like
doesn't, because
deficits
as long
literally
as
go
the
down
government keeps
for
spending
Democrats,
more
they
than
go
what
up
it
on
actually
Republicans.
makes, you're creating an inflationary policy,
But it's
which
always
is
done that.
unsustainable, and that's on both sides. Both sides are guilty of it. You can't say that Republicans mess up the money and Democrats make it better. Like, come on, man, that's the most
No,
ignorant
We're
thing I've
looking
ever
at
heard in my
no,
life.
yeah,
patterns.
that's
We're
literally
looking
not
at
what I said at all.
patterns,
So
though. Yeah, it's not. It's not what
mess up
I
the
mean. We're
money.
looking at just
Like
patterns.
economics is a little bit better than that. But if you want to like look to economics, tell me the last time the Republicans had a presidency that did not end in some kind of financial calamity. When
Okay,
was that?
COVID is not like you can't use COVID as the example. All I know
Not using
is
COVID.
this 4 years have absolutely sucked, and the previous 4 years were fantastic. That's all I know. I just break it down and keep
Really?
it simple.
All,
Yeah,
all 4 years of
really.
Trump's were fantastic.
Yeah,
Even that
really.
last
Gas
year,
prices were
like
low,
where we were
costs were
putting semi
down,
trucks next to
income was
hospitals to
high,
put bodies in.
debt was
Well,
low.
he said not to
Now,
count COVID.
now
Well, see,
debt
this is the
Yeah,
point,
is
not
though,
to
high,
right?
count two
This is
out
the
of the
income
point,
is
though,
few,
right?
low,
What did
but just
Trump
expenses are
inherit?
higher.
Trump
but
I
the
inherited a
mean,
first
completely
2
rebuilt economy
years.
with unemployment near 4%. And then he's like, then you want to tout that he got it down to 3.5. Well, guess
this
what?
is
He
the
got it at like
topic that this is how they
4.4,
used
right?
it. They used the
Uh,
COVID numbers as the way to like
Hey, let's
say
go
he
back
lost
before that.
jobs and all this
What
stuff.
did
It's
Obama
crazy.
inherit? Obama inherited a literal crashing economy where he was losing 725,000 jobs a month on his
100%.
first
I
month.
don't blame Obama for 2008. I get it. He walked
Well,
into
no,
that
I'm
mess.
showing you the pattern. That's
What
the
pattern?
pattern. The pattern is that Republicans in their presidencies with calamity, Democrats come in and fix shit and then hand it back over and then
That's a
get the fucking car
one-sided,
That
wrecked
seems
again.
ignorant
weird
way
to
of
vote for
looking
a
at it.
pattern and
Yeah,
not an
that's
individual
that is
candidate.
I vote for
one-sided, and
many
you're not
reasons.
hearing
No one
both
just
sides.
votes for one
You're just
reason.
like Democrats
Some
are
people do.
good, Republicans are bad. It's like,
Those
come
people
on.
are silly gooses.
Well, no, I think people have the right to vote for any reason
Oh, of
they
course,
want.
of
So
course,
to
but
judge the
like,
reason someone's vote, I mean, you can.
no, but
Oh,
just
yeah,
to
you can vote for
blindly
any
say
reason.
one
You can
party
vote
is
for
bad and one
someone's
party is
pretty.
good. Like, I can look at Democrats and see some of the positive things that they've done.
They
I'm not
used to
gonna.
not be that way, Mike. They we've gotten more polarized. Like in my day, Republicans,
intentional.
Democrats could hang out, socialize. Politics didn't really interfere. You weren't judged as harshly by your political opinion as you are today. It wasn't as polarized. And
Well,
people had the
yeah,
maturity to coexist despite differences in political opinion. It didn't mean anything about you existentially.
yeah. No, I agree. But yeah, no, I don't think one party is good, one party is bad. It's in fact, the older I get, the more I think there's just a uniparty and it's all a bunch of bullshit, and it's designed for us to just be more polarized and not focused on the ball, which is who's pulling all the strings to this whole thing.
Well,
Because
if
the
there is
more
a uniparty, it's because we allow there to be, because we allow money to supersede any of our actual wants.
Well, right, but that's what is controlling us. It's like we're all focused on trying to earn money. The
But then
money
when I sit there
becomes
and show
worth
you the actual
less
differences
and
So
between the
less
two
and
parties, you
less.
say there's one party.
What?
But when I show you the actual differences between the two party and how people are affected differently with them, you're like, but there's just one party. There's obviously not.
Bro, look, I'm not even knowing like what you're trying to talk about. All I know is these guys work together. One day Republicans want to
But
go
their
one way,
policies are
then
so different. Like if
they,
it's
they
one
are
party,
different, but they basically backhand deal most of this stuff, and that's why I feel like it's a false like opposition.
I
It's
mean,
not as real. It's not like
ask a
just these
woman who has
people
no
actually
reproductive
don't like
choices
each
if it
other.
doesn't
You know?
affect her in the same way. Come on,
But
Yeah,
man.
look,
what about
I
all
get
the
it, dude.
people who
You're a
don't
lefty. I
want
get
to
it.
look at the evidence? What about all the people who just choose not to look at what is presented in front of them?
they have that right. Most people don't look at evidence.
Like
I know they just
look
want to
at Kamala
believe what they're
Harris being
told.
completely disingenuous.
I
She
think
was
they want
completely
something
against
easy. They
the
want
wall.
ease.
She was completely against all these policies that Trump had put forward. And now all of a sudden she's going for election and she reverses like major points to try to align with what he's saying. Like that's the most disingenuous bullshit I've ever seen in my life. All right, and you're behind that? Like come on, man. You guys called him racist for the wall, and now you're supporting it. You spent 3 years.
Who's
I didn't call
we?
them racist.
First of
Not
all,
we.
who's
No,
we?
I'm talking
I
about
didn't.
not you. I'm talking about the Democratic Party. They
Some
they
of them
wanted
did.
this wall was the most racist thing in the world, and then you guys let how many people in and did what to the country? And then now you're like, oh wait, we got to fix this, bro. What are you talking about?
And Tommy, I was talking about Trump's past. Obviously, I wasn't talking about his presidency. He was only president for 4 years. And if we're excluding 2 of those 4 years because we can't count COVID, then he's still working off of what was left from the president before him. So it's
Well,
like,
that's only
what
one
numbers are you even giving me to work with?
because Biden had the second half of COVID. So
That's
it's
not
really
true
only one
because
of.
Obama was in there for 8 years.
Exactly. So at the
His
beginning of a
policies
presidency,
are
you're still working off of the numbers from the presidents before. We're
his
looking at
policies.
patterns of how those numbers move throughout the years. Because you can't say,
Okay,
"Oh, look,
so
my first year numbers were great," because they're left over from the president before that.
so
Sorry, go
Obama's
ahead.
presidency and economic policy brought us basically 2 to 3% inflation per year with stagnant growth, and it took corporate tax cuts that Donald Trump did in order for CEOs to actually spend on capital expenditure.
Which is
Sorry,
a
I
metric
was really
no
trying to
one
hear
gives
you,
a
but you're
fuck
so quiet.
about.
Really?
I heard him. I just don't know any of that, so I don't know how to respond.
Like seriously, like no one gives a shit about like as far as what you just listed as an economic metric, like that's so far down the list. I'm not sure anyone gives a shit. Like Obama handed over a fucking chugging economy when the financial collapse happened in 2008. Economists were saying we were going to be in a 10-year long recession. You can go back and find the clips.
Okay,
Man,
so
like what he did is going to be lauded for a long
sure,
time by how
What
much
he
of a
did
recovery that it was.
was
sure, cash
fake.
for
Okay,
clunkers, and he
he
bailed out the
bailed
banks.
out
I get
companies
it.
that should have went under. He adjusted the money supply down to 0% for record years in order to keep things going. That it was falsely inflated economy. That's not something to celebrate. If you prop up the economy using policy, that's not a hero thing to do. I'm sorry. The economy should be natural. The economy should perform the way it wants to perform. If a company fucks up and goes under, it should go under. Okay, you get awarded for good business. You don't get to screw people over for decades, create a massive depression, and then have the government, your taxes, pay to keep them afloat and have them redo it again in just a different form. Give me a break.
I thought it was because it was going to
So,
do worse damage if they didn't.
No,
Because
there are specifics we can definitely agree on in what Mr. P just said for sure.
so what you
Nobody ever
just
gets
said,
everything they want, especially in these big packages. And if you know how the financial collapse happened, and if you know what happened on
I know
Bush's half
exactly
of
what
it
happened.
with Paulson, and basically running up to them with a page saying, "Here, give us a blank check." There was a lot of shady stuff that went on all sides of that.
Don't get me wrong. I think we needed to make sure that everybody didn't like lose their jobs and starve to death. Like I'm not
Yeah, I
ignorant. I know
mean,
we need to do
it's not an
something.
exaggeration to say we weren't facing like the absolute like wreckage of the
One
entire global
hundred
financial
percent.
system.
100%.
Capital
But
expenditure, you've heard of CapEx. That's the investment that corporations make into business. Just so you know.
Cool. thanks to Freak.
But the amount of bullshit that happened, it was like a permission, like you said, to write a blank check, and all these companies that took advantage of it. It's just, and then you have this like false growth that just looks like, on paper, media is like, oh wow, look at this economy, this and that, and like nobody understands how it's really happening, and it's propped up falsely. I mean, I was in the car business, and we're selling cars because of 0%. I mean, 0% didn't exist in the past. Normal rates were 4, 5, 6, 7, 8%. You got a mortgage at 10%. Now you have people that are used to 2% mortgages. That's not real. What we're going through right now is what is real. That's real money. I mean, you increase the cost of money to reduce the inflation. That's always what we've done. 0% is bullshit. And we did it for way too long and created an economy that shouldn't have been there. It should be way more, not these booms and busts. You need to have more even ebbs and flows. And we keep doing things in order to falsely prop up the economy. So I don't believe in these numbers. I don't believe the fact that everyone I talk to is in a worse situation financially. They can barely afford what it costs to live, yet the stock market is breaking records. So we're supposed to think that the economy's doing well? Has
Well, there's
anybody's
people
pay
being
gone
great
up with
under
the
I mean, as
cost of
far as a
inflation?
measure of
Has anyone's
consumption,
pay gone up
sure.
30%? Raise your hand if your pay went up 30% in the last 4 years.
Mine went down 30% because that's how much YouTube takes out of my super chats.
I mean, if anything, I would say wages have been suppressed because if you allow wages to rise with inflation, you just incur more inflation.
Hey, Puffy, what you
No,
got?
I mean, I'll agree totally with you that the economy is overtly controlled in a lot of ways.
Well, at least
What-
you're
Yeah.
You're open-minded enough
Oh,
to understand that side.
wow.
I don't
That's the
disagree
time.
with you 100%. I like the points you're making. It's
That's
you know,
beautiful.
But we have a mixed economy.
Good job,
It's
Puff.
part socialist, part regulated, part capitalist, part corporate. I think the right balance is a good thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's balance, and then I think there's, manipulating everything so people are more dependent and less able to do what they want. I mean, you can't, like, I understand what he's saying, but, like, you can't have, like,
Well, if
just
there's
look at
anyone
back.
that controls the economy, it's definitely not a government, right? It's definitely a bunch
No,
of
that's just
private
that's just the
equities
mechanism
together
on how
doing
it's
it.
done.
Yeah, I mean, the stock market itself is a private entity. It's not a government entity. Like,
But look at it like this, right? If you grew up in the 50s and the 60s and you had a average income, you could afford to put your kids in college, you could afford to buy a home, you could afford to have a car, and your wife could stay home or your husband, depending on what you want to do. You could live off of one income, right? So, like, you see these folks today that own their homes since the last 30, 40 years. They paid like 30 grand for the house and they've owned it for the last 20 years, right? Now
It's
today
not safe
we're
stuff.
making like not that much more than they were. I mean, we're making more, but it's in line with inflation, but the costs are astronomical. So you have more and more people that buying a home is never going to happen. You cannot buy a home and have a nice family, 2, 3, 4 kids off of 70, 80,000 a year. You can't do it.
You can have a nice family and be impoverished, okay?
Mike,
Nice is
At
not
70 a
money.
year with a four
and
hundred
it's
fifty
also
thousand
I'm
there's
dollars
a
saying the
lot of
house.
nice, I'm
reasons
using the
for
word nice as in like, okay.
what he's saying
I hear you,
is
Megan.
true, and that's a good
Sorry,
conversation to
I'm
have.
a
But that's
It is true.
different than there's secret people controlling things from behind the curtain. I think you lose a lot of people at that point. What I agree with everything you just said, but that's different than how these conversations start.
So I guess the verbiage on saying something like secret people, that's I agree. You can lose people because now you're getting into conspiracies. But like you have to understand there are these really like wealthy billionaires that own a lot of the media. They're conglomerate owners. There's like a few individuals that control a
Are
lot
they
of what
only
happens in this
leftists?
country.
They
No,
don't.
not at
You
all.
think they're only
You
on the
think
left?
they're the
No,
reason we can't buy
absolutely not.
homes?
I
Absolutely
thought you were
not.
going
At least that's
down
good.
the road I wanted to say. Like one of the problems with housing in general is that there's been this idea shift, right? In the idea of a house over I don't know how many decades, but this idea that property should always appreciate, everything should always uh, become more valuable, has turned just real estate into this like almost speculating market, right? Like, so now people are buying all this stuff as investments. Now you've got all these brokerage firms like buying out properties way more than they would, and all this big money flowing in. I think is also one of the things that jacked up these prices. You see a lot of people complain about this. You see the conspiracy crowd claiming that China's like buying up a lot, and who knows, they might be true in the fact that China has a lot of stake in American companies as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they
mean, I'm
do.
not
That's all
into all
right.
the conspiracies, but like the shit that scares me is when I I know that there's a narrative going on from either side. You could say right or left, and then I see it trickle down the different media sources. So like, uh, I'll give you an example. Like they were talking about Trump versus Harris, and this was on NPR. Now take a wild guess on what side of the aisle NPR is on, and all you're hearing is all this like
Center left.
amazing things that
They've
Kamala
been that
Harris has
way.
done, all the campaign achievements, and then how bad Trump is and how much he's spending and how he's losing the crowd and all this stuff. And there's like, it's just, and I'm hearing this across the board. I'm hearing it on ABC, NBC, CNN. So it's like that's where people like me kind of get like, what the fuck? Because you're hearing like basically a script that's handed down on multimedia platforms, and in an attempt to get everybody to think a certain way, right? And
Could,
if
could
you
it
don't
be
know
that
this is
you're hearing
happening,
things you
I'm
don't want to
sorry.
hear? And could it be
No,
things
no,
that you
no.
just are
It's
hearing
not
you
about
don't
not
want to
wanting to hear
hear?
it. It's
Because
about
you're saying
seeing how
multiple
the
places
message
are
is
saying the
delivered.
same thing.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, but when you're saying that the
But it's
people
script
who
like
are
Megan.
literally competing against each other, whose entire business is not only to beat each other to the truth, but be the first to it, when you're
Truth is
saying
not
that,
what they're after.
or
Yeah,
whatever
no.
whatever you want to call it, it's their entire business to be the one who delivers
It's
you
crisis porn.
whatever that message
It's basically
is,
all they're doing.
right? But to say that
Then
they're
why
in
believe any
collusion while
side?
in direct competition, like it just, I won't say it's like completely out of the realm of possibility, but it stretches the realm of
All
possibility
you have
because
to
they
do is
are
look at all these media
directly in
arms
financial
and see what
competition with
they
each other.
own and see the tree that it goes up to one
They would be so happy if
Then
one of the
how are
one of
there
the
to
others
so
see
many
had
them.
a downfall,
narratives?
right?
If it's one centralized controlling source, how are there five or six narratives? And then someone today
So
said, well, that's the
forget
plan. It's called fire hosing.
right.
So
Let's say I
either
don't
they're
know what I'm
trying to
talking about,
control our
right?
thinking or they're trying to fire hose our thinking.
Sure. Let's just start with the basics. Let's say everything I said is wrong, right? What you want to do is first just follow the money and figure out who owns what. So if you look at all the major media companies, and look at like radio, TV, uh, internet, all the major media companies, and you follow the parent companies and the parent companies of that, and you follow where the money goes and who owns what. What you get at the top is like two or three companies that own all media sources
Yeah, it's
in
like
the
five,
world.
but yeah, I get what you're
Five,
saying.
whatever. You get what I'm trying to say. So this is the shit that I'm talking about. And there's somebody that owns those five
And
companies.
yet
But
someone was just touting deregulation.
I'm
I'm
way for
still trying to,
deregulation.
You get
even if,
deregulation led to those five companies owning everything, right? Like there used to be regulations against companies owning
Oh, for
all kinds of
conglomerates?
meat,
Right, right.
all of
No,
it.
I know. You can't
Like
have it both ways, though.
deregulation causes all of this.
You can't have it both ways. I mean,
I'm still trying to
unfortunately,
understand the
there's
problem.
effects of everything you do.
Because if there's five companies that control all the media, I don't only see
Wouldn't they
five
agree?
stories when I pull up my media. I see multiple people write blogs and
Own is
write
the
like
proper
share
term,
YouTube
really.
videos and create content. So the five companies are not dictating the content that is coming out of individual content creators, journalists, bloggers, etc. So I'm still
So
not seeing the
individual
line between the
content
five
creators,
companies and what I'm seeing on my
So
end of it,
I'll
we're
give
which
an
not
is
talking
example
about
here.
a,
individual.
Actually,
a
Go ahead.
kaleidoscope of information from all over the place, of diverse
because
points
this
of
can
view
be a
and
thing, and I'll actually throw in a point just to show good faith. Um, uh, MSNBC is also owned by the same parent company that owns GE. the electric company, but they also are a weapons manufacturer who make the moving parts for nuclear weapons. So there have been times where the parent company basically said you are not to run stories critical of your parent company. So that has been a thing that has happened.
But how does that explain what I'm seeing on my
No,
end?
I'm just showing
Which,
you that control can exist. It can. It doesn't mean it's like a constant thing. And I think, and like I said earlier, I think saying that these five companies own these media companies is the more proper thing to say than they just control them, because control implies like a constant. I mean, they can impose control, but I think it's
but they don't own individual. They don't own this stream. Nobody owns this stream. Like
So
this is content that.
individual content creators are not what we're talking about. This is
But
actually
that is
a
the
good thing.
sources. Like people get the
Disclaimer,
sources
anything
through
spoken on this panel
individual.
is nothing but educational purposes only, entertainment purposes only, and it's just a conversation
Yeah,
to
it sure is.
educate. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
right. And there are mandates for news broadcasts on normal channels that I believe there are still laws that apply to them about broadcasting false information to you. I know it doesn't apply to cable, because cable, Fox News specifically, has had court cases that they have won. But I do think the basic channels like the ABC, NBC broadcast news, I think those are still held to a standard since that they've had since like the 50s or
Sorry,
60s,
sorry, sorry.
Oh, what-
meaning they can't lie on the air.
I actually think what we're doing here and the individual, opinions and I guess information sources, content creators. I think that's what's saving.
yeah,
People,
decentralized.
but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you turn on Channel 5.
I haven't looked at TV news in like 20 or 30 years.
Good for you.
That's the
Good
old
for you.
people thing. Now it's TikTok and internet, and social media.
Even Twitter. I mean, if you paid attention to what happened to Twitter, Twitter was infiltrated by the CIA.
The Twitter
I mean,
files.
Yeah, I mean, just watch what happened there, and they were told not to
But
say
they
certain
don't
things.
like the individual tweets that I see every day don't seem to have anything to do with anybody.
Today, much different.
Like any day, like controlling what I see. I get
That's
as
incorrect,
many
actually.
sources as I want to sit there and scroll through, hundreds.
How about Facebook? Zuckerberg even just admitted that he was, told what to allow and not to allow on his platform, and he regrets it.
But I don't only get my source from Facebook.
I know, Jeff, but it's not. I'm like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I get that your news sources are more independent and you're getting a more like diverse, thought from people and data and information. That's actually really good. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the attempt to basically control narratives and information down to people that don't watch that
They're
stuff.
just that doesn't look like what's happening. They're doing a very poor job at
What do you mean?
controlling a narrative because there's so many. It's just chaotic, competing narratives. So it doesn't
Well,
look like
they're
anybody's at the
losing.
wheel.
They're actually losing control because of platforms like this. But what I'm talking about is the attempt and the success in the past. Now they're actually losing the ability to control information, and everything is now on cell phones and cameras. People are dissecting information.
That's why I
It's
don't see
getting
the
out there
problem.
before they can stop it. I'm with you. But my point is that you do have people behind the scenes that own these major companies that say what is allowed to be said and what is not allowed to be said, and they are trying to influence certain things depending on their business tactics, what they benefit from, what they don't benefit from, and that information gets brought down to the masses in order to try to control a narrative for a certain outcome. Like, is it some evil people behind the scenes? Like, that's conspiracy stuff. I'm not trying to say that. So some of my verbiage is not right, but you have to understand that this is something that actually exists and happens in our
Well, it
country
is
and a lot of
conspiracy
countries.
because the Twitter files, I mean, they conspire, and so yeah, I'd say 90% of your media is run by the CIA at this point.
Yeah, but who watch it? Like growing up, everybody had 3, maybe 4 channels. I remember when Fox News started, so that added one. You had PBS, you had your radio
Still,
stations, your local news, some newspapers. That was more or less your sources, and everybody had the same selection of sources. And you could say they were doing it then, but I don't see what the
Well,
that like we're not living like that today. Now we have like 1,000 sources. Nobody's locked into
that's
three
very
stations,
true.
and even with that limited amount of sources, it didn't seem to be that big of a problem. And so to me, it would be less of a problem, and there's more sources. So I'm trying to understand what the actual perceived problem is.
well, you didn't have the government infiltrating the media companies, and yeah, you might have 1,000 sources, but you've only got 10 platforms. So they still control the platforms and what's put out there on the, in the narrative on
So
your
you're saying
feed.
like there's this taboo information that nobody's seeing?
Well, Jeff, you know about shadow banning, right?
Yeah, I've been shadow banned.
Okay,
So the only
that's an
reference to the
example.
CIA I can find, as far as the Twitter files, is when they were part of the FBI's Foreign Intelligence Influence Task Force, meaning they were trying to stop foreign influence into something in
You have
America.
Congress people directly contacting that guy that was probably, what was the old owner of Twitter's name? Jack something. Jack whatever he used to
Jack,
own Twitter.
was it Dorsey?
Yeah, Jack Dorsey. Probably Jack Dorsey's gay lover was
He
running
was
like
gay?
the
Whoa,
censorship.
what?
I don't know. I'm just
Oh,
but
See,
I
there,
didn't
that's
know
the first
that.
honest thing you've said right there.
Yeah. I
Right
mean,
there.
I'm
There's
not
You just
kink shaming, but
pinpointed it.
what are we talking about here?
he was running like the censorship part of Twitter at the time, and Congress people would directly contact him, and he would censor stuff. So
Are you talking about Yoel Roth?
right.
Yeah. Um,
I heard
but that
Elon's
that
Why
getting
were they
into
going
doesn't
to
it.
like
Yule? Why were they going to Yule and not Jack Dorsey? Yule was buffering for Jack.
It wasn't just Jack Dorsey, Zuckerberg too. With all the social media, it was during COVID, during the 2020 election. They were literally told what they could talk about, what they couldn't talk about, what they should ban, and they used it misinformation. So like, if you weren't about to take, I'm not going to say the word because you didn't feel it was safe or whatever. Like if you put that out there, that stuff was taken down, labeled as misinformation. And then today we're seeing a completely different story. We're seeing data come out that not a lot percent, but a small percent of people that were told they couldn't get hurt are, medically affected by this thing on the long term. So I just there's a lot of that stuff that's going on, Jeff.
He isn't like talking about
I don't know if there's a lot. I know
that
there
you
was
rock
some
on.
alleged in the Twitter files, and
No,
it
there's
did
a lot
concern
going
me
on, dude.
because the issue becomes who determines what's misinformation. And I played that video the other day that Kamala was saying, like, we have to
Hmm.
go after Elon, the Twitter files, we have to crack down on this, and that made me very, 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 very concerned.
Right.
Yeah,
Like,
freedom of
why
speech
would
is
we do
valid.
that? That's crazy. But
Yes, I agree.
yeah, but like
That's what
even the
reason I'm not voting
limitations
for it.
on YouTube, like there's certain words you can't say, and they take you
I
down.
disagree with all of that.
Right. But
It,
my
if
point is it does exist. I mean, whether you agree or don't agree, that's
Yeah, but stuff like
yeah.
that's always kind. Like you couldn't go on TV and just say anything you wanted. You couldn't go.
Yeah,
You
that's what I
couldn't
was about to
call
say.
into
Do
the
you disagree
radio
with
and
that,
say
Jeff?
anything you wanted.
Because
There's people. There's things on this stream I don't want people saying. Even without YouTube's toss, there's things I just don't want to hear on this
exactly,
stream.
yeah,
Like what?
it's a private platform. Like any of these things we're talking about, they're
No,
not government
a
things.
hundred
They're
percent. But
private
when it starts
businesses.
getting involved in politics and that stuff, that's where I personally draw the line.
Right, but do
I
you
don't,
know? I
obviously
mean, you
there's
see why though,
certain,
right? Because things like
of
Twitter
course,
also like have like foreign governments and things like that signing up for them,
But that's
and are
also going to be a
branches
normal.
for foreign disinformation coming. It's a weird intersection of a whole lot of things.
Right. You have at least 12 known quote unquote ex CIA agents that are in Congress right now.
I mean, I get it.
How
There's
do you
freedom of
know they're
speech, then there's
ex-CIA
hate
agents?
speech. There's things that
They just posted.
that are like hurt people. I totally with it. Like we do want some regulation on certain things. I think those excuses are being used, and allowing an overreach,
Yeah,
and an overcorrection of those things.
that
And
is a
maybe it's getting
legitimate
better,
concern. I just don't know that
but it's
there's this
still happening.
coordinated effort, centralized effort.
I mean, it's a fact that I don't. You have to like watch the interviews of Jack Dorsey and Zuckerberg as they explain what actually happened and how they actually regret it today. Because that, I mean, if you haven't seen that, I mean, that's telling you
Well,
that
I
there
mean,
is an
if
attempt,
you're talking about the
a
Twitter files,
coordinated
that
attempt.
was the government, yeah. So that's pretty
That
coordinated
was a
to the extent
coordinated.
that it is. But I'm
It was
talking about
also
outside of
Facebook.
that,
It
like
was also
just
Facebook.
this,
And
yeah.
facts. Those are facts.
Google was also involved. I mean, it's not just one place.
But that doesn't sound like a shadow group that's controlling 5 media. That sounds like one
I
government, the
resent
U.S.
that.
government,
Yeah.
attempting to interfere with media. That doesn't. That sounds different than the reptile conspiracy, unless you're
Right.
saying the
So
government
I don't
is
want to
the
connect
reptiles.
those. I don't want to connect shadow people and reptiles to this. I'm not trying to.
Because some people
I'm
are
trying to
or
actually
have
do
been.
the opposite.
Okay, me
Like,
too.
all right.
So I'm familiar with the Twitter. I'm familiar with all of that, and that was government trying to influence these companies. So I'm familiar with that. But the narrative I hear the most is that independent of that, or maybe that's just a subset of something larger, which is a group of people that are controlling all media. And there's 5 media companies, and they're controlling. And that did come up on here tonight,
Hmm.
very recently, before we start talking about that. So the
Well, that's
narrative
it.
I'm talking.
Again, the 5 media companies is a fact. You know, now whether there are these evil shadow people behind that, I'm not. I
But it
disagree
was
with that.
5 media companies and a central, like an attempt to control the narrative. It was
But there,
both.
but
It
there,
was,
there is, and this has been done
and the
on.
Twitter files to me did not lead to that level.
Hold on. There's actually been on several occasions there are people that have made montages of this stuff where they will literally put side by side 50 channels, all different areas of the country, all different
Yeah,
networks,
because they're. I'm
and they're
familiar with the
saying the
packages, like
exact
Yeah,
Sinclair
same
and
that's
all
like the
that.
thing.
Yeah,
Sinclair
that's
media
not a
thing. Yeah,
conspiracy. That's
They know.
they package their news.
yeah.
They've
Correct.
That's
been doing that.
Right.
Actually,
So
one
why is it
company
But
so
bought
hard to
nobody's
several
look into
companies.
intended to
expanding it out?
believe that all of these people across the things are reporting the same story coincidentally. People would be calling their friends and like, "Oh my God, are you noticing this lady is saying the exact same?" That's people know that they do that. That is their model of getting the news out.
Sure.
It's not meant to fool anybody and make people think that the news is the same everywhere.
No, but
but
see,
even on a
not
corporate
fooling is
level,
not the
I
word.
mean, I'll
It's like
I'll
go
agree
ahead.
with
Go
Mr.
ahead.
P on this one and say that was an example of Sinclair Media putting a widespread political message across all of their channels,
Right, but I don't
just
think it was
because they owned a
intended to
lot of
be.
them.
The fact that they're all using the same script, I don't think it was intended to be misleading. And
even on
people,
a
I think,
corporate
take the
level,
fact that they're all using the same pre-written dialogue as proof there's a conspiracy controlling the media. Like the media was forced at gunpoint to all recite the same words because they're all controlled. That's not what's happening when you see different news stations across the country reciting the same dialogue.
No, I
So
think they're just
w-
literally owned by the same
right,
people. Yeah.
Right,
exactly.
that one company.
Right. So it's not necessarily that they're trying to fool. I think fool is like an overextension of what's happening. But when you have them all using the same word tracks, that's the definition of a narrative. So like if we use Trump for example, like there was a point in time in the news that where everybody was using the word
Hold really quick, really.
dictator.
Sorry, don't mean to interrupt, but
Go
see,
ahead.
this is where I have the biggest problem because you guys
Go
are
ahead.
barking up the right tree, but instead of getting the right thing, it's like, to fight that kind of thing, you
Good
have to
thing you're
fight the
here
fact that
to
they
correct
own
us.
everything, right?
What do you mean?
Like that's the whole point, right? That's how these people get this control. Like it's a control of ownership, right?
Right.
The
Exactly.
entire idea you're
But
talking
what
about
I'm
is
saying,
that
my whole life, there's been only a few media companies that have been owned by a few people. There hasn't. There like that's not a new thing, and I don't see
No,
it
it's
as
nobody's saying
I
it's
don't know
new.
what the problem's been this whole time that I've
well, you
missed,
have
and
the
it's there's even more sources now than the 5, so the
yeah,
problem's getting less, whatever it is.
you have the government industrial military complex, and now you have the government industrial media complex. You have
Well,
corporate on a corporate level. You have
Well, then
across
they
the
just
board,
like everything else in the government, they
board
suck
members.
at their job because there's no one narrative being. It's not like 1984 where we stand in front of the screen every day and get the
well,
daily narrative that Big Brother wants us to know for
actually,
that day.
it's exactly what it is, Jeff. That's exactly what it is. Now, granted, you have the option
Then
to
why
go
are
and
there 1,000
absolutely.
narratives if Big Brother is unifying everybody onto this one narrative? That's not what happened in
No,
1984.
it's in
The narrative kept
1984.
changing,
It,
but
correct,
everybody
correct,
got the same narrative.
correct. 1984 is an
Platforms do
example of
that.
what could happen, but it's not what's happening today. But there are a lot of similarities, Jeff. There's a lot of similarities to it. Your phone knowing your location, broadcasting your information. You go and look at, you say the word popcorn
And
and
that
it
makes you
pops up in your
paranoid?
advertisement. We've already seen people hacking cameras, watching you. So there are similarities. I wouldn't say it's an
That
exact
sounds like
replica of the
paranoia.
situation. It's not paranoia, dude. This is like
It
stuff that's
sounds
happened.
like it. If
I
you
mean, look,
walk around your day thinking somebody could be reading my phone, looking at me through a camera,
it's
listening to my, that
happening. It's not
sounds
a
like paranoia.
Dude, it's happening. They're selling your data right now. Let me tell you this, right? So I had somebody that came in and they were looking at a vehicle and they left. And next thing you know, about 2 days later, I get a notice in my CRM that says that they're actively shopping. They had the VIN numbers, the websites that they went to, the prices they were looking at.
Yeah.
And within 20 minutes, I got a call about those vehicles.
That's
So they
advertising does stuff like that. Is that
No,
what
no,
you're
no, no,
talking
no,
about?
no. They clicked and accepted a cookie that follows their data and where they go, and it broadcasts that information to me so I can try to contact them and be more informed and more direct with my approach. But they have no idea they have a cookie that's sending information of what they're doing to me.
Oh,
And
that
that's just
seems
advertising.
a little unethical, and
But
shady.
my point is that it exists, Jeff. It's not that
Right,
it
I
doesn't
keep
exist.
getting stuck onto this control thing, like that we're being controlled. That keeps coming into the conversation. I don't think I'm imagining it, and that's what I'm attacking. Is that we're somehow being controlled by some centralized group with some centralized goal
So
or
that's
agenda.
fair. Do you think we're more polarized today than we were in the past?
Yes.
Okay, why do you think that is?
I think a lot of that is because of social media, and I think it's because people are losing real world experience. They're getting their world fed to them from behind a screen, not from any particular source, just the medium itself. And so they don't have real experience of humans anymore like they used to. It's all
So you
this.
have just said what you said is not happening. You've just described it happening in what you just said.
Yeah, but I think that's an emergent phenomena of the age we're in now and the mediums we use. I don't think anybody's planning or directing any of it. I think that's just what happens as a result of the way we're interfacing and interacting now as humans. We're doing it in a very disembodied way.
Josh Hawley asked Mark Zuckerberg directly in a hearing in Congress. He said, "How often does the CIA contact you? To edit stuff, to modify whatever?" He said, "Every day."
Okay. So you think everything on Facebook is government propaganda?
Well, I think
First of
the
all,
That is
there's
CIA
being
nothing.
fed
contacts
to
There's
him every
Mark
nothing
day. day.
100%
Zuckerberg by the
proven.
CTA, and then he puts it on Facebook, and here's your daily propaganda.
I don't think anything is 100% anything. You can't say
I'm just
everybody is
trying to
this,
understand
everybody
what
is
people
that,
are saying, and I get
everything is this.
fussy and precise.
There's a truth to everything, but there's not 100% like exactly one way.
I like
You
to
know,
find exact like as close to that truth as I'm just a nerd that way. If there's some truth in something, I like to home in on it. Maybe
well,
it's just my
then I mean
OCD.
there is some research that you need to do. Like if you go and do your own research and see who's owned by what, you'll see that there's a pyramid of how the information is displayed. If you watch how if you have a certain narrative and you see how the same words are used on multiple media sources on multiple platforms to create the same idea, i.e., this man is a dictator, and you'll hear those words come out on all different platforms: dictator, dictator, dictator. This is the keyword.
Yeah, yeah,
So
I'm
there's
aware of
that's an
that. Like
example of a
the media
narrative.
bias toward Trump
Right. Well, just
or against Trump,
we can
rather.
use
I'm aware
him.
of
We
that.
can use the other side and say, that when everyone they were trying to convince us Biden wasn't having any mental issues, and they said, oh, he's as sharp as a tack, he's as smart as he's ever been, he's quick, and they were just trying to like convince us how together he was, and then the
That's
minute that he was exposed on the
politics.
debate stage, it was like, oh my god, he's losing his mind, he has to drop out of the race. And it's just like you just see this way, like as soon as the wave changes, all the information comes out the same exact way, and they just like they try to convince everybody of
Maybe I just don't
some
pay attention to
form
it.
of
Like
thought.
maybe that's just not
No, I don't
what.
think you do enough. I think you pay attention to more individual, independent sources, which is good. It's not a bad thing, Jeff. But you can't deny the reality of what's actually happening
Like
outside of
I
your
I come from a
bubble.
Fox News family. My whole family watched Fox News, and so every time they talked about it was
Wait,
whatever was
Megan.
coming off of Fox News, and they were in a bubble.
Mm.
There's a lot to
What do
track
you
too.
do? So what do you do? Like, what is that? What y'all are worried about? I don't. I've been around that most of my life. I've never known what to do about it, or that's any particular problem. Like, it didn't polarize us. We were still able to interact as a family.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say like my worry is
But it
that
didn't
like
help though, because for the
right.
first time, like
Well,
you get Fox News, they start to it's not a matter of trying to control, but it's a
Mm,
matter of catering
and,
to an
and
audience,
Rush
which
Limbaugh.
allows to
right.
another network to start catering to an audience, and
Right.
now everybody ends up in this own feedback loop, this churn of their own ideas, just bathing in their own bias, you know.
Was that happening before Fox or not because of the Fairness Doctrine? Because Fox started about the time the Fairness Doctrine ended. So is this the beginning of? Are we? Is this the Fox age?
Oh, cable news is definitely hugely to blame for a lot of our partisanship, for sure.
Facts.
Kane. I'm really not, but I don't know which part you're talking about in particular. But because that is what you described, that information bubble. I first saw it with Fox News, but even before that, there were like local news at the very local level. You could have like a local gazette that would give one type of news, and then some other town would have some other newspaper that might give a slightly different type.
Well,
So
to me, it's like the contrarian thing rises first, right? So Fox's rise is correlated with the Clinton years to me, and then the MSNBC's rise is correlated with the Bush years. It's kind of
Mm.
like the contrarian view always kind of gets a kind of built-in audience.
so you think there's maybe two dominant? Because I'm talking about all these different narratives, but you think there's maybe two dominant ones that swap off?
Oh no, no, they all exist at the same time. It's just it's where this kind of certain kind of like coalesced
Right, but one
energy.
is the counterbalance to the other at any given time,
The market.
I
like the
would say that's
market
an
of
accurate statement. You have right-leaning
the
media versus
counterculture.
left-leaning media. That's the general basic divide. I mean,
It's not
that's not an
always.
inaccurate statement.
And
There's
before that, because of the fairness doctrine, you had more of this neutral or at least balanced media.
Wait,
personally, I think
Yeah,
Fox
that's
is
what you had is
disingenuous, and they're just catering, like Effigy was saying, they're just catering to the
It
audience.
it seemed Fox and Rush Limbaugh, I associate them as one bubble. They definitely were like they were definitely working that one audience and kind of telling. But I noticed religious people do it too. Like the preachers would do it with their church audience.
Later, me. No,
we
Oh
I
yeah, take
understand.
care of
we had
me.
to go
Thanks for
along with.
helping to host tonight. It was fun.
See you later. Hey.
Jeff, my
The end
my
of the
fear is
Obama
that we're
administration
gonna
had some
not be paying
legislation.
attention as we end up like not being able to afford anything and be dependent on universal income or some kind of, way that we depend on someone to give
You
us the money for us to survive, and that's a form of control. The more we can't afford to do what we want, be independent, the more we have to rely and behave in a certain way that somebody tells us. I mean, just look at people on a fixed income, Section 8. It's like as soon as they get their money, that's it. Like they can't go out and just go on vacation or decide to buy something. They have to operate within a fixed income that they can barely make work. And then they're at
Proletariat
home
paradise.
just chilling. That's it. That's behavioral control via income.
There was a law that changed what the media is obliged to uphold in terms of news, and they can use editorialism as news now and not be sued for it.
yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I do think we've deregulated our truth making function, whatever function the state had to ensure that.
And Jeff, I'm not actually. I think some of this independent information you're talking about has led to more issues with truth and more conspiracy theories. That's why you have people today that are like thinking that there's a glass shield around the Earth and that there's water in space and that NASA's
I
fake.
thought
And
they did find some on Mars, droplets or something.
no. I'm saying that people think that there's a
Oh, the
firmament.
firmament.
Yeah,
Flat
like
Earth.
or flat Earth or like what I'm saying. There's like a lot of stuff that people like legitimately believe because there's this information that's false that's being reiterated and basically they're putting this information out really well to the point that everyone believes it. But it's like there's a ton of people that believe this stuff, and I can't tell you how many people that are smart, I
But
would say educated, working good jobs, and believe that there's
this
water
is not a
outside of the Earth. Like it's just
this
a
is
big
not a
ocean
function of
out
the
there.
media at
It's
all.
the it's
People
a
have been
function of the
believing
internet,
this for
dude.
thousands of years. No, this is a function
No,
of
but more people believe it because they see it on YouTube, dude. I'm telling you.
I think that it would take some form regardless. I think that this is just the form it's taking because we're in social media and that's the information they have to work with. But humans have been
Exactly.
thinking methodologically for way before they've been thinking logically or rationally. And more of them have been thinking that way than the logical people. So
100%.
people are going to do this. This is just
It's
what
not
people
a
are going to
new
do.
idea. 100%. But it's more widespread among people that are supposedly educated and connected to, you know, true
Th-
facts and information.
Yes, I've noticed that, especially on the left. Very, very intelligent people are adopting some very bizarre beliefs. But I've seen it
Even
on
the
the
right
right
too.
with
Yeah.
Christianity and religion too.
I
Like
mean, I
people
hate
can be rational and irrational at the same time, and it's bizarre, and it's
right.
hard for rational people to understand and separate. But I think that's maybe even more of the norm.
I think you have a lot of sellouts on both sides, and especially boomers.
All right,
What?
well let's hear it. what's what's with the boomer hate?
Well, I'm just saying, if you're holding an insane position politically, there's only a couple of explanations for it. You're either got dirt or you're being paid.
Or you're dumb, or you don't know any better. You're
Maybe that's
ignorant,
true, but maybe.
or you have
Hmm.
certain values that it makes sense to hold that position because that thing is very important to you.
Well, all the values that are being
See,
portrayed
this
now in the
is
media and by legislation
yeah.
is not; those are not American values.
Some
Hardly.
of them, I agree. Some of them worry me. They don't seem American.
I
What were you
think
gonna
the
say, Evergy?
scope of American values are a lot broader than any of us want to admit.
Yeah.
That's the conversation we should be having. Is what are American values? What makes Americans Americans? Is there any one thing we can all agree that
Yeah.
makes us
My
American
argument is that the thing that defines us is that we're always trying to be better.
than each
I'll
other, or
say
just in
No,
general?
that we're always trying to improve the country to move it forward.
Some of
That
you,
that
not
we're
all of
not.
us are, and we're still
No,
American.
I genuinely think anyone that's politically active is trying to do that. I hope, with the hope of making things better. I don't
What
think that
about the ones
everybody
that aren't?
acts out of hate, and I do believe there are some people that act out of hate. But I hope that their hate is at least from the idea that once the people they hate are gone, they'll be better. But even
That's
that's
not
still bad.
noble.
No, it's not at all.
Are you saying like compared to other countries, they might act more of a hate, but here in America, we act out of trying to be better relative to how other countries might act.
Yeah, judging on how we've
You,
changed over time.
you hear that, Canada, Australia? You hear that, UK?
Fuck you,
Not
Canada.
laws. I'm willing to go. We need
I mean,
something. There's
I think
something that
we've
makes this
gotten
country
stagnant
special.
recently in recent American history. I think because of our polarization, we've lost the ability to do big things in our system, into our system. I hope we can get back to that, like
I don't know
constitutional
how
amendments and things
because
like that.
You want to go next, Mr. P?
What was that?
You want to go next because I have a couple things that I think makes American values.
yeah, go hit it.
Go for it, dude.
I would say restricted government and not meddling in everyone else's business.
Like limited government, like us keeping the government, not the government
Limited government,
restricting
yeah.
us. Okay.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
like a minimal level of government, and what else? Not being in
And
everybody's
not meddling
business.
in everyone else's business,
At
yes.
least on the state level. Like no
No, and like
carrots.
internationally, everything.
Oh, I see. Well, I think we need to take care of our self-interest
We disagree
abroad.
there.
Like just on a practical level, we can't just like
No, we can't neglect and abandon, but we shouldn't get our nose bled by every single little spout, across the world.
Well, I at least enthusiastically agree with the first value of like limited, minimal government, as minimal amount of government as we need, because we're self-governing, so we don't need a lot, and we should keep it at the level that we need to continue to be self-governing, and no more. So that's a value I
Yeah. I mean,
embrace.
I'd say restricted
I
government
think I could.
is
My
part of
Venn
our
diagram
tradition.
is
Just
what?
enough to make people not steal.
Yeah, like exactly, just enough to have society cohesive and functional, but not enough to encroach on our self-sovereignty.
That would
So
be an American value. Yes.
yeah,
But
one of the
I
one of the
could show
reasons.
you many Americans that disagree and do not see self-determination, as they see it as a hindrance, and
Yeah.
they are just as American. I hate to grant them that, but they are.
I think that's a newer phenomenon. Like the JFK Democrats were staunch anti-communist, but now it seems like most Democrats want bigger and bigger government.
Yeah, that all shifted. The '60s
Those two
Democrat is
things
not
have
today's
literally
Democrat.
nothing to do with each other.
But yeah, no,
Like
no.
this is the problem. Like the
One
whole
of
words
the
mean things problem.
one of the
Wait, hang
things
on. I
I
want to hear
felt.
Effigy's diagnosis of the problem, so he can tell us how to fix it.
Go ahead.
Well, no, just like going from the idea like people used to not like communists. Now they love big government. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Communism is about the prohibition of private property through a totalitarian system. Having the size of government, the argument about the size of government and what it does is a federalist, anti-federalist thing that goes back to the founding of the country. Like conflating these two different things, it's kind of that shit that makes my head spin.
Well, it's the same thing though. You have big government, you have centralization. It's
I don't remember communism coming up.
What? What?
No,
You
he
don't
literally
remember
brought up
communism?
communism. Like
He.
he said that the JFK Democrats used to be so anti-communist, and now
Oh,
everybody's big
okay,
government.
that part. No, but I knew what he was talking about. Like anti-communism. It used to be very clear why communism
I
was
mean,
a
I
danger.
could just sit back and yell out logical fallacies every time people commit them, but I think people would think me more of
Do
a
it.
dick than I
Well,
already
you
am.
kind of do
Do it.
anyway. In
I
your
know,
own
but
way.
I try to at least explain it, even if it is in a dickish manner.
communism.
I actually
was
like
based on
effigy.
big
I think
government,
he
big regulation.
points.
Well, but that dickish manner. Just to be transparent, because I like effigy too. That dickish manner, you talked about how polarized you are. You wish things could be different, but that dickish manner is one of the reasons I think that makes it hard for things to be different. Because I even feel it, and I'm on your side most of the time.
Well, I'll work on sounding
I
like
mean, you don't have to
a
work. Just
cuddly
that's
teddy
all.
bear.
I'm just like getting it out there. That's all I was trying to do. You don't have to work on it at all, but just at least we can acknowledge that it's something that gets experienced.
How about freedom of the press? That's a big thing for me. American
I've
value.
given up on what is the press anymore. I've so
The
given
press
up
used to be an
on giving any.
independent, investigative source. They used to speak truth to power. They used to, try to actually do reporting and find out the truth.
I still think we should at least have
It's a
that
big part
that
of our
right,
country.
whether they're using it or not. I don't want any.
Well,
If
that's why
if
I'm
there
so
is somebody
passionate
out
about
there
media
trying to do
sources.
that, I don't want the state interfering with that.
Well, but that's why I keep bringing up that stuff, because that's a big American value that we're losing. Freedom of the press
Yeah,
is
we
huge.
lost that.
The right to bear arms is another one. That's
Yeah.
another one that they're trying to mess with. Big,
Yeah, I agree. Speech,
freedom
1A,
of
2A.
speech. Yeah, everything we talked about today fridges on a lot of
But
American
a lot
values.
of America, they I don't even know if they would claim those as American values. Like some of them see that as problematic. They want to reduce gun ownership. They
And
want to
it's not
reduce
American.
speech. That's why it feels. That's why that stuff feels un-American to me. But it's Americans that are doing this. So there's got to be some other value than
I
those that unite us because they don't value
it's
that.
always I don't know. This has always been the strangest thing to me. Until someone is saying you can't own a gun, period, at all. Which I'll grant you, some people are saying that they'd love to just like eradicate guns, period. But until someone's saying that, like it's completely fine and legal and okayed by the Supreme Court to make regulations on gun ownership depending on what kinds of guns, right? Like this idea that you can't be absolutist, and if you're not absolutist, somehow you're sinning against the Constitution, to me is like completely false.
So I agree with you to an extent, but the issue is once you start opening the door to certain regulations, like I'm okay with like the guy not being a lunatic or
Be
the
careful down that
Unabomber,
slippery slope.
right? But like, as far as like when you start modifying, like the guns need to be modified and you start making these changes, you're opening the door for more and more and more
Right. What's the worst case
regulation.
scenario? That like what
Worst
limit
case
would you take
scenario,
it to?
they
Because
tell
that's what
you,
scares people. When you start encroaching, that fear
exactly.
kicks in, and where does it end?
What do you mean
When you
start?
have
We've already banned and unbanned assault weapons in this country, right?
when you have CIA propagating a gun control, and then the next week they're saying that illegal immigrants should be allowed to have guns on Twitter.
Are they
That's when it
saying
gets
that? Oh, on Twitter.
Bruh.
What are you talking about?
Bruh. Yeah, I don't know, but
That's
no,
when it gets
See, this is why there's not going to
definitely
be a
no. I
single
get you,
narrative.
Jeff.
I'm not
I
worried
get
about that at all.
But that's the issue is that, once you start opening the door to like, okay, now you can't have this gun and now you can have this, it's like the whole point of that part of the Constitution was that so you have, your weapons against a tyrannical government. So if the
Yeah.
government can own a better weapon than you can, you're not in a position to really stand up against,
Well,
a
the
tyrannical
government's
government.
always going to be able to own a better.
Right. Even
I don't know
then,
if it was to equalize us with the government,
It was. That's the whole point of it.
because then we
That's
would all
literally
have
the point of that.
our own personal nuclear.
no, the
Dude,
point is
that's in
that
our
right before the
Constitution.
British invaded, they took everyone's weapon because they were allowed to. Like they de-armed the population. Like they had that mandate. The same thing, the same reason that you can no longer. It's in the Bill of Rights that you can't quarter a soldier in someone else's house, because that was a regular British thing, was to quarter soldiers into people's houses. Like a
I
lot of
hear
this
ya.
had to do
I
with just
just
previous rules of the government that we were under already.
I'm with
Right?
you, but I think an American citizen that follows the rules, pays his taxes, isn't like a detriment to society or a risk to society, should be able to own any weapon that he wants to, as long as he does it lawfully, and knows how to use it. I think the minute you start telling people what they can and can't own, you're opening the door to something that is not American.
I don't
Really.
think any
So
weapon.
if
That's
I
my
say
I
it's
could see
illegal for you to
cases
own a
being made.
tank, then
for
I'm
certain
killing
weapons.
freedom in America.
I mean, is a tank a gun?
You said
said
any
weapon.
that
You
can be
said
used
weapon.
by the army against you.
Well, it's supposed to be guns. Tank is kind of a gray area. I mean, that
Can
is
we kill that
that's
idea
an
too?
anti.
Can we
that's a like a that's a ridiculous vehicle. I mean, me neither. But I just don't think like the average guy should be driving a tank around.
you would think
Route
the past
1.
50 years would have shown us that you can just take machine guns and rifles and hold off a modern army, like if you
shaved,
want to.
hairless arms.
I just know so many like of good American citizens that own crazy freaking guns and own them responsibly and are proud to have
Yeah,
them.
and
I
most of
support
those
that.
gun owners that you're talking about want reasonable legislation. They want reasonable regulation.
Yeah, they're okay with like the basic stuff. Like if you have if you literally have mental issues where you're unstable, nobody wants you to buy an AR-15. You know what I'm saying? Like
I don't want you
that's a
buying any gun.
universal thought, I would think. I think if you don't agree with giving somebody who's mentally unstable a weapon that could kill people, I don't know what to tell you. If you have a violent criminal history and you're
A lot
known
of people
for,
don't want any kind of gun laws. Like we said, they are
I
absolutist.
hear you, but there is a certain amount of. But when you start saying, okay, you have to modify this weapon to do this, or you have to remove this, or change this, it's like now you're opening the door to like more and more regulation on the gun factor. But like as far as the ownership, yeah, a license has certain requirements. If you have a license to carry, you have certain requirements in your state that you need to follow. That's just part of the deal, you know. But like modifying weapons for certain reasons, for like bump stocks and all this other stuff, I don't know. I think you're getting in the weeds. That's just my opinion. It's whether right or wrong, I
Yeah,
don't know.
that's a worthy conversation, I think.
Well, look, as soon as we admit that we don't have or will ever have the ability to like beat our own army, like if we were to fight against them, right? Like they got jets and guided missiles and shit like that. We can't own anything that can really stand up against them in any kind of meaningful way. Like as soon as we take that kind of argument out of the equation, as far as regulation is concerned, if I regulate you down to the entire country can only own handguns, I still haven't disarmed the population, right? You can all own guns. It's just a certain kind of gun, right?
You put them at a disadvantage,
Sure, but you're at a disadvantage already.
Yeah.
right?
And you don't really need an advantage against your own army anymore because you've already admitted you can't beat your own army. So you're a disadvantage.
Right.
So you're
against
going to kill the
people who are
deer
gonna
with a
fight
You make
your
them
handgun?
think
army.
twice,
I,
and that's
I'm
enough.
just making an example, right? Like
No,
I
it's
get
a valid
like,
point.
we use
It's a
rifles for
valid
hunting and
point.
stuff like that.
But the thing is, with the gun control people, the really hardcore gun control, they don't get the big picture. And the big picture of the Second Amendment is, without that, the whole world economic system collapses because we are literally the world's collateral.
I think that's everything.
Huh?
I think everything can make the system collapse.
Yeah, but when the rubber meets the road and you want to collect on your debt, only private property that we have, which we can protect by the Second Amendment, is worth anything because every other government can take your shit without cause.
Okay,
This
so
one
that's
can too.
a
If they
better
want it,
argument.
they can
Yeah.
take it. Your
Well,
gun's
not
not going to
without
stop it.
compensation.
Yeah,
not
they
in
yeah they
America.
have to go through our process, but they can still get it.
So the fact that we can protect our property with weapons, that means that everyone's collateral is based in the United States.
I get what
Um,
Effigy's saying. It's kind of
I
like a
don't.
false like sense of security because I mean once you start talking about like planes and missiles and all that stuff, you might as well just throw nukes in there and just blow up the whole country. And you know what I'm saying? So like I understand the point.
I find
but
all those kind of like
Yeah.
hypotheticals useless. All the
Me
we
too.
fight the X fights X examples
Right.
are always useless. Men fights women. It's all useless.
I
The
still
fact that you
believe
have
though with
foreign
the
investment
amount
in
of
the
citizens in
country
the United
means that you
States
don't have to worry
compared
about
to active
things
duty
because you don't
military and that, I still
destroy
think the
what you
numbers
own.
are in the favor of the normal citizen. If you just
That's right, but I live in America.
just based on numbers, but I agree. Yeah, a plane could take out a lot of people. A nuke can take out a lot of people. I got what you're saying, but I don't know. I just say follow the Constitution, and that's what's American. I just try to keep it simple.
If you have foreign investment in
But the
farms
Constitution can be
other countries that
changed.
have nukes, then you don't destroy what you own. So actually, I'm
But
not
is
worried
that not
about
an extension of the Constitution?
what's that.
Absolutely.
We have core values in the Constitution, and there are definitely some modern issues that it needs to be adapted for, 100%. But there's still the core foundation that the country was founded on, and I think we
That all
should be
men are
following
created
that
equal.
the best
That's
that we can.
and even that I think is too nerdy. Like I
But
think
you admit
we
it's not
need
like a
some kind of
document we
just
follow like the Bible, though, right?
No,
Okay,
100%.
good.
I mean, there are
It's like
some
there are
ideas that just
definite flaws
existed
in there.
then, and the issues that they had to deal with then that are not the case now. So like, I get it. You can't be 100% a constitutionalist. You're living in the past in that case, but I still think we need to follow the core. Like there are certain things that we've, like this is kind of the issue with not pledging allegiance, in all schools, and not like saying the things that are reflecting in our love of nation, or reflecting our nation's values, is because some of this stuff is getting lost. People aren't thinking about how lucky they are to live in a country like the United States of
No.
America.
Yeah, but
There,
why would a
there's some
nation
people
full of
that are being
rebellious
taught
people
how
pledge
evil
allegiance?
America is.
Yeah. What was that, FG?
I said, why would a nation full of rebellious people pledge allegiance?
I know, but that's the issue. I mean, I don't know, like
Why?
rebellious
Why?
against the
Because they
country.
want to. Because they feel inspired to. Because they're conscious of a value they all share. It's patriotism. That's why. It would be intrinsic.
Sure, now if that's by choice, that's fantastic. But when it's not, that's when it's not.
I mean, we did it in school, but if a kid did want to do it, they didn't force him. It was
Sure.
just some. It really just an empty ritual.
But
It,
that's
it
but that's the
definitely,
way I feel when we
yeah.
argue about things like the Pledge of Allegiance. It's like, yeah, those are great, those are patriotic, those are wonderful, until you make a big deal about someone not doing it.
I don't have a problem with someone not doing it.
Oh no,
I just
I
think
agree.
these are the things that unify us, and we're constantly not doing the things that bring us all together. Like when somebody sings the national anthem and we all stand up and like listen to the words that are being. That's something that
Yeah, see,
unifies
that's the
us.
thing though. Those things don't bring us together. Those
They
things
really
reflect
No,
do.
but
our
they
Though.
used
unity.
to, and now
No,
they're
no, 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 no,
They
divisive
no, no,
used to.
because
no.
there's a new
They
narrative
reflect
that
our
reframes
unity.
them as a negative, and that's new.
Right. And
You
these are
actually
these are the
have
things that used to bring
nothing.
us together, and this is like kind of what we're getting away from, is all the values that we were founded in the country, that we all followed and all knew were American, and we all had that relation to each other by being American, even though we're coming from different religious backgrounds, different ethnic backgrounds.
Even though
We want to
like
be
even though
American,
like
and whatever that
protesting is
definition is.
literally in the Constitution, and people lost their minds when people would protest during things like the national anthem.
No, you're right.
I
It's
don't.
it's
Not,
it's
not on
freedom
their platform.
to protest. I get that,
Just
but
saying, man. Like
yeah, I
everything
understand.
is seen through a lens.
Right.
I don't remember those being huge controversies. Really,
The
what
the
you're
Oh,
talking
dude.
about.
sports players
Yeah.
kneeling during
Oh,
anthems.
maybe because it's. Oh, you talking about the take the knee thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're
That was a
Well,
big
protesting.
well,
thing.
in the context of everything else that happened at that time, that kind of got swallowed up for me.
That wasn't the appropriate place for protest.
Well, I don't know. I understand the aspect that
It,
they
I don't
are
have
being
It's
paid by like they're playing,
It's
they have a job,
ridiculous.
right? So it's like
Yeah,
technically
it's
they're
not their
not supposed to
platform
if
do
either.
that,
anything,
but
it's
that's a
between them and their
gray area.
employer.
Right,
But I
exactly.
personally don't have a problem with them doing it if their employer lets them get away with it.
I don't either, but I don't
I
know
mean,
if
like
my point's being made as far as
there are
like just
people in the
coming together.
urinals like
Yeah.
pissing while the anthems be like, just to say that it's something we all have to respect in the same way is just ridiculous.
No,
Like,
not
yeah,
that we
and
all
what Jeff
No,
have
but
said
I
is
to.
don't know
the
if
real way.
anyone
Not
As
that
said
we
long as
all
their
it.
have
I
to.
don't.
employer
I don't.
doesn't sanction them, it's like that's really what matters as far as like it happening. You can be offended. I'm fine with you being offended by it, but like the offense is like greater than the act in so many cases. It borders on like exactly what I was saying about the pledge. It's a patriotic, wonderful thing that we can all do together until you try to fucking force someone to do it or do it your way.
Yeah, but
But
sometimes
I
you
don't
have
think
just
that's the
people that do
conversation,
the wrong
or at
things.
least if it is, I missed that part of it. I think we're just talking about
Like
people
when
feeling
has anybody
united
been
by this.
forced to do it? Is that a thing?
That's the
Because
point, though, right? That's the idea. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to stand there with your hand over your heart and do it like all of us. You're supposed to be
None
able
of
to like.
us are saying that.
Well, no, that's the idea. That's behind like someone being so upset about someone taking a knee during it. They're like, you're not supposed
Well,
to do
it's
that.
not
That's
his
not the
platform
time.
though.
I'm
He doesn't
I
have
gotta go
the
pee anyway. I'll try to get
he doesn't have
untangled.
the authority to do something like that, and it's not his
The
platform. You know,
authority.
would have been a better
You
protest for
protest. You
him.
can protest at any moment, my man. Like
Well, no,
the
he
platform was the
can,
fact that
but
there were cameras
it's
on you
not
at
the
the
smart
time.
thing to do because it's not his
The,
platform. He doesn't own the NFL.
Sure, but that's the entire
He's
point,
the
right?
player.
The only way that someone like that can protest properly in that fashion is to show that they have
That's not
something to
true.
lose,
You know how
right?
the
Like
best
by
way he could
doing
have
that on TV,
protested?
that they could have gotten in trouble by
No,
doing that, or have people not like them or not buy their shit. Yeah, they're showing that they have
no.
some skin in the game when they protest like that.
the best way he could have protested was to go out, throw 4 touchdown passes. At the end of the game, he could have said something about the cops beating up black people or whatever. But he chose to be a rebel and to draw attention to himself on a platform he didn't own and cause all the controversy.
Okay, so if you're talking about the original kneeling thing, is that what you're talking about?
If we're talking about Kaepernick, then yeah.
When Kaepernick took the knee because, what was it, a Green Beret or Army Ranger, one of those guys asked him to do it that way instead of not just sitting on the bench. He asked him to take a knee instead because taking a knee is a respectful act. And that you could protest like that. You mean that protest that sparked all this crap? Because that's what happened. He was asked by a vet to do it that way.
All right, so that's on
I've
him.
also,
I mean,
and this is also the
he made the wrong
craziest thing to
decision.
me, especially as someone who actually, like, even though I'm an atheist, I grew up Catholic, so there was a whole lot of standing and kneeling and shit. I've never ever heard in the history of ever someone seeing kneeling as a disrespectful act, especially in
I
sports.
100% agree with it. I'd never seen it being offensive when he was kneeling. I never thought that. In
It's
fact, I thought
literally
it
an
was
act
more
of prostration.
right.
Like in sports,
yeah.
it's a show of sign of respect and for an injured player. It's like just the outrage itself says so much more about the people who are pissed than the actual act.
So can you explain that again? Why was he kneeling? Like, what was the direct because
So originally, Kaepernick was protesting by sitting on the bench while the anthem was playing. That was his original protest, and then he was asked by I can't remember. I don't have it in front of me. It was either a Green Beret or an Army Ranger, one of those. I might be wrong on the specifics, but I think it was an Army person. But he was asked by them if he would kneel instead because he considered it a more respectful way to protest.
So then the whole thing was a media fabrication.
No, it's still a sign of protest. It's just a more respectful way. I think
Protest to
sitting
what?
on the
A pro-
bench is kind of
a
like a
protest to
lame
honor
way
his
of
Green Beret
protesting.
friend.
But kneeling
he was
at least
protesting
shows
his Green
some
Beret
form of
friend.
respect.
So then, what was the protest then?
Well, no, he was not. He was protesting whatever was going on at the time.
But what was he
It was just the
protesting? That's what
method.
I'm trying to understand.
What was the specific?
From what I understand, the
It
media was saying that it was because of the whole, killing black people by the cops, right?
Well, I mean, that's the general thing. I don't know if it was a specific act or not.
So then the whole thing
But
was a
what
media
does that have to
fabrication.
do with the national anthem?
Why does
I don't know.
not exist to Freak?
I'm not saying that doesn't exist. Of course it exists. But what I'm saying is, if that was the reason, then he was wrong using someone else's platform that he doesn't own to make the protest. And there was a better way to do it.
Can you only protest on platforms you own?
Well, it's the respectful thing to do.
See, I think the national anthem, and unifying as a country is more against police, killing people, you know what I mean, than supportive of it, and then kind of protesting something that salutes the country is kind of like you're losing your argument because you're protesting against the wrong thing. If anything, I would, show up in front of police stations or arrests or something like that. I think you're kind of misdirecting the protest by doing it.
No. See, you guys, no.
Well, that's what I'm trying to
You
understand.
guys have
Maybe
this idea in your head that they have to do
He's
it
going to
in some
correct
kind
you.
of respectful way
Let him talk.
that is like touchy-feely to your sensibilities just because you don't like the way they're doing it. Most people can, as long as they're not doing something wrong, most people can protest in most any way they like, right? People have many ways of protesting. These people, these athletes choose the point where they have the most eyes on them, which is at the actual events that they're happening.
If he wanted the most eyes on him, he could have went out, thrown 4 touchdown passes, ran 2 in, and then he could have at the end,
that's beside the point,
at the
right?
end press conference, he could have said something about BLM. I have nothing against kneeling. Sometimes you're praying when you kneel, right? So it might have been a whole friggin' media fabrication, this whole thing. I don't know.
Oh, he might have just been praying, and then they.
Yeah, and then they said,
Right.
"Oh, look at he's
He should have just gone on Saturday Night
Live."
Live and ripped up a picture of the Pope.
See,
Yeah,
to me, it seemed like he was trying to say that the United States isn't their country, this country.
They're very
it's
alienated from it, and they don't
know,
feel like it is.
Yeah,
See,
it was
that's such
more
a
of a
negative take, right? Like,
But that's
could
what
you
I'm
not?
saying. That's the way it's
So,
perceived
so could it
because
not
that's
be
not
perceived
what.
as him saying we can do better than this,
But why during the
or him
national
saying
anthem?
it's
That's my
still
point.
like this? If once you like understand the history of the United States and the meaning, like, well, it's still
It's
like
not
this.
still like this. I mean, he's free to
Well,
believe that, but but it doesn't matter how it's perceived. The point is, he had it. My I understood it was on the clock, like he was on the clock when he did it. That's my only issue. It's like from an employment angle, would his
Yeah,
employer want him doing this on the clock? If his employer's cool with it, it's not my business.
I agree with that.
I mean, I feel like he took a big personal hit doing it. So, like, it was a great sacrifice to himself. And I
I agree
agree,
with
he
that.
should protest however way he wants to, whenever way he wants to. I just like, if the point is to protest police, there's a way to more effectively get your protest across.
Yes.
If your belief is that you don't believe this country really is for you and hates you, then that's the way I feel like it was being perceived and why they were doing it during the national anthem. I could be wrong. I'm just expressing how I seen it and how it looked from my perspective, right or wrong.
Yeah, everyone's gonna kind of take their own message from it, and that's certainly one of them.
Sounds
I
like a
don't know if
media
that's what he
situation.
that's what he was trying to say,
I
but
mean, there are teams who don't even come out of the locker room for the national anthem. So,
And why
like,
is that?
because they don't want to be perceived as part of a political thing. Who knows? Maybe the coach wants them to have alone time. Like, there's a myriad of reasons it could be. Well, time to focus, a time to go over a game plan, time outside of the crowd. A lot of home teams emerge in a big ceremony kind of thing. Like, there's any number of reasons for not being out during.
No, and I get it. I'm just trying to identify the message. So, like, Liliana is saying, I'm an American and I don't think this country is for me and I have the right to say that. That's fine. But, like, what I was saying is that when he was kneeling during the national anthem, that's what I feel like he was saying. You're saying it was more towards, like, police, shootings and them killing people. So this is what I'm saying. It's kind of like a confusing message, like what is actually being said.
that's why I didn't even pay attention to it that much. There was
Media
so much
fabrication.
other stuff going on. Let me see if
We could have been praying. I mean, maybe the media
And
made
I'm
the whole
saying this
thing up.
from
Oh,
a
look at,
curiosity point. I'm not saying this because I'm trying to push
yeah.
a certain.
I'm trying to see if I can find it his
Well, I
own
mean, why
words.
would
Maybe
your first
he
assumption be this kind of like, I hate my country kind of thing?
Because it
Like,
was done
What the
during a time
media
where
put out.
we're honoring the country. So that's how it's coming off. Now, again, I could be wrong, but like if you're protesting police, why are you doing that during a national anthem?
Okay, this is
You know
his
what I'm saying?
words, his quote. I am not going to stand up to show pride in a flag for a country that oppresses black people and people of color.
There
To
it
me,
is.
this is bigger than football, and it would be selfish on my part to look the other way. There are bodies in the street and people getting paid leave and getting away with murder. And it was in reference to a series of like shootings and then some police that had got off for one of the shootings. So it came in the context of all of those recent
So
police
Yeah,
there you
Trump
go.
shootings.
DOJ
And
didn't
that's how I
prosecute any of the
perceived it.
police.
Hey, Liliana, you seem very confused and angry. Maybe you should take a 5-minute break or get a little bit of air.
Oh, he's trying to regulate you, Liliana. You're getting babysat.
But that's you see my point, Effigy, is like that's the way I was perceiving it, and that's what he's saying. It was, but like I think police is a factor that influenced it. It brought anger, and it was one of the reasons, right? But protesting during a national anthem is protesting the country and what it
Yeah, the
stands for, and
Yeah,
that's how
because
I
for
perceive
crowd
some
was
it.
right.
people, it stands for something negative. So those people are not going to have the feelings that we don't understand why people have. Like that was normal in our day. And until we overcome that somehow, we're not going to have that unity back.
The cause was right, the means was wrong, in my opinion. You don't empty 50 rounds into a guy and then, and then the AG doesn't prosecute.
Yeah, but he can choose that for himself if that's how he wanted to do it.
Right, but he should have thrown 4 touchdown
Yeah,
passes
but
for
everybody has an
improvement
opinion.
and
People
had
have an
all the
opinion
eyes
on
on
how
Yeah,
to
him,
what's
what
with
and
the
then
do
he
this
put out a
touchdown
panel.
statement.
passes? It's kind of like a side thing. Like I understand what you're saying. He should have brought attention to himself by outperforming everybody and then using the platform. But it's the same thing, whether it's the national anthem or using your platform to
It's not
performing
his
so you can get a
platform.
point across. It's the same thing. I don't think touchdown passes would have gotten his point across better. I think he
I
would have
think it
ended up
would
at
have,
the
and it
same
wouldn't have
end
been so much
if he was.
animosity.
Yeah, I don't know, but he's protesting how the country's values. I mean, I don't think the touchdown passes changes anything. I mean, this is my
It gets all
opinion.
the eyes on him. It gets what he wanted. He gets the attention. It's not his platform. It would
We're
have been
still
Right.
talking
So
about.
so he'll have more support when he throws touchdown passes than when he kneels. Is that what you're saying?
he would have shown more respect to the country and his teammates and the team if he
By
would have
throwing
done it that way.
touchdowns. Got it.
Yes.
This sounds like a comic book nerd argument.
Right. You're still never going to convince me that kneeling is a disrespectful act. Like it's
It wasn't until he said that statement, I guess. You know,
But
it could have been a whole meeting
disrespect is subjective anyway, so that part doesn't even matter to me. Everyone's
Well,
gonna
I guess
see
the
whatever
statement was
level
the
of respect or disrespect they see.
So why is this? Why is the narrative? And I shouldn't say narrative, but why is it perceived that this country is not for certain people? Is it like have we not made enough social changes and
Never
not
will. No,
changed enough
because
things to like try to
You got
reverse
people
that and correct
getting
it?
there's some people
shot.
that believed it's baked in from the beginning because the founding fathers were. There's no way to get rid of it. It's contaminated through and through to the foundation. The Constitution itself is imbued with racism.
You had a guy that was like 50 yards
I mean,
away.
is it not? I mean, I don't
Um,
agree with everything you just said, but is the Constitution not? Does it not have lines in there that say that human beings are counted as 3/5 of a human being?
in the
Yeah,
Constitution.
but there's a reason for
Yes,
that.
the 3/5 compromise is in the
Right.
Constitution.
And I completely understand what you're saying, but that's not what's
Not
reflected today. Like there's nobody
right.
today saying that any human being is 3/5 of a human
Yeah,
today.
I get that, but he
I
said the
can't we can't change
Constitution.
the past, unfortunately, but I feel like we've adapted.
So wait, I'm
socially.
trying to understand effigy. So if
Go ahead.
some people are seeing this and thinking that this makes the entire document racist, like I think it's an inability to contextualize. Just
I
like
mean,
they see
can
like
you
some
argue that the
passages
original
in the Bible
Constitution with the 3/5
about
compromise
gay
didn't have a
or
racist element in it?
just like they see some passages in the Bible about like anti-gay or that, and they think the whole Bible is anti-gay and all of Christianity because of some passages. And
Say what you said
and they
again.
if that's in the Constitution, then the whole is it the same type of thinking?
I don't think of it like a sauce, and someone put a piece of poop in it, and the whole thing's ruined.
But are other people
I hate when
thinking
people
that?
do that.
I'm sure some people do, yeah, but it's you can't sit there and be like the Constitution's a magical document that's free of any
I,
kind of racist element. It definitely, most definitely,
no,
has a
I'm
racist
this
element in it.
idea that there's this ineradicable racism, that the United States is founded on racism. It is a racist country because of stuff like this.
That would be false.
I mean, if
Some
you're,
people would argue no. That
it
if
depends
this
on if
is
you're
in there,
talking
then
about like our
therefore your
history
whole
as a
country is
whole.
racist. It's still the best country in human history. So if that makes the U.S. still racist, then by what standard are the other countries being judged? We're still the best.
That's a very
We're
valid
just the
point.
racist best
I mean,
There's
our
a
country
Since when?
became an actual liberal democracy in 1965, as far as like for a lot of people.
for a lot of
Since
people, but which
when?
is subjective, and this is according to
Sure,
you.
I
So
think
like
most
again, we
people's
come
views are
back to
subjective. Yeah,
Since when does the loser of a war get to dictate what happens in legislation?
Huh?
Yeah, the South lost, right? So why should their population count more than the North in terms of directing the country? That's what happened. It wasn't
Bruh.
racist.
do what?
Bruh.
Never mind.
Oh,
I
But
wasn't
yeah,
sure where you
no,
were
there's
going
a
there
lot
either.
more racism in other countries, like far worse, less freedoms. It's like crazy. Like, so I think people lose that perspective living here, that they think this is really bad, when in fact this is
I think
one of the
that's your
best
answer.
iterations of, what is possible. But that being said, I get like how, laws have been, manipulated. Police have used statistics to change, who they pull over, who they arrest more, who sits in jail longer. I get what's happening, and I understand why people believe this, because it's not necessarily uh, just an opinion. I mean, we see numbers.
It's an
of
opinion when they extrapolate it onto people that are not doing that and are not
Well,
guilty
but
of
when
that.
you look at populations and you look at ethnic backgrounds of who is in jail, what they're in jail for, who's represented, how low-income neighborhoods look compared to higher-income neighborhoods, and you see how things are in terms of like the population, what they make, their background, you start to see patterns, and it starts to feel like there's a system that is
Right, it
rigged
starts to
against
feel
you.
like that doesn't
Right.
mean that that's what's happening because you've already you've already left the individual level at that point. You're not looking at an individual, you're looking at people as members of groups. You're already one layer removed from reality at that point.
Right. Like I get it. I'm not ignorant to it.
I feel like I need to explain the 3/5 thing again. If you lost the war and you're the
Bruh.
South, okay, and you're going to be combining the country as the North, but your population is now less than the South, why should they be able to vote, have more voting power than you if you won the war?
But the
Okay.
3/5 was way before the Civil
Yeah,
War.
that's over. We're not. That's
That's not
done.
true.
This is
It
past.
was in 1787.
Yeah, that's over with.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
Yeah. We
But
don't
wait a
think
second.
Constitutional
like that. We don't do
Convention.
things like that anymore. We've
But black
It
people
was
evolved.
it
didn't
was
already
what
get to
to do
vote.
about the slaves that were in the colonies, like when they were
But they
fi-
didn't already they didn't have the right to vote.
because we didn't give it to them.
What?
Right. That came at the 13th
Only,
Amendment.
only the property owners, I think, had the male property owners had the right to
Yeah,
vote.
Okay,
so
so the
It
Emancipation
does say free blacks and indentured servants were not subject to the compromise, and each one of those count as one. So it wasn't even like all black people; it was specifically slaves more than race. It was so like that social classification. Slaves
okay,
had a
so
particular status,
The North won the war and they wanted control in the legislation, and so they
but
enacted
you're
that.
And the
this.
Why should
Confederates
they,
are less than
why should they
human.
relinquish
Fuck 'em.
control to the South when they just won the war?
what are you talking
I
about?
don't know. I'm lost. But this Liliana's making me hungry. Oh fuck.
Tell me how you feel about plantations.
I've toured many. We toured them growing up. We take school field
The
trips.
3/5, yeah, the 3/5 compromise was a compromise we made to make sure that the South signed on to forming the country, because the South was like, "Hey, we got all these slaves, and we like them to count toward our representation," and the North was like, "I can give you 3/5."
Right.
And
See,
then we
won the
instituted this little
war.
thing
But
called the
slaves.
Electoral College to actually make those numbers come together and form one body to get one vote.
Right. So they won the war. So why should they
Nope,
relinquish
this is
control?
like
Are you
100 years before the war, my
are you
Bruh.
talking
friend.
about the Brits and the colonists? That's when all this happened.
Like the
I
Civil
don't
War is
think
when we
so.
got rid of the 3/5 compromise, right?
I don't think so.
Well, you can think what you like, my friend.
I'm going to look it up.
I vote for 2/5.
Yeah, it was the fourth section 2 of the 14th Amendment
There you
and
go.
repealed the compromise explicitly after the Civil War, 1868.
There you go. Because
There you
black people
go.
didn't even have the right to vote until the 13th Amendment anyway. So, I'm right.
No, you're so not.
No.
Not even.
It was
No,
literally time before
it
then.
started in 1787
I'm
with the
dead.
founding fathers, and it got repealed by the 14th Amendment after the Civil War.
So then it didn't apply to black people at all then. So it's not racist. That's my main point.
That was my point too. It was specifically slave. It wasn't all black people. It was not like, oh my God, we can't let any of these people with black skin have representation. It was slave because of the status of slaves in the South. It was a specific
But they
status.
couldn't vote though.
Well, that was the debate. Was how it was the debate was how much to count them as part of the population for purposes of
Southern
determining
states still wanted
representation.
them, yeah, to make them have more power because they
Right,
knew it would allow
like
them to
they
have
wanted
more
to count
power.
all their slaves so they'd get more representatives in Congress, and the rest of the people said no, you can count 3/5.
It was the compromise we had to make to form the country. It's
Oh, it was
considered
based on
essentially
population.
But because of
the
that,
original thing of the
America's
country.
permanently racist. We're doomed. There's no way to get rid of racism.
It was a head count, not a voting count.
Look, I'd say that, look, my explanation for the way things are right now is that we are experiencing the growing pains of having the minority population reach political parity with the majority population. And that's going to take a few generations to sort
Well
out.
said.
Right, and most of the pains we've already outgrown. Like the little bit of
Sure.
pain
No, the
left
real
is
pain
not
we've
enough
outgrown.
for me to
The
like.
pains that everyone's feeling now are basically these groups having political parity. Like, they can say this shit. They can bring these arguments up. They can, I mean, like, it's your right to fight against them and tell them they're full of shit. But that's the way it is now. These groups have full political power
They don't just
now.
get to make up reality and impose it on the rest of us. That's
I'd say
never
that's what
worked in
political parties
human
have always
history.
done.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's
I said I'd
happening
say that's what
everywhere.
political parties have always done.
Yeah.
Every political party has its own narrative for
Not in
everything.
America. Not a narrative that you impose on the rest of America.
You don't think so?
No. Yeah.
Iraq
Well,
has weapons
I mean,
of
you
mass
could show me.
destruction.
Show me all the Christian versions of what I see in the DEI bureaucracies. Show me the theocracy.
Jeff, I think you like,
I'd
and
say
this is not a
the
disrespect to
Wigwam
you,
is
but
theocracy
I
more.
think you live in a reality in which you don't expose yourself to this stuff, and it's blissful and it seems better than it actually is.
I'm exposed to it every day. I
I
live
don't
on
know.
social
I don't know.
media.
I feel like you pay attention to a different, and again,
I pay
this isn't
attention
a
to what
disrespect.
seems credible and significant to me,
Right,
and
but you're
some of this stuff
consistently saying
doesn't.
things that don't exist that exist, and it's actually I would wish that I felt the same way because I probably would feel more positive about where we're at. But these things do 100% exist. Like this is not a debate.
Which
What
things?
I lost what exists. What are we talking about that
You were
exists?
trying to say that a political party doesn't like impose their belief system on a population.
I said you
That's
can't just make up a reality and then impose it on the rest of us, like DEI is doing with the actual state
right.
bureaucracy of Washington. Like, show me a religious group or Scientologists or Christians that have a state bureaucracy that they're forcing everybody to get trained on the Ten Commandments. Show me the somebody else having their version of reality that they're imposing.
Well, DEI is a good example. That like we
I
have
know, and he's
employers that
he's
are
saying, "Isn't that the way people lie?" And I'm like, "No, not my whole lifetime." That's why I'm reacting so strongly to it. This is the first time I've seen a government
Integration.
bureaucracy try to force something on me without my participation or consent. That's how we got this country in the first place. So keep doing that to people.
Integration is a great example, right?
Top down input. This is not what that is. I was part of the desegregation generation. This is not what that is.
I feel like you say it exists and then you say it doesn't exist. Like you explain a reality that is
Who,
the opposite of
effigy
what
or
you're
me?
saying. No, but like top down, like that's happening.
I
DEI
know.
is top down.
I've done entire stream. I don't know why people keep gaslighting me or minimizing it or dismissing it. Like, yeah, duh, that's reality. That's gonna happen. It's coming.
Maybe
It.
I'm
But it's
confused.
it's a it's a it's a sh- it's a
The
it
one
shifts
that
between it's not happening to yeah, duh, it's happening because that's the reality. You're just out of touch with it. Get with the times. So it's the gaslighting more than anything else.
But I'm confused. Are you saying it exists or doesn't exist?
I'm saying this is
you
what
have a
people are
lag.
telling me. I don't believe in any of it at all. I don't think any of it exists. But the people that are imposing it through these bureaucracies are telling us that it exists.
So you don't believe any kind of racism or discrimination exists at
I've
all.
already answered that a million
But
times.
okay,
Racism is individual. It exists on an individual level. I am not racist. I don't need DEI training. I don't need a DEI bureaucracy trying to make me believe things that I don't believe and have certain political opinions that I don't hold in order to get licenses. That is an abuse. That is tyranny. That is an abuse of power. That is ideological indoctrination. And you're saying this is the norm of how the American government has always worked.
Okay, I
Like
see what
one
you're saying.
side gets power, they get to make up reality, and then they get to impose that on the rest of us. No, we have a political process. We have three branches of government. We have checks and balances, and we have the ability to debate like we're doing right now instead of people trying to ram this through like it's dogma. It's not. You still have to show evidence for it. You still have to convince me on a hard science level to accept it as reality. or you can try to manipulate and persuade and intimidate and bully like they do sometimes.
I would just say that you have a legal lag in the system, whereas if you have a local government implementing something that's illegal, it takes a while for the feds to basically make it illegal and enforce that.
Jeff, maybe I just misunderstood what you're saying. It sounded like you were saying it doesn't exist.
That's what it sounded like.
Right.
Like that's what some people come here and try to convince
Right.
me. They try to downplay or minimize the extent
Okay.
to which it exists. And Effigy was trying to like normalize it. Like, yeah, we do get to make up our own reality. That's just politics. That's just
Okay.
government.
Now, I misunderstood what you were saying.
But
It
none
sounded
of
like
them
you were
seem
basically
interested in
saying this
actually like.
wasn't a
Does it
top
matter
down
if
thing.
people are actually racist, or do y'all just want to persecute innocent people as racist regardless? That was never the value of the liberal Democratic Party that I was part of. That is not how they acted. And to see them
100%.
turn around and just act this way is very upsetting to me.
100%.
It's upsetting.
No, I'm with you. I think focusing on stuff like DEI is racist. I think it propagates more racism. Like it has the opposite effect. The more we keep talking about race and worrying about race and how do we, make a Disney movie have participation of every ethnicity out there. I think you're just focusing too
And-
hard on it and creating more
And it-
I don't know how to explain it, but
It's
Yeah, but
divisive
if
because
we
the
were in a
idea is that
world-
we hang
if
on.
we were in a world where a Disney
hang on,
movie with a
let me
lot of people,
finish.
sorry,
Let me finish. The idea is that we are hurting people. We are seen as hurting people, whether we're aware of it or not. And that is what I reject. That is what I reject. Go ahead, Effigy.
and like I've said, I disagree with a lot of it too. But if we were in a world where a Disney movie with a bunch of different races as characters didn't trigger the shit out of a bunch of people,
It triggers your French social media groups. That
it
you
doesn't
keep-
trigger
it
any
do-
of people I know. I know
It
that for a
doesn't trigger
fact. But
people
every,
I know
every,
either.
every
I
single
don't
time
think
they
it's as
make
big of
one-
a deal as I think that's a social media artifact that Disney movies are causing entire swaths of the population to have mental breakdown. I don't think that's happening. I think there's some friends, right wingers, that complain about it because they complain. I don't think the rest of the people care. I think that's a false narrative. All right,
I
we
think
got
that there's a lot of
The
protests
DOJ that doesn't
of Disney.
prosecute cops when they're emptying 50 rounds into a guy that's 50 yards away.
There's a lot of protests
Hey,
of
easy.
Disney because of the forced. It's basically like an unnatural or I can't think of the word, but it's not like when you have two Asians, two South Asians, two African Americans, two white people, and it's like an even distribution. That's not like necessarily how like the world works. Like it's not every
Right, but
even
that's just
numbers to
Disney.
everybody.
Like no one has to watch
But
it.
my point is
But
that
Yeah,
yeah,
but
but
like
it's just a monetary
Effigy said
demographic
earlier about
distribution.
Effigy, what you said earlier about the Disney thing. This isn't like outrage as in because of the person was like because of the specific race they are. The outrage is the pandering to the different woke fucking groups that are on fucking line
Yeah.
crying about the
Well said.
bullshit. Oh, we don't have representation. Like that's bullshit, right? Like imagine we made a movie, the Pocahontas movie, and made it some little white blonde girl with blue eyes. What do you think then? All of a sudden, oh my God, look at the world is like KKK. Oh my God. Like, don't give me that shit. It's not about the race thing, dude. It's just about the pandering that Disney's doing to fucking ruin the. You realize in different things, like I'm guessing one of the things you're talking about is like the Little Mermaid, right? Like the area that the Little Mermaid was supposed to be set in is like in a Nordic area where everyone's typically white, right? And it's a white girl with red hair. You just completely change the character just to pander to a group. That was what it was. It wasn't about that it was a black person. They could have made it an Asian person. They could have made it a native person. It wouldn't matter what they changed it to. They changed it. That was the problem.
They don't believe you.
Yeah,
They
but
think
I
you're
would
racist.
argue that it makes a lot more sense that all of these ideas are monetary rather than the things that you guys are saying.
Hey,
They
speak
they,
easy.
they basically like make their movies now to the point where they try to reach so many people that it'll make this amount of money by reaching these different demographics. The Little Mermaid thing you're talking, it's much more likely that they were saying, hey, if we make that Little Mermaid the exact same, then there's not going to be a huge difference. But if we make two different movies, then they'll be more likely to buy both of them because they're different. Like, I think it makes much more sense that they make these demographic ideas based on money, which is just as shallow as the ideas that you guys are thinking of.
Right. So like
both are
then
bad.
even if I was just gonna say, even if that was the case, it's not a good reason either. Like people should be pissed off about that, ruining good movies to try and get money. And what happens every time they do it? Do they make extra money? No.
I
I think
just don't
people
like the
recognize
dehumanizing
remakes
of any
for what
group.
they are every time they're remade.
How about just making a new movie? Like, why do we need
There
to
you go.
rewrite?
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just make a new Disney movie with a different storyline instead of just
Exactly.
taking the same stuff and recycling it and changing it. That's what seems disingenuous.
Yeah, but But that's the mouse style of subversion.
I like when they reanimate or they make the live actions of the older movies, but like if they want to like change some storyline or reach new crowds, yeah, make a new fucking movie, dude. Like it's not that hard. Like imagine in this live action Moana that's coming out. It's a little blonde girl, white skin. Is everyone gonna cry about it? Is it gonna be a racist movie all of a sudden? Like it's just stupid. It's just so dumb. It's just that you're
I guess
changing the
the
movie
issue
right
I
up.
have is that like when I grew up and like I watched these movies and then like I have this fond memory of the layout and I wasn't even at that time thinking about race. That didn't even register. I just remember the movie. And then I'm like get excited that this movie's coming back out and then I see like a woke ideology being like shoved down my throat and everything changed over to just make money and to project an idea. It's disappointing and it kind of is offensive.
Yeah, look what they're doing with the new Snow White movie now. Oh, that old one was like too much about, the man saving the woman. So now we have to make sure the woman's the hero in this one. Like it's just goofy. Yeah, like all of that shit. Like and you gotta think they don't only change the characters, they'll change the songs. There's a lot of reasons to complain about the remakes of these Disney movies, man. Like there was only 2 remakes of these Disney movies I've seen that I thought they did okay on.
Which
And,
ones?
the Aladdin and the
I
Lion
was just
King.
gonna say
They already remade Lion King?
Yeah, there's a live
Shit, I'm
action
old.
version of it. And I actually like getting to see like the making it look like a real lion, a real warthog. Like it looks cool. I was like, that's it. They didn't stray away too far from the actual fucking storyline at all. Like I
Well,
liked
so the
it.
Little Mermaid was going to be the only one they could really easily race bend, right? Because it's a fantastical creature and not actually solidified into like a specific culture, like say like Aladdin was, or any of the other.
Well, they could. It
they-
was technically, but I get what you're saying here because like a mermaid could be anything. I get what you're trying to say.
Well, the original Little Mermaid had the penis on the cover that the guy drew into the castle.
Yeah, that's sick fucking Disney.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was some
and
gay
then
guy that worked
the
in
Lion
Disney.
King. It
He
says
was
sex
putting all
in the
this subtle
clouds. Yeah, there's
homoerotic.
a lot of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit in Disney, even back in the day. Like, there's people point this stuff out. They got this like
Yeah.
sub-narrative.
Oh yeah,
about
there was
some of
some
that shit.
there was some sick shit there for sure. Like I still have a VHS of the Aladdin, and if you play it and you turn it up really loud at the part where the tiger's coming towards Aladdin, there's a voice whispering, "All good girls take their clothes off." And
What?
it's very low. You have to turn the volume up blasted. Yes, and I'm not even kidding you. Find a VHS of that movie and you'll see. Yeah, they did a bunch of little sick subliminal messaging in all those movies because there was some sick fucking people there.
That's also when it was like very much more repressive against homosexualness. So they were like that was their outlet for getting some of that out because they couldn't say it openly.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Tyler
In
Teenagers,
Hollywood,
take off your clothes.
in Hollywood, it was definitely they were more open about it amongst each other than like out in the world. That's why you hear about this stuff always coming out all the time.
It's a different breed.
But yeah, I was listening in, and I was just thinking like Jeff was spitting some facts up here. Um, I don't see any type of. I'm guessing that the other side here was talking about systemic racism the way they were.
Well, they were talking about the thing that I've been uncovered about the Constitution itself being racist. I guess because of that things like the 3/5 compromise. So that makes the whole United States racist, top down from the start. There's no way to
Yeah,
get it out.
that's a wild way to think about it. Like how you said it, where like it's on the individual level. Yeah, like maybe there was some things that were done back in the day. You can speak on redlining or go to slavery, all these things. Yes, this was really fucked up, but like that to now extend this to like everyone's just systemically racist.
Well,
That's
okay,
fucking-
I don't agree with it, but in fairness, I think is when you combine that with some of the stuff that you're seeing with police and the way that incarceration works. I can see how people will get to that idea and then
But it's a
push that
false
down into
idea.
family and
To
find that
have
evidence as you go.
systemic racism,
I
you have to
get
have a
the
series
idea.
of institutions that are racist, right? Each one is like a structure on top of each other.
Yeah,
Like
but if you actually go look at the stats up, right? Like a white person is actually more likely to be shot by a police officer than a black person is.
Yeah, based on
What's
population.
the
not per
But-
capita, right?
Can you
And like
explain this
the
structure
problem
thing?
is you don't see videos go
Just due to
viral,
population numbers,
right? There's no
So-
video that goes viral that's like, oh, white kid. got
Right, it's
shot by
inferences from
police.
population. You can't get it further than that. And I wish I would just admit that. Like
And
this
there's
is
a narrative.
these are our inferences for what we think is happening.
Yeah, I think
Is the only
those
racist
asshole
system racist
police
country.
officers that do that are just
My opinion.
literally like there's some that are like rookie ass cops that do something really stupid, and then there's some that are just power hungry losers, right? Like that would have
Nobody
did
likes
the
those
same
people.
thing to no matter what they look like,
Mhm.
right? There's a lot of
No
people
way.
that shouldn't have badges. I'll agree with you guys here, but to say the whole system's like
It's simplistic,
racist.
it's reductive, it's totalizing, and it's anti-intellectual.
Here's how it happens, though. You have someone who gets shot 50 yards away with 50 rounds by 10 different cops, and then the prosecutor, who's assigned by the DOJ, doesn't prosecute those police. Okay.
Which one are you talking about? Like, it was a guy with a
Sacramento.
gun?
No, he had his hands up or whatever, and they just shot him.
So like he had his hands up and then they just
Yeah.
lit him up.
I think so, if I remember right. No weapons, no nothing, just hands up, and I
There are
think he, like,
definitely
turned around. I
events
think he
that
turned
happen
around
like
or
that.
whatever, and the cop said he was fearful of his life. And then the Sacramento Attorney General didn't prosecute one person for it.
Well, they probably have reason. They probably put out reasons.
Well,
yeah,
there must
BLM
be a
also.
reason. I'm gonna have to look this up. You said it was in Sacramento.
Pretty sure, or like Riverside or I'm pretty sure it's Sacramento.
Because you think it's racism?
Well,
But
I think the
these
DOJ
there
can
are events
propagate
like this
racism.
that,
Yes, I
that
do.
are like racist. There are people out there that make these mistakes, make these rulings, and it looks bad. And it is bad.
Yeah, but now the rest of us are being
Wait,
paid
this
with
guy
that.
survived?
And that's the issue. It's not everybody, but there
Institutionally
are definitely
paid it.
very public, racist, bad decisions made, by the justice system, by the police system. But like Speakeasy was saying, it's like we're seeing, and this is back to what I was saying about how narratives run from the top down, is that we're seeing certain things being broadcast and certain things not being broadcast. And when you look
They
at
probably put at
statistics
least
compared
20
to
rounds
what
in
we're
that guy.
seeing, there's a different story being told. It's not that most people don't know unless they look it up.
I'm just wondering where this Sacramento police shoot man holding his cell phone. Is this what you're talking about?
I've
Police
seen a
fired
video
20
where a
times
police
at
walks
South
up on a guy with no
Sacramento
weapon,
man.
puts his hands up in his car, and gets shot like within seconds. Like I've seen that happen before. It's crazy, and it looks bad. and it is bad.
But it doesn't mean everybody's racist.
Yeah, I
And that we're
also
living
seen a
in a white
video of like,
supremacy
100%.
patriarchy, which is what my state is teaching everybody.
yeah, I've also seen a video though of like this father and his son, and the son is like having like a mental breakdown, you know, and he's not getting out of the vehicle, and the father's standing on the outside, and the son goes to drive away, and the cops light this kid up, and he's a white kid, right? Like things happen where you know, just to point to like racist is kind of a, and like I'm not sure exactly which case you're talking about, so it's hard to even judge what happened here. Like, because like I'll agree, there's a lot of unjustified shootings you see there, but I see a lot more justified ones being called unjustified, and that's a
You
problem
don't
to
have
me,
to.
right?
You don't have to train them to escalate. They know how to do that inherently. Apparently,
Sorry, what was that?
you don't have to train a police officer to escalate. They already know how to do that. You have to train them to de-escalate.
So does
Oh
Joe
well,
Cool.
well, yeah, yeah, for sure. Like, yeah, we're human beings, of course we know how to escalate. Yeah, but the thing is, like, again, there's to point it to racism because like someone gets shot. That's it's a really hard sell.
That's what they
It
want
would
to
be.
see the racism for some. They're so ready to believe this.
Yeah, it's kind of like some of these panels I'll hop on sometimes that it's usually like they're like very against white people and they're like all black spaces, but I like to have the different debates back and forth with them, and they don't know my dad's black, so they look at my skin and they're like, "Fuck this guy," you know, like they don't give a fuck, right? But
This
I
honky.
like to go have these debates with them to see where their mindset's at, and it's like what you're saying. It's like they want it to be there, no matter how much I show them that they're actually being racist with all the ways they're going about things. It's no, we're the victims. Everyone is, you know. It's just like this is,
I think
you
the
know,
Like
only
insane
system
world.
that could perpetuate it is the DOJ when they assign these attorney generals to these various locations. They are perpetuating the systemic racism that these people are talking about, in my opinion.
it's like I don't think they believe that there are white people that are not racist. Like that was kind of the norm in my generation, and now I don't think that a lot of people believe that even exist.
Well, you have Washington D.C. assigning attorney generals and U.S. prosecutors in these district court jurisdictions. Like I don't know how it breaks down exactly, but they're able to get their good old boy network attorneys to go into these markets and basically, pull their strings and this is a likely chance that there's a systemic racism because I don't believe that there is, except for in the DOJ.
You think the DOJ is a good old boy network?
Yes, I do.
What about something like stop and frisk?
Yeah, Donald Trump's been stopped and frisked more than any person in America.
Bruh.
What about stop and frisk?
Well, how did that affect New York, and what was the actual result of like that policy?
I'm
Apparently,
not sure
Rudy
I
Giuliani
understand
cleaned up
what
New
you're
York by it.
asking.
I don't know.
No, you had a lot of people that were just pulled over and harassed, and it was an excuse to just whoever police thought were you know uh, a danger, or and it wasn't like they needed to show any sort of like sign. They could just stop you and just frisk you and arrest you, and it was like just the freedom to do whatever you wanted, and it predominantly
Freedom to
affected
break the
folks in
Fourth
the black
Amendment.
community. So and that looked very racist, and it ended up being I don't think it intended on being racist, but it became
Then how
racist.
is that racism? Because to me, racism is you don't like black people, and you're deliberately trying to keep them from having loans or learn in school or whatever.
Well, they
How
were
can
just
you
being
accident?
targeted.
Ooh, look at all these black people! I didn't realize I did this thing to you.
No, it'd be like, okay, you'd see somebody drive by and they might be smoking a blunt and they're white, and then somebody drives by that's black doing the same thing, and they pull them over, frisk them, and arrest them.
Well, that's racist. That's not. They doing it
But
on purpose. If
that's my
they're
point. That's
letting
what
the
was
white guy
happening.
go and stopping the black guy, they know they're doing that. That's not unconscious.
Wait, who's saying it's unconscious? I'm just talking about a blatant
You said they
policy
might
that.
not realize it.
No. It was a blatant, bad policy that was basically very racist, and it hurt the opinion of black Americans and the way they felt about police, and it had the police target them predominantly and arrest them. It was just a really bad thing for the community and a bad thing for the opinion of police and race relations. It was just a terrible thing, and that's another
Well,
example of people with too.
what happened was it was mostly Latino and African Americans,
Fair.
ages around 15 to 25, and these were like the most of the demographic that
The
they did
Browns.
the stop and frisk program. And if we're talking about New York, if you want to be honest, right? Just be honest for a minute. In New York, which demographic of people would you think is most likely to be in a gang and have illegal weapons? Go ahead.
And that's always the point that's made, and I get it. What I'm trying to say is that doesn't
Well,
help
is it
the
racist then,
perceived
or is it
no,
just
but it
pointing out
doesn't
the
help the
culture of New
perceived
York?
idea, and it doesn't help community policing. It doesn't help what looks like a racist police force, despite what the numbers say, as far as who is more likely to commit a crime or whatever. It still hurts the community, and it makes it look like the system is racist. It wasn't a
But
good policy, which is why it's no
I
longer
get
in
what you're
that
force.
doesn't
saying.
make it
It could
racist.
look like on the outside, but
It
if we
doesn't make
just
us.
use our logical brain, right? If we're not doing the woke thing, we just use our logical brain. We're talking about New York, the ages of the most people, again, 15 to 25, Latinos and African American. This is the most likely demographic to be in a gang.
Listen,
They're
I'm
out
I'm
late
of
at
the same
night.
opinion. I'm trying to just make you guys understand from a different
No, I
perspective.
no, and I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you where people on the outside that have that woke mindset where they kind of like look for the bad. Yeah, they'll look
Exactly.
at that and say, "Look at this! Look, they were just pulling over a bunch of Latinos and African. They're racist." But then you break it down, what actually happened here. It wasn't racist. It was just literally what was most likely going to happen in New York with a program like this.
I think what the problem is as long as the appearance of racism is there, people that are inclined to see that are going to have that to see, whether it's true or not. People don't care
Yeah,
about
if you're
reality;
looking
they
for
care
it,
about whatever little narrative they're living in. They need to keep going.
Exactly. And the news wants to report it's crisis porn. They want
Yeah.
Exactly, I
everybody
agree
to
with that.
know like what's the crisis today, and this is why these things keep being propagated. Because they'll take something like that, and then you'll get this report that comes out that says, "Oh, look at this! In New York, 75% of arrests are from brown or black Americans." It's like, there you go. Great story, terrible for racism and community policing. And I keep using that word because if we actually did community policing, you wouldn't be seeing this stuff.
They have that in Seattle. They try that and community mental health.
Well,
I'm
it's
very
not in most
ambivalent
of the
on it.
country. But it's in smaller towns, sure. But like this is where police have separated now almost completely from most citizens and populations. They're perceived as the enemy instead of, oh, this is the guy that polices my neighborhood. That's Frank. You know what I mean? And like nobody wants to
Yeah.
talk to them. It's like it's
Part
very
of it
different from
is
what it used to be.
yeah, because but part of it is that the propaganda against them, like this narrative out there, just like against America, it's against police too, and against our military. Hey, Hebrew.
yeah, it's like what you were
What's
saying
up, brother?
earlier there, Jeff. You hit it. That's why I was saying you were spitting pure facts earlier, where you were saying like nothing else ever before have they tried to force on everybody like this is how you no, you're actually racist, bro. You need to take this program so you know how not to be racist, right? Like this is a good way
Dude,
to keep all of us divided, right?
the
As
the
long as
the it,
as long as like the white people are and the black people and the Latinos and the Asians, as long as this is all staying divided, we can't actually like work together and focus on what needs to actually be fucking fixed,
the
right? That's
document
what they want.
in Washington State, the official state, the word they used was undeniable reality. So they are telling you already what the reality is, and it was undeniable, and it was white supremacy, white dominant culture, privilege, oppression, racism, all of that. They described it as undeniable reality, and this is
Yeah,
in the state document.
yeah, and like I agree with you. That's like there's never been nothing like that where they try to
Right.
literally force your fucking.
Show me the Christian. All these years of the U.S. being a Christian nation. Show me the Christian version of the shit I'm seeing here in Washington State. Show me where it's happening. Other than like Ten Commandment laws, stuff like that, which is going to get shot down.
Isn't Washington one of those states that
And
allow
again,
like
with that,
20
Jeff,
grand
like I was
in
saying to you
theft debt or
last
something?
time. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just
Yeah.
saying with the thing that you said there, Jeff, with the Ten Commandment thing. Like I was saying to you last time, that's not even the same, right? Like they're not saying we're gonna put it up and everyone has to follow these rules, right? Like that's not the same thing, even, right? Then if they were putting it up and saying everyone has to live by these commandments, yeah, that would be like this is undeniable reality. If they were doing that, yeah,
It's one of the closest on their side that I've seen. It's like just like having the equity
oh, you're saying
posters
it's
in the
the
classroom or the
closest like
pronoun
thing you
posters and
can
gender
compare.
posters.
I get what you're saying, but yeah, it's this is the thing, right? This is it's a joke to convince everybody that they're just yeah, you guys are racist. You don't know it, but you're actually racist inside.
Yeah,
Start
and
teaching
now
all
you can't get
critical race
your
theories.
911 EMT responder certification. Like the people that answer 911 call, now they can't get certified because people think they're racist because they can't pass this ideological quiz.
Yeah, that's
Bruh.
goofy.
That's crazy.
Oh, Jonathan, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Hebrew?
What's going on?
Oh, what's up? Nothing. Just got off work.
Oh, unwinding.
Got home, chilling.
Guess this is the unwind sesh.
Yeah. I didn't catch up on the conversation before I hopped up. I kind of just hopped up, so I got thrown in the middle of it. Didn't know what you guys were talking about, so I just kept my mouth shut for a bit.
It's mostly kind of been on systemic racism, more or less, and DEI.
Jeff, isn't the state you live in like? Don't they allow like 20 grand?
I
or
mean, me and
something
Jeff
like
live
that?
pretty close to each other.
Am I wrong or am I off
20
base?
what?
It's like it was some crazy thing. I think it was either Washington or Oregon where like you could technically go into a store and steal up to like a number, whether it be 10 or 20 grand worth of stuff before it becomes a federal offense. Or
Oh,
even
I
I
think
don't
it's
think that
under
was here.
100 or something. I don't think it's
under
It's-
100.
I'm pretty. It's
I
under
don't think that
in
was here. I
Oregon,
heard
it's
like some
1,000.
cities in California might have.
Yeah, I
been
think
back
it's
there.
under 1,000. I know it's not 20,000.
I
That'd
mean,
be
yeah.
fucking crazy, bro. I'm about
In
to
Oregon,
get
in Oregon, you can walk out with
It's got a specific misdemeanor in there, felony theft, right?
There is a state
you
that
guys
has
won't
a
believe
number
this.
that high. I don't know if what state it
I
is,
was
but
no, it's Oregon, yeah.
It is?
Yeah, no, yeah,
1,000,
it's Oregon, and I'm pretty sure it's under 1,000.
I think it was
Bro,
California.
I
That's
went to a
ridiculous, though,
fucking.
still, bro. That's fucking ridiculous.
I went to a Home Depot and I saw this fucking Subaru that was backed up, right? And these two guys walked out with fucking these huge bales of wire from Home Depot, and these bales are like a couple $1,000s each. And they were loading them into the back of the Subaru while the guy just stood there and was like, "Hey, you guys can't do this. You guys can't do this." They just hopped in the car and fucking drove off. And it was probably like $10,000 to $15,000 worth of fucking wire. It was crazy.
And they
That's
can't
That was right in
chase
front of me. Yeah, they just let him go. They
They
just
have
took
to.
down the license plate. Yeah, it's crazy these days. And it happens everywhere here. Like a lot of the downtown stores in Portland and shit, they're all closed down because then boarded up because they're sick of people, robbing them.
Oh wait, you're in Portland?
I'm close to P Town. Yeah.
Were you there during 2020 for all the
I was in
commotion?
prison. I was in
Oh,
prison,
okay.
but
You might have been
yeah,
safer there.
Why? What
yeah, it
happened?
was crazy. It was all the riots, all the crazy
Yeah, they
ass
say
riots that were
Portland was
going on.
even worse than Seattle, supposedly.
It
On
was
420?
nuts. On for a while, like when all the COVID shit was going down. I
You
don't
would
know.
think
I don't
everyone would
remember.
have just been like more chill that day, you know? I don't know.
No,
Dude, the riots picked up.
they got Antifa
Go
up
ahead.
here in Black Bloc, and a lot of angry progressive leftists.
Yep.
Well, Seattle's where they had the World Trade Center protest back in 2000 or something like that. It was an international event.
They were like
Hmm.
shutting down fucking the government building in Portland. They shut it down. There was like even the police were having a hard time policing just because they were at their building throwing Molotov cocktails through the windows and fucking,
Oh,
you
yeah,
know,
I remember seeing video.
they had to board everything up because it was literally that insane. The whole building was surrounded where cops couldn't come in or leave and shit. It got crazy. They had to call the National Guard in.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's crazy out there.
Yeah, when I got out, I got picked up and we were driving home and I was like looking around. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Like underneath under every underpass was like nothing but tents, people protesting on the side of the roads. Like it was like a war zone. And I'm like
Oh
looking
my.
at my family, like, what the fuck is going on? Like it changed so much over the last 7 years that I didn't
What
even
year
recognize it. Like,
did you come out?
it was right at the end of 2020.
Wow.
Right when
Yeah,
it
it
was
really
like
was like it was a
right,
war zone.
right after it calmed down, like everything fucking, that's when I got out, was right when it started calming down. Yeah, it was
Oh,
wild.
I'm
It
bugging. I
totally
thought even
changed the whole dynamic.
I completely forgot about 2020 and COVID and all that stuff. I'm trying to like remember the significance. It's like, duh, it's fucking COVID.
All
My
kind of
bad.
shit happened. At least up here
Yeah.
in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, no, that was crazy time. Even though today's pretty freaking nuts too. But yeah,
And
no,
what's
Antifa was
crazy
crazy.
is all the people that came from like California, Arizona, all these people that came over to like protest. Now they're all homeless in Portland. Like a lot of them are sticking around. Like a lot of them stayed around. So we have like Salem is overrun. Our capital's
I
overrun with
heard.
homelessness right now. It's insane, you guys. Like literally every business, you go downtown and every business is boarded up. There's no businesses anymore. People are shutting down everything, and like it's just homeless tents everywhere, all through the towns, all
That's
through
how
the,
Seattle was.
America.
on the sidewalks. It's fucking crazy. That's good. Sorry,
No, you're good.
I saw where Seattle still
talk your
has like a
guys' ear
third
off
of
here.
its office space vacant. The downtown hasn't
All right,
come
so
back.
check this out. In Oregon, up to 1250 in theft is a misdemeanor. It's a class
Yeah.
C, 30 days in jail. However, when you finally get escalated to a felony, it's up to up to 10 years. Hold on one second. Penalties. I thought I just had it here. No, I'm sorry, my bad. It looked like it said 20K, but it's talking about the fine associated from 20 to 125,000. But it doesn't say the theft amount. My bad.
But yeah, that's and like in California, it
It
raised
is.
it up 950. In New York, it's less anything less than 1,000 is a misdemeanor. Like this is why a lot of people are just you see fucking bunch of group of kids running into a fucking store and they just grab a bunch of shit and run because well, it's a misdemeanor. Who
Yep.
gives a shit?
Right. No,
That's
I
definitely
was
a
gonna say in
to me it was
change
Salem,
from my day.
good.
it's like normal to see people walking out with like those like those baskets that you grab when you walk up through in the front door. Like it's not uncommon to see someone walk out with a full basket of shit and someone behind them saying, "Hey, hey," and they just keep walking.
Yeah,
Like it's no big
they're
deal, and
like
like they
fuck
can't do
this
anything.
shit.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, it's gotten really
sorry, I
bad.
didn't mean to. Yeah, it's crazy.
Theft.
Mike's on the
Wow.
search, but yeah, I know in Oregon
I just remember
it's a
it was
pretty
a
high
state,
number because
and it
people
was
do it
like
all the time.
that's what I'm saying. It was like 20K, and like this, it might have even been down in the county. It might not even be a state law, but I remember them like talking about this and how they just had this like a crazy surge of people just running into stores with like carts and running out, just like, and then nobody's chasing them, and even when they get caught, it's like a small fine. It's not like a big deal, and it's just like to me that I just don't understand why you would ever do that. Like why you would ever make it okay or less,
Hey, Jeff,
criminally
someone
prosecuted for
dropped a link
theft like that.
in the back.
Seems like you're almost incentivizing robbing stores. And we have the same problem here. I mean, we have malls that these people just run in, steal shit, run out. And, like, with the rent of these malls, like, a lot of these people are just pulling out and rather go to, like, a private commercial lot instead of going to the malls. So all the malls are shutting down here.
Y'all still have malls? They closed all of ours.
Yeah, well, we were holding out a couple of them, but they're about empty now. We had a up in close to where I live. They have a food court that there was a shooting in, and then ever since the shooting,
Yeah.
it's been like nobody wants to go eat food in the food court now either. So like,
Dang,
freaking mall is doomed, bro.
Yeah, that's pretty much all they used it for a while too. Was the food court,
That,
That's
and
the
then
only
they
time I
closed
usually
it.
go. Or maybe I try
that
to catch a
video in the
couple
back,
laps with some of the boomers.
that video in the
Throw my
back
New
chat
Balances
brings
And
on.
up
Spencer's gifts.
people stealing fucking $1,600 or $1,200 worth of detergent and paper towels.
I still don't get the
The
paper towel
fuck?
thing. I don't understand it.
I don't get it either, bro.
Why was everybody freaking out about paper towels? Is wiping your ass that much of a priority that we need to like rob
Well,
stores of it?
that's not what I use it for, but
Sorry, is wiping your bum
I could
that much
understand
of a priority?
detergent. Detergent's expensive.
Right, that's what
I
I'm
don't
saying. Like,
understand detergent.
you need
like
paper
cleaning
towel.
supplies, medical stuff. Like, I get that.
But yeah. You'd be surprised how many corners on the street people are selling makeup and fucking detergent, even steaks and shit. You can walk down the street here downtown and buy fucking like meat right off the street, fruit, fucking all sorts of shit that they steal
What?
from the market.
What?
It's no joke. Like it's how they get their
Moss
money for their
pages.
dope, how they get their money for their fix.
Yeah, they're just stealing the
But
food from the grocery
Wow.
stores and then selling it.
yeah.
I wouldn't be
Who
buying
would
that.
buy meat from a junkie on the street instead of a grocery store?
Bro, I'm trying to get some deep
Trust
discounts
me,
from Junkie
bro.
Meat.
It's
Let's
crazy
go.
out here.
I'll get a junkie steak any
Junkie
day
meat.
for 90% off. Let's go. As long as it's refrigerated.
Anyways.
Nobody else? I mean, I
Yeah,
would
we
eat.
resolved everything. This is unusual.
Am I alone in this? Whatever. Fuck you guys. I'll take it.
That's crazy.
Well,
And it seems like there's no programs like set, to fucking fix any of this shit. They just keep letting it go. Dude, so in downtown Salem, the homelessness was so bad and they were spread out so far that they were trying to fucking get the city to pay for a giant fucking tarp that they could stretch over this whole park and all these people could live underneath it. That's how, like, they were trying to like literally take the homeless and just like condense them into this one park, and like they were going to let them stay there, and it ended up being like a big shit show, and they moved in and it became so insane that they couldn't handle it, so they just let them go. And now they're living along the fucking water. They live in these parks along the fucking creek, and like you go down there, and I'm not even exaggerating when I say it's miles and miles of tents connected, like just in it like loop, it's insanity, man.
But
is the
why is
camping
it?
ban law thing going to affect that now?
Dude, they go in. When I was in prison, we would go in with a trash compactor and take people's whole tents with their whole fucking lives in it, and fucking take them and drag them up this hill and throw them into a fucking giant trash compactor like a truck, and just compact them. I had
That's
moms
taking
showing
care
up
of
in
your
vans saying,
Who you
I just
voting
bought my
for,
kid a
Hebrew?
fucking tent." I can't vote. If I could, I would,
Oh.
but I can't due to my charges.
deflection.
I hear Effigy seems very concerned also about the homelessness, so I assume that he is now voting for Trump.
Who would you vote for?
Wait, say what?
Who would I
Sorry.
vote for?
Dozing off over here.
I mean, if I
said
cared enough
you're
to
concerned of
follow it,
homelessness, Effigy. You're gonna vote for Trump, right?
Trump.
What, to make more homelessness?
No, make less homelessness. What do you mean?
Oh,
Bruh.
When he brings back the mental institutions and
when he brings back your public asylums.
That's
we
not
do
going to
need
help.
There's a lot of people that are homeless simply because they have mental issues. You understand
It's
that, right?
mostly substance
There's
use,
no
the
mental
majority.
health. Dude, it's crazy here. Like they don't. It's just the policing. Like they don't arrest people and keep them long enough to get them the help that they need. They literally, you can get caught here for like the craziest shit, and they'll slap you on the hand and give you a court date, and you go home, and it's like nothing ever happened, and you don't show up to court. Then it's a bigger problem, and then now the courts are overran, and it's crazy.
And where do they
like
find
you can
you if
literally
you're
almost
homeless?
get away with murder.
Where do they find you if you're homeless?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
No,
What's
it's
the mailing address?
we do need mental institutions. I'm telling you, this is gonna be our first step.
Well, why
I
is it
agree.
happening in certain
Mental health is a
places?
big
Like,
issue.
there are some states that are really dealing with like the homeless problem. Like, it's like
Here it's
Because
an
the
industry.
laws,
but like
the
Oregon,
laws are so
like,
lax that they just come here because they know how easy it is to get away with shit. Think about it. Oregon, we decriminalized drugs, dude. Everything was a misdemeanor. You could have up to an ounce, anything under an ounce of any kind of drug. It doesn't matter what it was a misdemeanor. And like, so people flocked to Oregon because they could have fucking multiple, they could sell their dope freely. You'd see people cooking up fucking heroin in a spoon, right,
And
sitting
that's why
downtown
a
in
lot
front
of
of a cop.
illegal shit
Cop would
went
just
through
look at
there
'em.
too. It still does,
Yeah, it
actually.
comes up.
That's why
comes
there's
right
a
up.
lot of the fucking underground shit that runs through there because they have so much fucking.
I-5, baby.
Who cares?
so basically, states are dealing with people that are coming to the state. They're not necessarily grew up there, but they're flocking to the state because of the
Yeah.
laws. So it's almost like
And the
concentrating the problem.
services.
Interesting.
I'd like to thank Biden
And then it becomes a
Obama
thing
for
where they
being
don't have nowhere to
the greatest
go.
narco state imperialist in history.
Huh?
But they recently turned that law around though, just to let everybody know.
So it's back to its like normal levels of
Yeah, that's
criminalization.
like what they did in BC. They did the same thing in BC. And I'd seen the record amount of overdoses ever in history. Yeah, good job, BC.
Yeah. Yeah, what's crazy is it's working in Europe and in other places. Like it's actually doing pretty well. Like the programs they have set
Is
there.
it though?
Some of it. I'm not saying all of it. But then you come here and it's
Portugal is really regretting all the shit they did. At first it looked great. At first everything looked great. Now they're really regretting doing that shit.
Yeah. They sell it as like harm reduction and like a way to contact, like, so having these places where they give out like, clean needles and, give them a place to do their drugs or whatever. The idea behind it, the way they're selling it anyway, is that they have contact with these people and it's like an attempt to try to like pull them out of the street by like giving them a place to come, and then that's their opportunity to talk to them and try to get them on a program and try to
That's
help
what they
them.
don't do. They don't know what they're doing. I used to work in that.
Right. But that's what they're selling it as.
I was
I
gonna
know
say
it's
they
an
have that in
industry
Seattle,
because
don't
it
they,
gets
Jeff?
the
But it's really a
funding,
place
but
they
they
just let
don't
people come and
make any
die.
actual progress. It's a cycle that just keeps going, and the funding keeps flowing into it.
Hmm. Agreed. I know that they have places up there where they literally you could take your dope in and they'll test it for you, and then like make sure that it's good and shit, and you can use it right there. They have like a little cubicle you can sit
There's a
down in and
lot
use
of
it, and then fucking
resources
bounce.
that
This
go to
is why
that
in
layer of.
Canada
It's
they're
crazy.
gonna vote Pierre in soon, and they want to fire Trudeau because like everyone's starting to realize how fucked up doing all this shit is.
Continuing resolution.
Same
Yeah.
thing. They want to give all the people places to go do your drugs, and just fucking let homeless people live wherever the fuck they want. It's yeah, same thing.
But like you said, I think the biggest thing is the mental health. We need to get on board with some real mental health and get these
There,
people the help that they really
there's
fucking need.
it's not out the skill set is not out there. It's a staffing issue. The amount of people that have the skill to deliver that kind of mental health are in
It's
short
not
supply in
there.
relation to the amount that need it. And mental health is changing
Right.
now to this activism type of mental health anyway. So now it's all about group oppression and fight back at the group that's oppressing you, which is
And then
very
people wear it as a
convenient.
badge. They just hop in. It's like a social contagion for
Yeah,
some of
like all
them.
they can
Oh,
recruit the homeless into their activism more than mental health.
yeah.
Well, what about people like that? Like they bring them in because they're addicted to heroin or whatever, and then they put them on methadone for the rest of their lives. You think that's helping? Not now you're getting them on a government
Well,
version of what they were on. Yes, it's
yeah, but
better than
that
them being
keeps
in
them
the
out of the
street.
street.
Sure, but that doesn't seem like it's a genuine way to help somebody. It
Take
seems
care
like
of
you're just trying to get them on a safer version that the government can keep you on and have insurance pay for.
Controls.
Yeah, I mean, I
Right.
understand the idea
I
behind
mean,
it, but
like
it's like,
it's no secret, Mike. You probably know.
what's that?
The only
Oh, go
thing that
ahead.
can take the desire away from doing
Oh no,
drugs
I was just gonna
is
share
drugs.
I mean, I was a heroin addict for 16 years,
Yeah,
and
no,
I've been
it's
clean
not.
for
It's no
fucking
shade.
since I got out.
But it just doesn't seem like they're
How long
helping.
you
It
been
seems like
clean
they're
now,
just
bro?
putting them on a government shit.
like 4.5 years.
Congrats.
Oh, thanks, appreciate that. Yeah, and it's a tough road, but I did it without all that bullshit, and it just seems like they're trading one for another, and like you said, it's just government controlled, and it's government like it's a way for them to get the insurance, to get the money, you know what I mean, and then you get people who are selling methadone. There's no, it's a big loop, you know what I mean, and it's a big cycle, like getting
It's an
someone
ecosystem.
like, I mean, it's crazy. It's just a big
Boomerism.
It's
Boomer.
the same
did it
thing
like
with
I
most
did
of our
it. I
Boomerism, you
medical
just went
said?
to,
system.
Yep. Boomerism.
But no, it's like they our system is designed to treat disease. It's not designed to cure it. It's designed to have you taking a medication for the rest of your life, not cure you of your disease. And it goes all the way down from
Everything's for
every
sale.
aspect of it. Exactly.
right.
Whether it be
Wh-
addiction, whether it be
It depends on the
medical.
disease, I guess.
A lot of it is though. Like when you see a doctor, like one of the first things they want to do is put you on a medication, and they're incentivized to do so. They get paid to put you on a medication. They get a
I don't think they're
commission
giving
for it.
people medication just to give them medication. It's insurance
Not
companies are not just going to
no,
pay
not
for.
just to do it, but it's like if you have a certain issue that you're having, there's a natural way to try to get by it. There's a cure to do it, and then there's a way we can just treat it. And our medical system is designed to treat, not cure. That's throughout the entire system.
And I disagree. I do. They will, for money and whatever else, they will just give you shit for absolutely no reason. I tested this out with my doctor, and that's why he's no longer my doctor. Because I literally just went
Well,
in.
also you're in Canada too.
My words were literally just that I've been feeling down lately, and I just can't seem to feel better. First thing he wanted to do was give me drugs. First thing. He didn't suggest anything else. Didn't even ask me what my fucking eating habits were. None of it. Just straight to I'm
It's
gonna
kind of
give you
like
this pill that'll make you happier. It'll boost your
They
moods.
don't. They
Blah blah
don't.
blah. And I was like,
It
yeah, no thanks, and I won't be back here.
it's kind of like like Requiem for a Dream, where they just come in, they don't even look at the patient. He just looks at the fucking
Yeah.
paper, and he's like, "Yep, and hands you a pill
That's not
bottle."
been my experience, but that's the image I think a lot of people have in their mind. Which,
It's
where's
not
their
What's up,
part
absolute,
in
X?
the
but there's a lot
interaction?
of it out there.
Oh,
'cause
what's up,
everyone,
Hebrew? Good evening,
Hey,
Jeff. How
XO.
you doing?
Well, I have
What up, bro?
I think it happens more
What's up,
than we
XO?
actually realize, Jeff, because like like I have a woman who comes to my channel. She was going through stuff and she thought that she was trans. Like she thought that she was this was, and her doctor convinced her of this. Like she said that like after when she told her story, she said that if it wasn't for that doctor in my head convincing me that this was what's going on, I would have never started doing this. And like she started doing the treatments and then she realized after that she wasn't going to be happy like this, and then she realized she was a lesbian and that she just needed to love her body.
What kind
Like
of
that's
doctor? Like,
but the doctor wouldn't help her through that. The doctor wouldn't tell her these type of things. They just said no, you need to start getting
You
into
need a
this,
transition.
yeah, like
You know,
it's
doctors are individuals too. I don't know if y'all. It's not a doctor factory that they get all the evil doctors from. They're all
no,
Yeah,
of
individual.
course, Jeff, of course.
I worked
But,
in healthcare
but
for many
Jeff, you
years.
have to
I've
understand
seen
if
the
they're
behind the scenes of it. And most
incentivizing.
doctors, honestly, they're there to do their job.
Yeah, but Jeff,
They have
they're human
guidelines they
beings.
have to follow
I
now, way
also
more
think
than they used to have
I
before.
understand,
I also
Jeff,
think a
but
lot of
they are
people
also
fail
human
to
beings, right? Like
recognize.
Yes,
if
that's
we're
what
I
giving them
I'm
also
an
trying to say.
incentivization to give these
You have to find a doctor you can
yeah,
trust.
but
If you
I
don't,
mean,
if
it's
you think
also
your
up to
doctor's
you.
somebody you can't trust, just get
It's
another
also up to
doctor.
you as the patient,
that's what I
Speakeasy,
did.
to ask for what's the other routes and measures of
Right,
treatment I
educated
can have.
consumers.
You know, don't play with your body. Don't leave somebody up to the full decision. Seek out your options.
I mean, just use
Yeah.
the opioid pandemic as an example. I mean, that is the most clear like abuse of doctor-patient relationship and marketing of a drug that everyone was told is not addictive. And that was literally the companies were paying doctors more money to prescribe higher milligrams, and they literally fucked up an entire country. And it's all for money.
But we've talked about this on here before a few times. But the patients have agency as well. Like nobody gets you addicted. You have a role in that.
Patients trust their doctor.
Right,
Yeah,
but
but
if you have
doctors
like a
also
big pain,
prescribe specific doses and all of that.
yeah,
It's
but
all
that's not what was happening, right?
Exactly.
Like they would go in, they'd say they had some pain, and they'd give, here's some oxys, go ahead, and like that shit's addictive, man.
Jeff, they
I
even
put CBT
distributed
up there too.
an adjusted pain diagram that was different from the previous one that would allow for more people to fall into the category in which they were prescribed
Yep.
opiates. They manipulated the system to get more people using the drug, and that came from a Pfizer. That came from a company and then they had the guy in the FDA working for Pfizer. He's the guy
Like
telling you that it wasn't
I
addictive.
watched my cousin that never did any drugs in her life, didn't want to drink because her dad had a drinking problem. Like she was clean, broke a bone in a sport that she played. They prescribed her oxys and she went down a fucking loop I never expected to see from her because she wanted that high to keep coming from that they get, and then you don't get the prescription anymore. They don't keep giving it to you after, so now you have to go look for that same high elsewhere, and that turns them into like heroin or other shit. It's fucking it's a
yeah.
gross
There's
way to go
ways
about
to taper and not get addicted. Is what I'm saying. And most responsible doctors will give the patient the information they need to avoid
Well, yeah, and
those
especially
dangers.
now, but at that time, Jeff, that was a pushed thing, right? Because they were incentivized to give that out. The more they gave out, the
Did
more
haven't you
they
guys
got.
didn't you guys see the videos of where people were going into doctors in Florida and just saying, "Oh, my back hurts," and the next thing you know, they got a script of like 60, 80s, and they were just shooting them out the door. And people were literally you didn't even have to have an in-state ID to get 80 like OxyContin from a doctor in Florida. You could travel. People were flying from out of
Yeah,
state
doctor
going to Florida
shopping.
just to go to, and they would go to
People
multiple
still do that
doctors a
today.
day.
But these were people
Multiple
who were already
doctors a day
addicted
just to
because
get
they
them.
had already taken the medication in a way that was not prescribed by the doc. They had already exceeded the prescribing
Yeah, but like you
guidelines.
got to remember back then they were literally like Mr. P was saying, like, or sorry, I think that was Hebrew. They were saying he was saying like they were telling people you can't get addicted. This isn't an addictive type of drug. You'll be fine. But it clearly is an addictive drug.
I
I
remember
think we've
Or
known opioids have been
it's
addictive for like ever. I don't know why a doctor would
But
say
Jeff,
this is an
pharmaceutical
opioid. You'll
heroin.
never get addicted. It's
Jeff,
like
a government,
I'm a
the
little
Food and Drug
skeptical of that part of it.
Administration put a label that said backed it and said they were not addictive. They literally lied and they did
Yeah.
it for money.
Yeah, we're
Do you
talking
have a
about the.
link
Like,
for
do you
that? I'd be
remember the
interested
food
to see it.
triangle, Jeff?
The pyramid?
Yeah, the food pyramid. Sorry,
Yeah.
Yeah, it
remember
was
that?
a scheme.
Yeah. What about it?
It was a
Yeah, the
scheme.
government used to push that in schools, bro.
Yeah, we
Telling
were
you to
taught
eat
it.
shit
Do you-
that's completely bad for you, dog. What do you mean?
No one followed it. Like I remember
But
it.
wait a minute, I'm trying to explain. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, that shit was. What do you mean? No one followed it? They were saying what was healthy. It's like cereal was healthy to eat in the morning. Like, are we fucking kidding?
They never told
Yeah.
us that cereal was healthy to eat in the morning.
Yes, it
The,
did.
the
Yes, it
TV
did.
commercials were telling it to us more than anybody at
No.
school.
Jeff, I
They
think
said
you assume that
grains. They didn't
people.
say frosted
They
flakes in
fucking lied to
particular.
everybody, telling them what was healthy to eat, which wasn't healthy.
Grains are healthy. Vegetables are healthy. Meat is and
No,
proteins are healthy. They didn't tell us
no.
eat junk food. Like it
Yeah,
wasn't
but cereal
that
wasn't
crazy. Of
that was
all
the
the
law.
conspiracies to worry, but the food pyramid seemed pretty innocuous.
No, see, I
Well,
think
they
Jeff
had
that
corn.
you're smart, and I think you assume that everybody else is able to deduce
That
like
that
what
is,
to
yes,
do.
a weakness.
Because you can like figure it out on your own. But there's a lot of people that rely on government information, rely on stuff like the food pyramid or their doctor, and they rely on these people to give them good information. And when they're being paid by a certain group, like the food or the farming lobby to eat a certain thing, or the pharmaceutical lobby to sell a certain drug, they listen because they're being told that it's okay. And in reality, it's just to sell more and more drugs.
I
Dude,
get.
when you have a company that's sending attractive women to doctors to try to push your product, what do you think's happening there? They don't need to sell supermodels sell
That's
their
pharmaceutical
drugs.
marketing. They used to
But why are you
come
marketing
to our office all the
addictive
time.
drugs?
I'd like
That's
to give an
Like
example. on
they
the
market
food
all
pyramid.
kind of drugs. The fact that they don't just like only market the addictive drug. Here's the latest addictive drug. Let's go get it marketed.
I'm with you, but that's my
Here's
point.
the
Is it's
deal
a
with the
problem.
food
It's not there
pyramid,
to
though.
cure. It's
You
there
The
got
to treat.
addiction thing is a separate issue. Every time I've been prescribed opioids, I've been given a specific dose. Stay within this dose. Don't exceed this amount per day. Stay in these guidelines. I know
Have you
how
ever
to
had a
not get
major
addicted
issue?
when I'm prescribed opioid. There's a patient has a role in this. They have agency, they have
100%.
choice, they have responsibility, they have accountability. I don't buy this victim narrative. If people just passively they're sitting on their couch, they go to their doctor, they do whatever their doctor says, and next thing you know, they're addicted, and they had no role or choice or awareness in that whatsoever. I
Have
don't
you ever
buy
had a
it.
major injury,
hope for
like
pain
where you
is
broke your
subjective.
back, or you had a
I know there's entire pain management clinics that know how to manage long-term pain without getting people addicted.
my PC's flaking out, just so you know. I might crash again.
Okay.
But to get
Jeff,
to the
you're
food
not wrong,
pyramid
but
argument earlier,
you can't
corn is
deny
on
that the
that
system was
period,
designed
and
to sell drugs and
it's
not
been
to help
proven
people.
that
Right,
corn
and
is not.
selling, marketing, advertising, nobody can force you to buy a product. They can advertise it like people
Yeah, but
have
not even
power.
talking about that. You're literally saying when doctors are prescribing their patients something and saying it's not addictive, and then they get addicted. It's
I
their
am
fault.
skeptical of how many doctors were being dogmatic about how not addictive this was.
Okay,
First
you
of all,
can be
I'm saying even
skeptical
if they're
about it, but
saying
there's
that, a
literally
patient has a role in how much medicine
well,
they take, checking in with their body, tuning into what what effect it's having. communicating with doctor, noticing if they're taking too much. Like, I don't know how people get to the point of they're homeless on the street addicted from having an ankle surgery. Like, there's got to be something more than just the doctors are throwing pills at patients. Because most of the people I know who get prescribed opioids don't end up addicted.
You're talking about now, right?
At
Yeah,
any
you can't
time,
even
they've had
get
opioids
the
have been
opiates
around
that
most
used
of
to
my
get.
life. Like
Dude,
they've been
they used to
prescribing pain
prescribe
medication, one type or
160
another.
milligram Oxycontin. Okay, that's how that would kill somebody.
Yeah,
Why,
Literally.
like
why are
I think
doctors
you
prescribing a dose that can kill me? That seems crazy.
But
Just
that
on the
was what was
face of it
okay.
seems
That's my
crazy that a
point.
doctor's doing this.
It is crazy, but it happened. Today, it's regulated, and you're not going
right,
to see
like
it
just
happen.
because you don't experience this doesn't mean it doesn't happen, right?
I'm just saying I know how to take medication. I know how to evaluate medication. I know how to communicate with my doctor. I know how to be a responsible patient and an educated consumer. And that contributes to me not getting addicted.
Dude, and
Okay, so if you
you're
like,
a
you're telling me if
better
you broke a
person for
bone
that.
and your doctor told you to take a certain pill every day, but for some you started feeling like something. What would make you stop taking that pill every day? Tell me what would it be?
Well, I can
Would
tell
it
you
be like a
currently when
high? Would it be like a high feeling would make you stop taking that pill every day? If you got like
I
a high feeling from the pill?
I'm going to tell you. I stopped taking the pills when I don't need them anymore. After I have a surgery, they prescribe me a certain amount, and as the pain goes away and I don't have to
That
take the
wasn't my
pills, I
question.
stop taking them and I reduce the dose. The answer is, I answered it, is when the pain stops, when the pain goes away. I don't take pills if I'm
When
not
the
having the
pain,
pain to take them. I
okay,
don't take the pill
okay. So
just to
when the
take the
pain goes
pill.
away, so
Yes.
you think, so what if you become addicted before the pain goes away?
That's never happened in the doses I've been prescribed. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, right. That's never happened in
And
the
you
doses
talk to
you've
your
been
doctor. Like I
prescribed.
said, there's entire pain management specialties now that address that kind of stuff.
Now, right now, but you're denying what we're talking about in the past, what happened.
Well, Jeff is not wrong. I think it's just
I know
he
I'm
assumes
not.
that every patient is like him and has the discernment to like know what to take and know what not to
I
take.
guess I have a hard time relating to these patients you're talking because most
I
patients I
hear you.
know are like me. Maybe I just hang out with a different crowd, but I have a hard time relating to people that are so passive that anything that comes out of the TV just uncritically goes into their minds and that they just walk through life doing anything any stranger tells them to do without any reaction or resistance or asking questions. If that's
Yeah.
neurotypical psychology,
That's not even
yes, I
like
have a very difficult
you're
time to relate.
reframing
And
that.
nobody I know acts like that, even the neurotypical. So I
You're
have a hard time
reframing that though.
relating to this
Not what
psychology that you're
happened.
all describing.
Well,
I mean,
because
we've all seen the
you're not even
commercials.
like describing the same thing that we're describing, right? We're talking about
We've
it's
all
not
seen
just
the
random
commercials.
He's
people and
referring to an earlier
EPs and
point
stuff
you were
like this.
making.
Is people's doctors that prescribed it to them. Obviously, they trust their doctors, right? They didn't go to school, right? Like if you
Right, and they should also trust
if your
themselves.
doctor
They
like
have a role in this as what with any medication, mental health
okay, right.
medication, opioid medication, blood pressure medication, any medication the doctor prescribes. He doesn't know how your body's going to react. He prescribes it. You take it for a little while. You report back how you're doing. He checks in with you. You discuss side effects. He might change it. That's any medication.
Now I
So
can
that
agree.
if that's happening with the opioids and you notice the addiction, then that's the time to have that conversation and get it adjusted. So doctors that are just saying, "Here, take the pill, take the pill, take the pill," and patients just pop it in their mouth. That
Have you
I
ever
don't know these
have you
patients.
ever
I've
taken
worked in
an oxy
healthcare. I don't even
before?
know these
Have
patients.
you ever taken an oxy before or seen
Yeah,
somebody
yes, I have taken
like the
opioids.
old oxys, not the ones they have now?
Um, I don't know. Are you saying they're giving people pills now that or even make them even more addictive now that they know
Nope,
about the addiction
nope.
crisis?
The old oxys were a
No,
lot
that's
Hang on
stronger.
real quick. We got somebody in the back. ETT. He says he knows the freak.
But like I was saying a second ago, I mean, we've all seen commercials where fucking medication will say it'll cause anal bleeding, and
Mhm.
possible death. Yet people still take those medications because
Right, they weigh the
some people
risk.
ain't aware of what they're doing with their own body.
Well, then that's their. I'm aware when I do it.
Jeff,
So
the ones I'm talking
that's
about,
their
they would have been
responsibility
like
to be aware.
they would have been like a greenish yellow color, 80 milligrams. That's the what I'm talking about. Have you ever taken one of those?
I have no idea. Last time I had a medical procedure that I needed pain medication for was probably 10 years ago.
Okay, well the thing with those
And it
things,
was
right? Like
probably Percodan, Percocet, Darvocet, one of those generic that they give.
yeah, well like that's what I mean. Like they do
Hydrocodone.
now it's different, but like those oxys back in the day, those 80
Hang on real
milligram
quick. We got this guy backstage. DeFreak, do you know ETT? Okay, DeFreak's
Possibly,
taking care of it. Just let me
yeah.
know. All right, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying those oxys back in the day, like they would just make you either sleep or like
I
you'd
had
be like
friends that would
nodded
take
out
them.
and like laid out in your fucking couch all the time. So these people that had some type of either chronic pain or broke a bone that they're not going to be moving anyways, by the time they even realize that they're addicted to this thing, it's over already. Right? Like it's when they don't have anymore because that shit keeps you fucked up for a long fucking ass time. That shit, like that's what I'm saying. They were giving people something super fucking strong and telling them it wasn't addictive. Like uh, I get what you're saying about now.
I don't know why they were telling them it wasn't addictive when up to that point they had been giving when you prescribe opioids you get the information with them of the addiction awareness, like the awareness
I
that
don't
it's
know,
addictive.
Jeff.
So I don't know why all of a sudden they would stop telling them from this one product that it's not addictive. We
So
guarantee
it was marketing.
100% you'll never get addicted to this thing. I just that
Jeff,
doesn't make sense to me.
they went from selling morphine, right? And then they that family, I forget the name of it, bought Pfizer, right? And they changed the formula and they wanted to get away from morphine because it was associated with death. So they changed the marketing of it so people
Hey,
would look at it
ETT.
as a. That's why oxy stands for. It was like an oxygen. It like had a nicer tone to it. So that's oxy, and then continent and whatever the milligram was. But it
Yo,
sounded
can
better, and
anybody hear
people
me?
perceived it.
Yeah, you're here.
People perceived it better than morphine, right? But it's not the issue of like patients having agency. The issue is that you have a coordinated effort between government,
Nobody
uh,
can force you to get
Pfizer,
addicted.
your
You have
doctor.
to take the
It's a
pill.
coordinated effort to just make money, and the
Yeah,
expense
that might
is
be
on
there
the
might be a
patient.
profit motive.
And if you don't think all the people that get hurt and need OxyContin or opiates are all going to be like you, Jeff, there's going to be people that they
No,
hit that
all
have
I'm
a
saying is
drinking
I
problem.
can't see people as
They're
victims
already on drugs.
that I can clearly identify agency in. Like I can't delude myself that there's not agency and there's more victimhood than is actually there. Y'all may be able to.
All
I can't
right,
make
but
my
like
brain do that.
again, the FDA approved the original
That has
label
nothing to do with whether
stated
individual patients have
that
agency.
stated that no, because you said I don't know why doctors were telling them it wasn't addictive. It stated on the original label
Okay,
approved
well,
by the
show
FDA
me something that
that
says that. I'm
okay,
skeptical, so show me
you're not
something
even
that
letting me
says
finish
that.
saying what I'm
All you
saying.
have,
Jeff,
if
so
you're
what was I going
confident
to
of
say?
this, then
What was
you
I
can
going to say,
easily
Jeff?
provide it. I
What
know
are
you
you
can.
skeptical about, Jeff? What are you skeptical about? What was I
Provide
going
the
to say?
thing you just said about the label
What
said
thing?
it's not
What thing?
addictive, or
You
the
don't even
doctors
know
were
because I
telling
didn't even
people it's not
finish.
addictive. You know
How
how
can you
this
be
works. Easy,
skeptical
quit
about
playing
something
games
you
with me.
don't
You know
know?
how this works.
Time out, time
ETT,
out, time
what's
out.
up?
Oh, sorry about that. I was just typing something. Yeah,
Oh.
I'm pretty good. I just saw y'all were live. Dave Freak, he knows me. He comes on my stream sometimes. Well, in the comment section.
What's your channel, by the way?
My YouTube channel is called End Time Teacher, and it has the same icon that I have on the screen. Though it might be a little difficult to find me because my stuff is shadow banned by
Do,
YouTube.
oh, so if you put the link, it won't show up.
Here, I can grab you a link. I'll
Okay,
be
yeah,
right
just
back.
throw
Let
in
me
the
grab
back
that.
and I'll
Yep.
take a look.
Real quick, there's plenty of examples. You have like Brett Favre, you have Rush Limbaugh, you have like Jordan Peterson, you have some of these people. They just have a lower threshold for pain, and they just end up getting hooked in.
Yeah. I still think they have agency.
So, but there's a level of trust with the doctor
All
that
right,
is.
link has
Yeah,
been pinned in
all
the
of
back
that
chat.
and agency. All
Yeah.
of that and agency.
Oh yeah,
It's
that's
both. I
true.
agree. No one is 100% victim. I get it.
Yeah, no
Yo,
one
Dave
said
Freaker,
that.
do you got
But
your
when
mic
they
open, man?
say,
Up here?
like, when the FDA is approving a label that says that a addiction is very rare in something that is super fucking addictive, yeah, I totally understand why people accidentally got addicted to this drug. Yep.
And I know there was a big lawsuit too, and they ended up winning.
Yeah, there was lots of them. You can literally go on.
Yeah,
It takes
and
you
I've
2 seconds to
said,
search this
all of
up.
that and
Jeff.
agency. Like, so I think
National
we're at the
Library of
point where we
Medicine.
all
Go search
kind
it
of
up. It's
agree.
a government website. It'll tell you all about what happened with the promotion and marketing of OxyContin. Like, it was a big fucking problem.
Okay. And it's over, right? They're not doing it anymore because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So good thing.
but why do they keep making stronger? Like, why did they make fentanyl? Why are they trying to make something stronger than fentanyl now? Like, why did you keep making this shit? For what?
Painkillers, pain
Yo,
management.
I hear you now, Dave Freak. How you doing, man? It's been a long
I'm all
time
right,
no see.
man. Yeah, you too.
Yo, but I do got a question for you, Dave Freak. Whenever you come around my streams, you're always in the comment section. Why have you never clicked the link, man?
You know, I don't ever seem to get the notifications for your channel, and I end up either coming in really late or the show's over and so I'll watch and then I'll end up commenting.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool though, man. But hey, if you ever see me live, man, click the link. If you're
Yeah,
always welcome on.
sure. I appreciate that. Yeah, definitely will.
Right.
Yeah, you're a good teacher, and I mean, for your age, I mean, I think you're one of the smartest young men out here. So
Y'all seem about the
Definitely
same age.
appreciate it.
no,
Appreciate it.
he's way younger than
Yo,
I.
and
Oh,
also,
okay.
if
Maybe
my
I'm just
memory
old.
serves me correct, I believe Exiled One, I believe you joined my channels before as well, unless it's somebody else with the exact name. But it's been a while since I've seen Exile One as
No,
well. But
it was me, ET.
oh, okay. Well, how are you doing, man? We haven't had a conversation in well over a year. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, I've been doing all right, brother.
All right, sounds good, man.
You're being overrun by believers, Jeff.
Who's Exile's a believer? ETT. We have the Jesus row.
Yeah. I don't know what
No, I
Mr.
have
P
no
is.
problem with believers at all. Easy too, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yo,
what
but
my
I got a
I'm
question though,
open-minded.
bro.
Yes, sir. Christ is
my
God.
God, I'm surrounded by.
Hey, Jeff, I have
Christ
a
is
question
God,
for
my
you.
friend.
Jeff, the other day I tried to join up here, but somebody said not to let me on, and then you immediately kicked me without giving me a chance.
Yeah, I don't remember who that was, but I deferred to whoever was already on the panel.
Okay, but I'm just saying you should have at least gave me a chance to
Well,
show that I'm a
I
real
run my
person.
panel like I run my panel. If you don't like it, go
Hey,
on your
bro,
own
I'm
panel or find
not
another panel.
complaining.
I don't have to
All right,
defend or justify every little decision I make with
I'm
the
not
doorbell.
complaining. You can run it how you want. I was just saying I just should have been given one chance to show it. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? That's all.
you have your chance right now. Don't blow it.
All right, cool. So let's see. Are we allowed to
Nice.
talk about anything on here, or like what are the restrictions?
More or less until I tell you not to. But it's mostly whatever YouTube doesn't want you to talk about.
Right, I get that, and I'll respect that.
Like if we were hanging
Um,
out at a house somewhere, I wouldn't care. I just got to watch out for the YouTube
right,
stuff.
right.
He's
I
probably the
understand
opposite.
it. I understand that. So apparently, the three of us at the bottom were believers, but the
And
three of you
easy.
at the top are
No,
y'all like?
easy too. So 4.
Oh, he is too. But what
Yeah.
about you other guys? Or would you consider yourself atheist, agnostic, or what would you say?
Well, I'm Satanist, not theistic Satanist. I'm not sure what Mr. P is.
I'm
Satanist.
open-minded.
When you
Open-minded.
say Satanist, are you joking or are you serious with
No,
that?
I'm
He's not.
No,
serious.
he's
He's
serious. He's
100%.
But
legit.
it's not theistic. So I don't believe in a supernatural Satan.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
But he's super
that's
nice for
interesting.
a Satanist.
I've never had But let me
robotic.
understand this
Uh-oh.
though, from your view. So when you say you're a Satanist, when you say Satan, you don't
For
believe
fuck's
in the
sake.
Satan from the Bible, right?
Yeah, more from like Paradise Lost and extra biblical writings in the Bible itself. But yeah, it's the same Satan from the Christian myth. I consider myself a Christian Satanist because for me it's all one mythology: Jesus, Satan, God, Holy Spirit,
Well,
Mary. There's a bunch of characters in there. It's all
so
from the
Jesus,
Christian myth.
I've heard of Jeff's type before. They're the type that believe still doing good and all of that
Yeah,
stuff. It's different, ETT. It's
yeah. I believe
not
Satanism can be a
often
force of
talked
good in the
about.
world.
okay, but you're saying so in a way you do believe in the Satan we read in the Bible, then?
Yeah, you could say that if you want.
Okay,
But they
I can
believe that lies have been
acknowledge it
written
as a
about him.
precursor.
but how would you say that Jesus and Satan are like very similar then? Because you were saying you believe in
I
like
don't. I
some of the
think they're
characters.
complement. They're like antithetical complements. So I think together you get the full spectrum of what
I mean
Christianity has to
that's
offer.
an interesting idea. I mean,
Being an
I never
antichrist,
seen that idea
antichrist.
before. That's
I didn't have
interesting.
it until I started doing this, really. So it's new to me as well.
Right, right. But here's the weird thing, though, right? As a scholar myself, I've here's the problem: the character that people use for Satan, like this rebel, right? He represents like rebellion. But the problem is, in the Bible, we don't see that character being shown with rebellion. Satan didn't rebel against God in the Bible. That's
Right.
a clear misconception.
Most of
But
mine comes from Paradise Lost,
Paradise
John
Lost, is that
John
like a
Milton,
book?
and Romantic Satanism. So not really the Bible.
Okay, but did he when he wrote that book Paradise Lost or whatever you said, did
Hmm.
he get where did he get that writing from? Did he like make it up or did he get from
Mostly,
sources
yeah,
or
mostly the Bible, and he made it up because he was an artist. And classical literature and Shakespeare, he drew on a lot of sources, but he created it. It was art, an artistic creation.
but he got it from some of it from the Bible you said, right?
Yeah, yeah, a lot of
Right.
it.
So that means since you're going by his book, that would mean you're going by some of the Bible stuff too
Some,
for the
yeah,
character.
some. Hmm.
Wouldn't
Okay,
it
do you
technically
know
be
like one or two
Torah
examples?
though?
Well, there's Job in the Old Testament. That's the obvious example. There's
Well, but what
also
about?
I don't accept the serpent in the garden as Satan, although I wish you kind of wish
Okay.
he were. But there's also the idea that the angels fell prior to the creation of Adam, and Adam and Eve were the second creation to replace the fallen angels. And so you get suggestions of that in the Old Testament, and then Paul developed the idea of Satan into the like villain of Christianity, the antithesis of Jesus,
Right, I understand. You
the
All
said
right,
that
representation of
Job.
ETT.
evil and sin.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. I'm gonna let you take over this debate that I would probably usually have with Jeff. But I'm gonna head out. But I appreciate you having me on, Jeff. Good talking to everybody. Um,
Yeah, nice to see
You
you
speak
Good.
guys.
Yeah.
easy.
Thanks for stopping by. Good chat.
I hope to come talk to y'all again soon.
Okay.
All
Take
right,
care, easy.
Easy, bro.
Right. Right. So Jeff, you said something about Job. You referenced Satan and Job. Like, could you iterate on that? Because when I read Job, if you read chapter 2, Satan's going to God and they're friendly with each other, and
Yeah, he's
God.
the adversary.
But
You were
how is
just
he the
asking me
average?
for examples of where he shows up in the
Right.
Bible.
I
That's
understand, but the problem is your example's not consistent because in the story in chapter 2,
well,
he's
it's
not an
not
adversary to
consistent by
God.
your requirements, but you didn't tell me you require. You just asked me for an example of one of the
But
biblical
your example doesn't
antecedents
prove
to Satan.
anything.
I don't know
But
what
what
you're
did
trying to
your
get me to prove. I'm just answering your questions. You're
I
not
think he's
letting
trying
me
to
in
get you to
on the
prove the good
larger
nature
agenda
of
of
Satan.
like if you give me what you're trying to find out, I could get you there faster.
All right, very, very simple. I'll put it in simple terms. Show me this concept of this evil rebellion, Satan in the Bible. That's what I want to know.
That would probably be in the New Testament with Paul. If if what you're looking for that element of Satan. Paul is
Uh,
the one. Paul and Augustine. Augustine probably did more to develop the modern Satan than even Paul. But that's post biblical.
The way I've ever read it
So the
is
figure of Satan as like the enemy brother to Jesus, the representation of sin and evil to Jesus's light and goodness, or whatever, that was mostly developed by Paul, and that's New Testament.
well,
Wait,
the
but Paul
way I
came
see it,
after
the
the
only time
gospel.
that this really happened was
I didn't
during
say
the
he's in the
fall,
New Testament though, so
during the
along
Yeah,
with the
fall
gospel.
but
of
they were written
the
before.
fallen
Okay.
angels itself in the book of Enoch is where I see the rebellion.
And the
Other
angels are not
than
even
that,
a
I see
biblical
Satan going to
invention;
the
they're
creator
Babylonian.
for permission of everything else.
I'm trying to understand what ETT is wanting to know.
Right, right. Here's what I'm saying, right? Because when I read the Bible, the concept of Satan rebelling against God and being this adversary to God, that's not in there.
And
I can't.
Revelations, he shows up a lot. In Revelations.
Well, that'd be a different conversation because the word Satan can have different contexts. Like I'll give you an example. Christ called Peter Satan. Obviously, that doesn't mean that the devil manifested himself as Peter. It had a context.
ETT,
So
that's easy to explain. See, there's a lot of examples of the followers and even the prophet himself, or the Messiah himself, sitting there and quoting from books that when they created the Bible, they said it wasn't canonized, it didn't fit in, it didn't go in. But if that's the case, why are the characters in this book quoting those books, like the Book of Jubilee, the Book of Enoch, and so on and so forth?
I mean, I don't have a problem answering it, but that's completely different from the conversation about the added or removed books. That
Well,
has nothing to
that's
do
why
with the
you're missing the
conversation.
concept of Satan, though. That concept is
Okay,
in those
but now
books.
but there's an error with that Exile one because those extra books, if they depict a character that does not line up with the other, the Old Testament, New Testament, then that's a problem because the character of Satan that the Jeff is describing, we don't see that in Genesis to Revelation. We don't see that described.
No,
It's
but the
Well,
like
character
you
of
know what?
Yahweh is not consistent. The
Well, I
character
have
of
the answer to
Christ is
yours,
not
though,
consistent.
Jeff.
Like none of the characters in the Bible, which spans this many years, is consistent
Jeff,
because
there's a
they have
child.
different authors and they change over time.
There's a
But
child
none
of
of
Most
that. You
High. I
have
have
no
the
idea what my particular Satanism. So all of that's interesting to talk about, but you don't know whether that even applies to my conception of Satan or not. I told you mine mostly comes from John Milton and the Romantics, which drew on the stuff you're talking about, but how relevant it is to mine, only I could tell you.
Well, I can understand what you're saying, Et. But even in the book that you call the Bible, God tells man don't always question what he does because man doesn't have full understanding. So on
right,
certain situations like that, our human minds can't grab the concept that his great and wonderful mind can, honestly.
right. I understand that, but that doesn't allude back to the conversation that we were having.
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to
It's a
figure out
different
is what
topic.
conversation you trying to have.
Well, I mean, Satan's rebellion honestly came with the pact that he made with the 33% of the angels that fell.
Again,
That's where he
that
became
doesn't add up with
rebellious.
the book, though.
But
Okay,
what
the
is the
Bible.
larger point you're trying to make about
It
Satanism?
lines
Because
up with the
even the
book
rebellion is only
because
a small part of
when the Bible
this
comes
Satanism.
out, when people in a whole nother western region of the world, when that book was created in the eastern region of the world or mid-eastern region, it was taking out certain books, like I have already given that argument, they go into that book that they say don't, because Satan already comes in the book of Genesis as the one that is the enemy, the one that is the fallen, the one that is rebellious.
Well, you'd have to show in the Bible, like the say for instance, leave the Apocrypha out. 66 books to keep it simple. You can't show me in there where Satan is this rebellious one. You can't do that.
That's
You have
because
to
they
go to the
left books out for the Bible
extra
to give
biblical
him.
sources to show that.
I mean, look, another example that's in the Bible. Anybody that takes or adds to that word, that is a
Right.
prophecy because God's seen that men were going to do that. And certain men that read certain Bibles, that, like if you look at the Ethiopian Bible, it has the book of Enoch, it has the book of Jubilees.
You believe in Jasher?
I haven't read that book yet.
But they do consider that to be an extra biblical text, right? So would you say
Well,
that would belong in there?
I
Because
haven't
they
read it
claim.
yet. I haven't read that
Oh,
one yet.
okay. But the fact if you read it or didn't, they still consider it to be like an extra biblical text that like got removed, right?
It's just possible. I don't know. I
Okay.
haven't
All right.
scrutinized it
But
myself.
yeah. All right. All right. Well, Jeff made an interesting statement. He said that like throughout the Bible, the character of God or Christ is like not consistent. He said that was an interesting point. Jeff, could you
I thought it was
elaborate on
obvious
that?
to anyone that picks up the Bible.
Well, no, I'd say you just have a misunderstanding about the Bible.
No,
But
I'd say that that's consistent with observation of many people that have read the Bible.
do you got one example you could give me of how they're different? I'm just asking one.
Yeah,
That's it.
Yahweh changes over the course of the Old Testament, and
How
he's
so?
very different in the New Testament. There's several versions of Christ in the Bible. There's the
Again,
figure of
you would have
Satan.
to you again, bro. You're making all these claims, but you can't show any evidence to support the
I
claim. I
just
just asked
named.
one. That's all I
You're the
asked.
one making claims. You asked me to
I'm the one
name, and
making
I
claims.
named, and then you're telling me I'm just making all these claims. You can't support
Okay, so
anything. Learn to ask better questions, because none of the questions you're asking are telling you what you want to know.
all right, so let's make a little more elementary then.
This started.
So
This started with you asking me if I like Satan being the figure of rebellion. That's how this started. So
and you
what
got
does
you got
any of
cut
this
on.
have
You
to
got
do with Satan being the figure of rebellion?
for the record, you have failed to demonstrate him being the figure of rebellion. I have demonstrated how he is not by going to Job. Hell, I could have went to
I
other
don't have
texts
to
to show.
demonstrate. He's a literary character. All I have to do is look. I could demonstrate right now. He's a literary character. All I have to do is show you a book in which he appears as the figure of rebellion. Paradise Lost, John Milton, right here. This is the book that I started with. And you went all the way back to the Bible, asking me if the Bible had influence on this book. And I said, yes, it did. But this is the book that I cited as the primary source of my own Satanism. This has Satan as a rebellious figure in it. So maybe you weren't listening to the answers to the questions you were asking, or you'd already have them.
Okay, what examples does that book give of his rebellion?
It
Great
tells the
point.
whole
Great point.
story of Satan's rebellion and fall, and then
But I
his
can you give
corruption
one
of Adam and
example though?
Eve.
From that book, not the Bible itself, but from that book.
He drew on. Yes, it's a Christian mythology. He drew on. He was doing his own version of the Christian myth.
To exalt himself as the
He was a
Most High.
poet. He was writing in the genre of epic poetry, like Homer in the Iliad, Virgil has the Aeneid. It's a specific genre in classical literature, but the content was biblical. So he was drawing on content, and Milton spoke he spoke Hebrew, Greek, Aramaic. He spoke all the languages of the text that he read. So he drew on the Hebrew Bible, he drew on the Christian New Testament, he drew on all of it, but the form he was writing in was the classical epic. It's art. We're talking about art, writers, artists, creators, literary characters. So when I'm talking about Satanism and Satan, that's the approach I'm coming from. So I can answer any questions you have related to what I just described.
Okay. I think for the sake of conversation, we may as well just agree to disagree because the stance I'm coming at it from, when you read the text, which for one, you said the book you're reading was based on the text, right? So I'm saying going to the text, you can't show where that character is described as that. So it's like its own separate thing that somebody like made up and just gave the same name.
Well,
Is essentially
Augustine, probably more than any other church father, developed the myth of Satan into the form we have it now, with the rebellion and the fallen angels and all. Paul gave us Satan as like the representative of sin and evil and the enemy of Christ. But it's Augustine who kind of developed the whole mythological apparatus around the fall and the fallen Satan. He turns the snake into Satan. So we get the Garden of Eden with Satan tempting Eve. That's all mostly through Augustine. And then from that, all the modern literature that came after it, including Paradise Lost. So probably if you want a source for the rebellion part specifically, I would refer you to Augustine. city of God.
But no,
Okay.
ETT, what I was referred to earlier is like in the book of Dan, if you look in there, it refers to the watchers, and Satan was one of the watchers. And the watchers did fall. Their mention of their fall is in the Holy Bible.
Well, the book of Dan, that's is. Are you like saying a book like half term, or is that like another book that is not part of the modern Bible we got?
No, it's part of the modern Bible, the book of
The
Dan.
book. Do you mean the book of Daniel?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I was
Daniel,
asking you if you were saying
Daniel
it's short.
14, and 14 and through 20 to be exact.
Daniel 14. You got the verse
Starting at
on that?
410 is the mention of the Watchers. I believe Dan is
Wait,
short of Daniel.
wait, hold on a second, bro. Let me look at this real.
And that's the Jewish
All
translation
right,
in.
bro. Hold on, Exile One. You said chapter 14. Chapter 14, right?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay, but bro, just so you know, the book of Daniel only goes up to chapter 12. I just pulled it up.
All right, who are the Watchers in Daniel 4:17?
417. I'd have
Yeah,
to read it.
you know what I'm saying? It's going through mentions through 14. I guess it's 4:14 to 4:20. I don't know. I'm just picking up references here of the Watchers, and they are the ones that are mentioned in the Book of Enoch. That goes to show the Book of Enoch should be in the Bible, bro. They just did not add it.
Wasn't time.
I read the context of it. For me, it looks like it's talking about angels, the Watchers, but that
Yeah.
doesn't show it. There were like that doesn't show it. They like fell to the earth in a rebellion.
Well,
Angels can
in
like say for
technicality, their
instance,
fall to
right?
the earth wasn't a technical fall. They came down to the earth.
And you're referring to Genesis the 6th chapter, right?
No, I'm referring to in the Book of Enoch. They should be in the Bible where they came down to earth and they made it with the women. The same way in the book of the Bible, we got the Nephilim.
Okay.
Tweeners.
Yeah, because again, it seems like a contradiction because the Bible says that angels neither marry nor are given in marriage, right? Angels can't reproduce as humans can reproduce. So again, the whole concept of angels coming down to the earth and procreating with humans, that would go against what Paul wrote because he said the angels neither marry nor are given in marriage.
And that
You got
may
to
have
look at that book.
became a thing after the fall of that 33%. Who knows? God can create. You think he can't recreate?
No, I'm
Goliath.
not.
We
I'm
can
not saying
modify
that.
our
But
creations.
I
Why
think
couldn't he modify his?
like let me give you an example. I don't think Enoch is inspired. I think it's a modern like copy, and there's a few things in there that contradict the Bible, such as I've seen people claim that mermaids are talked about in Enoch. I've also seen that Enoch talks about 400-foot tall giants. That doesn't line up with the Bible. Now I do agree there could have been tall men back then. I agree, but that certainly doesn't mean there were humans or titans walking around 400 feet tall. That's mythology right there. So again, I think Enoch is like an added version to like added book to the Bible. I don't think it's I don't think it's a true inspired book. It seems like there's some flaws and ideas in it that contradict the rest of the 66 books. That's my opinion, though.
I mean, I don't know. If science is right and there was more oxygen back then, all creatures would have been bigger and all creatures would
Again,
have
I'm
lived
not
longer, just
disagreeing.
like the genealogy in the Bible that Enoch is also included in.
Again, I don't disagree that there was a man named Enoch in the Bible, but
There
if
was
he did
actually
right.
two men named Enoch in the Bible.
Well, actually, there's references to the word Enoch in the Apocrypha that's not even referring to a man. So again, Enoch could mean different things based on the
Well,
context.
that's because the original Enoch, he became an angel because he was a friend of God.
All right, I'm trying this out.
Only
May
human.
last seconds, but we'll see.
Why is this
Hey,
guy
Tommy.
Why is this guy's subtext the pastor?
Because I teach people
I didn't even
minister on the
notice.
internet.
And why
To be quite
why
honest,
is the freak letting him stand
Shut
on
the hell
this
up, Tommy.
this BS?
Oh.
I don't know who Tommy is. I don't know this
Oh,
guy.
you haven't met Tommy? Let me introduce you to
No,
Tommy.
I
Tommy,
don't. I
this
don't
is
know.
ETT.
I've already handled that mook pig in the chat, Alexander McQueen. He's got sanity machine vibes. But Enoch is in the Bible. The book of Enoch is not scripture. There are true written things that still aren't scripture.
Right,
Now,
I'm not disagreeing.
the Bible talks about Nephilim and giants, and your idea that the angels married not, marriage is not required for abominations of procreation between angels and humans.
Goliath.
Yeah, his stats are given, like his
Yeah,
size,
but
the
dude,
weight of his spearhead and his armor. It's
but
given.
dude, I once again this shows that you don't pay attention. I didn't deny there
Oh,
were big
really?
human. I literally am proving it. Just give me 10 seconds without being interrupted. Because I said
Okay,
Good luck.
if you listen closely, I said I agree there were big men, tall men back then, but not 400 feet tall. That's what I said. I'm not disagreeing that there are giant people
yeah,
that
but
used to
big
walk the earth,
men,
but not
not
400
talking
foot.
Adam and
about
Eve were said to be 900 foot tall. How do you feel about
Where the
that?
hell is that at? That's not in
said
66
It's in
books.
ancient scripture.
Right,
You gotta
right.
give book chapter
I
and
doubt
verse.
you're properly using the term scripture.
No,
Yeah,
I
I
don't know.
call
It's the same
nonsense on
scrolls that they got all
that's
that
not
other
true.
stuff from. Same location.
So, the Nephilim were a half breed of angel and human. That's why we had a flood.
Yes.
Okay, where do you get that at?
The Bible.
Genesis.
Yo, real quick, you would say the sons of God are the angels, right?
No.
Hey, Goblin.
Then who are the sons of God?
I
Really?
wouldn't
You'll see
say
where I'm
that.
going, but just answer that.
No, just go where you're going.
Before I bring up the verse, I need you to answer who the sons of God are, because it
That's
ties
what I'm
into
saying. I'm above this game of
sons of God.
I'm above this game of asking me questions to
All
try
right,
and
all
get
right.
me to say what you can just say.
Okay, since the prick doesn't want to be polite, we'll
No,
I'll get
you're
to
the
verse.
prick. Say what you're gonna say. Don't try and ask me into it. Goblin,
I mean,
Goblin, how's your
it's,
lives posted? How's your lives? You got no lives posted. Why is that?
Am I supposed to have a live?
apparently he doesn't want me to
No,
answer.
you're supposed to take them down because you know I've wrecked you on them.
You've wrecked nothing except.
Oh, I didn't know you were having drama.
Oh,
Yo,
we have.
Tommy, you're about to
Oh,
get
there's no
wrecked.
drama.
You're about to get steamrolled, boy.
Why are
According
you
to
wrecking me? Pose God? Do you pose the Christian religion?
For John chapter 1 verse 12, it says, "As
And
many
can
as believe have power to
you wreck
become the
one
sons
true
of God." So the sons of God are humans. You're cut.
No, what did I say? What did I say?
He just defied
You asked me a question I didn't answer, and you're telling me I'm
lied
getting
about
wrecked. I
scripture.
came up
The
here and
sons of
said,
God-
leave. Are you done, Goblin? You kind of popped in on a thing I'm involved in, like you
I'm not
usually
done,
do.
Because that's not true. What
Oh
he just said
man,
is
this
not
is
true.
hilarious.
What's not true, Goblin?
The sons
That
of
you're
God
gonna
are
hold
say that that's a
Snafu
man?
accountable?
I love watching
Where
Christians
does it
fight.
say that there's a man in
Oh, he's not a Christian. These aren't Christians.
Oh.
No, you're not a Christian.
Yo, Tommy, did you hear that? John chapter 1 verse 12,
No,
it
the
says,
freak
as
spoke
many
up.
as believe have power to become the sons of God. So the sons of God are considered as humans according to the Bible, not angels.
Can you show us where it says that they're human?
I didn't say angels were the sons of God. What kind of game you running, Pastor?
So who the hell are they then? I asked you, and you declined to
Somebody
answer.
asked me if angels are the sons of God, and I said no, and they're telling me I'm getting.
What is this
Are you
guy's
high?
problem? Like is this guy smoking pot or something? Why is he so
your
hyper?
problem? I just asked you if you're
How many
high.
energy drinks did you
Am I
drink?
smoking pot? No,
I
sir.
just
I'm not
assume
smoking
everybody's
pot.
high and drunk and continue with the conversation.
That's why you watch me run circles around him, because
I'm over here sober.
this guy
I'm
is
over here
high.
sober. You know, Tommy doesn't know how to act like a man. He acts like a little 5-year-old.
Oh, that's
Can't have a
exactly what I'm
conversation.
acting
Yeah, but
like. You don't
don't
know
let
how to
that throw you.
stand on your shit like a man.
If you
I
have
mean,
a
hey.
valid point, it shouldn't matter what Tommy is.
Well,
Exactly. And Tommy's made valid points, and this guy's telling me I'm wrecked. You look like shit if that picture's you.
You're damn
All
right.
right,
You look
come
like
on.
you look like NASCAR.
I mean, hell, you can say that, but at least I have the balls to show my face.
That's my
Mic
face
drop.
too,
He's
motherfucker,
show-
and
y-
that's
y'all
the fiery
both,
eyes
y'all
of truth.
both,
Mic drop.
y'all are
Mic
taking
drop.
this to the playground.
ETT is
No,
challenging
this dude,
and
okay,
Tommy's
let's
kiddie pool
reset. This dude's telling me that I'm
You're
wrecked
fighting
for
over
saying,
how people look and whether you've showed your face on camera.
no,
or
we're
not.
not. We're moving on. This dude dropped off whenever we said, I'm wrecked for saying the thing he's saying before he said it. Mic drop.
Yeah, Mike drop.
you're kiddie
Jeff, I
pool
did
deep.
just show
You
how
are shock
God
lasted.
created evil, Jeff. Did you know that?
He created everything, the light and the dark. That doesn't mean we're to be the evil.
That's right.
Yeah, God. Like again, this goes back to what Jeff said earlier. It's like, how the hell can God be different characters if the Bible says that He makes both the
Who
light
said
and the
God's
darkness,
different
the good
characters?
and the evil?
Who
So
said he's
He's cut
different
on that.
characters?
I
You
said
said
he's
that He
different
switches up.
characters.
God
He
is the
uses
one true
agency.
God.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
in the
one
Bible, he
person at a
shows up
time.
as different characters in different books at different times. Like when you read
By
them, it
what?
is
Do you mean
obviously not the
Jesus?
same
Are you
character.
talking about Jesus?
No, God. Both of them. Jesus too.
Well, I'd have
Yeah.
to get into the Trinity.
You know,
but
like
what
when
are
you have
saying?
different writers do a different fanfic for a franchise, the characters are not
Right,
always
except a
this-
lot of these writers
Except the
walked with
Trinity
Jesus,
is
talked to
flawed. The
Jesus,
Trinity is
touched him,
flawed.
and they still doubt themselves.
I don't think any of the gospel writers did. I don't think we have
Yeah,
anything
John,
written from someone that touched Jesus.
those
It was all written
the
decades
books,
later.
the books written by apostles walked with Jesus.
No, those were written later. Like
They were
generations
written later because the apostles lived past Jesus.
That's
Oh,
a
you're
good
saying
point.
like they wrote them when they were old?
Yup, he only lived to be 33.
Do what?
The apostles all died
Jesus only lived to
ways you wouldn't favor dying, but they wrote their books before they died, and they died after Jesus.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but they
I
weren't
gotta give him credit.
contemporaneous with Jesus.
Jeff, did you know
What?
that they were crucified too?
Who?
Some of them were.
A lot of the apostles.
But that was
Peter
after
was
Christ.
Peter was crucified upside down because even before he joined Jesus, Jesus said, Peter, I want you to walk with me, but before you decide, I'm going to tell you when the end time comes for you, they're going to take you to a place you won't want to be, way they don't want to that you don't want to be. It's not going to be good. And then Peter was the
John
one that
the
said,
Beloved was the
and
only
Peter was the
apostle.
one that said, crucify me upside down so I may kiss the feet of my master. I do not deserve to be crucified the same as him.
I think I could show Satan's status as a rebellious figure in Job 2, actually.
Show Jesus' status as a rebellious figure. He'll turn father against son, mother
DeFreak, were
against
you
daughter.
researching this the whole
Brings
time?
division on a white horse with a
I've
sword.
some other stuff. I'm just trying to figure out like where the questioning,
There's been a history of Satan I've been meaning to do for a while. Maybe I'll do it this week.
You're a Satanist on the outside and a Christian on the inside, Jeff.
That's what
says
I'm
the guy. Says the guy that cites the Quran more than he cites the Bible.
Yeah, but I glorify Jesus Christ, so
Not by citing the Quran.
more than
Christ is king.
Yeah, the
Actually,
Quran's
the
just
Quran-
another
hold
deception
on,
like
actually, the
Mormonism.
Quran does
DeFreak, what verse in
glorify him.
chapter 2? I'm there
Hold
now.
on. Christ is mentioned more
verse
in the
2, I
Quran than Muhammad, and in Surah 19 it says the Torah has the answers.
You know, Muhammad's
How does it
referenced
know
in
what
the
Christ
Bible.
How is that not truth?
Because it doesn't know what questions
Goblin.
I'm looking for the answers for.
Goblin, did you know Muhammad is referenced in the Bible?
I'm just listening, bro.
It says they will come to you like wolves in sheep's clothing. It's talking about Muhammad.
Wow, that's funny.
So there will be many antichrist spirits that come before me.
Yeah, I can't tell if Tommy's just a troll or he's just.
I'm not a troll. I'm the straightest shooter in these streets, and that's why everybody thinks I'm a troll.
Hey, well,
they don't know what to
Is
do when
Tommy
they're
the
hit
only
with
one you
straight
have
shooting.
that difficulty
Tommy,
with?
you went met your match today, boy.
I don't have a match. I'm
When does this match start?
I'm out of your league.
I am a child of God. I have no match. You
No, you're a
NASCAR
child
looking
of the
fool.
you're a child of the devil.
Hey, what's wrong with
You're
NASCAR?
Edom. You are Esau Edom. You are Esau Edom. That's
Hey,
your father is the devil.
there's gonna be a war against the saints, and it will prevail. Our job as
These other
Christians
sheep I
is
have,
to
which are not of
lose
this
properly until Dad gets back. There's a
No, even
proper way to
God
lose
loves
in
the
Christianity.
Esau. You know,
The
God loves
worldly
Esau.
idea of winning won't be how we end on this world.
Yo, Tommy, what church you attend?
The Church of Body of Christ.
Facts.
You're not
Is it
going to
all
run this
nonsense?
brick. You're not going to get with Hank the autist and run this brick and mortar proof on me, are you? That's pathetic.
No, I'm already 2 miles ahead of you. So
Well, I
we'll
got
leave it at that.
miles and miles. I ain't in no ways tired. I walk like an apostle. I walk like an apostle, bitch.
But you're
You ain't got
ignorant, though.
shit. How
Who was
am I
telling
gonna
you
come on a
apostle?
Satanist panel and get his nod as I wreck you while you say I'm wrecked?
Because you
You
worship
say
the
I'm
devil.
dead and I'm wrecked, but I
He told
say
me the
I'm
same
dead and
thing,
I
and we weren't
move.
even talking about the same thing.
Yeah, this guy is
He's
a
just
clown.
another panel hopper.
Well, he came with
Hoppers.
the freak seal of
Panel
approval.
hoppers. Oh, he came with the freak seal of approval. My
Well,
point
then how
exactly.
do I know two people
Oh,
up
I
here?
know
Then?
him.
I know two people.
Oh, you don't want to
I know you
vote
too,
I would
Tommy.
never want the freak seal of approval. I'd know I'm doing something wrong.
Well, that's
Well,
because
Tommy,
you're.
here's the problem. You're sitting up here
I
acting
got
like you
no
know,
problem.
but you don't know. Oh,
I
really? Then,
do.
so why don't me and you have a conversation?
None of
then?
you know, like nothing concrete has come out of this conversation at all. It's a
Oh,
bunch
it
of
Well,
won't
first of
be
all,
concrete, Jeff. Go get
fanfic
Flow
arguing.
State. Go find Flow State
I
and tell
love
them you're never
Jesus
gonna
more than
get
you do.
you're never gonna get your logical scientific proof of God. If that's what you're waiting for. If everybody's sitting here on edge waiting for
I'm not.
logical
I don't need a
scientific
proof of
proof
God.
of God,
I
you
don't need
don't
that.
get that because that upends faith.
What does that have to do with
Faith
flow
is
state?
faith requires because Flow State's always challenging Christians wanting this rational, logical proof of God.
Oh, okay.
God
Oh, I
And you
defies
know that.
cannot
I
have
know.
faith with proof.
Yeah, I'm fine with
The
faith.
individual can have their own proof. It's not going to be news at 9 proof.
Also, not only does God always defy the science, but science, every time that it tries to prove God wrong, it winds up backfiring and proves that God
Science is just the study of God's creation, and they forgot that. The science originally started with Christians just studying God's creation and understanding it more, and then there was a separation.
Greeks.
Now it's
Test
like
the
science
science.
is trying to disprove it because philosophy says God is dead.
He's definitely not dead.
I don't know if science is trying to disprove God. I think science is just
No,
focusing
that's
on.
where the separation was. There's a branch of science like that Uvalde, the WEF scientist guy.
Well, how about
Klaus
this?
Schwab's little
How
right
about
hand
the
man.
simple one, the Church of Scientology?
That's a joke.
That's a
worse than
science fiction
Mormons.
church.
It definitely
Yeah, that was L. Ron Hubbard and the Satanist guy coming together on let's make a great delusion. Those people, whenever you saw Tom Cruise go through his insane phase, it was because they were Johnny Football Hero love bombing him on the daily while trying and succeeding at destroying his marriage to Nicole Kidman, and they had his next wife lined up. It didn't work
Tommy's
out.
a Luke 18:11 Christian.
Jeff, I have to ask you.
Don't speak for me, DeFreak. You're a little
Wait,
boy
do
that
what,
can't
Goblin?
speak for yourself. I'm a grown-ass man that can
Hang
speak
on,
for
Tommy. I'm
myself.
trying to hear Goblin. Do what, Goblin?
I just wanted to ask you this Prob A or Pro B that's in your chat says I don't know how they are gonna ever prove something that is made up. I hope that that individual understands that if you believe in the devil, you have to believe in God. The same as if you believe in God.
I
you
have said that about Satan worshippers. It's like you're acknowledging, like demons know Jesus on a first name.
Yeah.
The devil knows Jesus is real.
And
So why
Jesus
would
knew
you
them.
take? Why would you take that side though?
Jeff is more Christian than
Yeah,
you,
that's a
Tommy.
good point. I give him that.
That's the
He's right.
stupidest thing you've said yet, DeFreak. You're just a grasper. You're a camera-seeking panel hopper that gave this ETT guy your
That's
seal of
you.
approval. That's why I'm dusting you off and I'm talking to Jeff right now.
I mean,
Hey,
well,
I
nobody
see.
can even get a
That's
word
because you
in
can't
because you
handle
keep
this,
talking.
man.
No, I came up because
No, you
DeFreak
can't
says
handle
he's
this.
a Christian and I didn't hear him saying
No,
anything
you're
to this bullshit. Do you guys want to get a word in? Be my guest. I've said enough.
Yeah, yo, Tommy. Yo, did the cat drop or y'all kick him out?
No, he's doing that so people can speak.
He's a spur Christian, a fake
I
Christian.
mean, hell, I was gonna challenge the cat because I think he's full of shit, but he's
couldn't handle
not
it.
capable
What's a
of having
fake
a
Christian? Like
conversation
people,
over
like
talking and
people
stuff
know
like
their
that.
own
Well,
spiritual
I mean, a
path.
fake Christian. I mean, it's very simple. I mean, there's fake Satanists out here that don't actually spill their own blood for the devil.
Well, I'm one of them. I'm not spilling my blood.
I mean, that cat probably doesn't even know what the word Christian means. In all honesty,
Yeah, but every Christian says that about all the other Christians that are not part of their little Christian group.
I'm going to show you right now, Jeff. I need a second to find this verse.
Yeah,
Jeff,
I haven't seen Shiva in a while. Shiva, if you're out there, come and say hi.
man, y'all seem to know everybody over here. I've been missing out.
It gets crowded in this side of the panelverse sometimes lately. Who's
Yeah, I've been all
CERN?
over YouTube, but first time I've been up here.
L Large Hydrogen Collider is CERN.
Yeah, I like this conversation. I don't mind being challenged.
Tommy honors God with his mouth and his head knowledge of the Bible and stuff.
Oh
But
yeah, take care,
talking
Mike.
God.
Good having
He's
you
not
too.
Christian.
Yeah, he's a fake Christian. He says he knows God, but if you look at
But
how
you
he
don't know,
acts,
like that's
what,
not for you to judge. You don't know all that.
Well, I mean, I'm just going on the scripture and what I know of God.
yeah. I mean, again, you're not going to come up here and act like that if you know God. Hell, like Perry the Preacher is a great example. I don't know, Jeff, if you know who I'm talking about, but he's a
Probably
great
don't know
example.
Perry.
Perry the Preacher.
He's worse
Yeah,
than Tommy, if you can believe that.
Yeah,
Sounds
he's
like a children's
antinomian.
show character.
Oh boy,
Perry the
you
Preacher.
have no idea, buddy. But let me give you a little breakdown real quick. He believes that as long as you believe in sweet Jesus, you can't sin. You're perfect, so you can go out and steal, beat people up, beat your wife. You can do all that in Jesus' name. But as long as you just believe, then you're saved forever. That's literally what the dude believes. Perry Green, aka the Preacher. It's terrible. You can look him up on YouTube.
Is
His
he the
channel
black guy
name.
or the white guy?
No, he's a white guy. His YouTube channel is called The Preacher, all capital letters. And the guy wears a Pornhub t-shirt that says the word Bible in it. And he's a
How much
pastor,
of this you think is just like what you have to do to get attention nowadays? Like
I mean,
brand.
again, I wish it was just for show, but he's serious. I literally talked to this guy like 15 times. He's dead serious, man. It's not even an act. He really has bought into this nonsense and literally is teaching this. Like literally, his own ex-pastor did a video about him explaining how he got kicked out of the church, and he literally made an ass out of himself to the whole congregation and got kicked out over this nonsense he's teaching on YouTube. It's very bizarre, man.
He's a one verse Christian.
Oh.
Right.
Well, I think Christians and all people should be discerning.
Right, I
Very
agree with
discerning.
you. You're right on that. And I think a lot of people that call themselves Christians, they don't have much discernment at all. Like I'll give you a good example. A lot of people who watch the Olympics opening, that's been big controversy. A lot of people who are Christians don't got a problem with it. Well, of course there's a lot who do, but a lot of them would be like, whatever. It's just, a sideshow. Those are what we call lukewarm Christians. They say they believe, but nothing they do fits the character of Christ.
So true Christians would have gotten more
Well, yeah,
up in arms
absolutely.
about it.
I certainly think so.
Did you happen to catch Tommy on Talcott today?
No.
It was,
Was it any different than Tommy on Talcott any other day? Give me the.
it was pretty
plot.
more intense. Yeah, it was definitely more intense.
Yo, is he still backstage?
He was
No, he's in
raging.
the chat though.
I mean, if
Saying you're basic as fuck.
if he wants to come on here, I'll whoop him. I'll give
Nah,
that
y'all
cat
had your chance to
a
go at it.
meltdown. I mean,
I think
I
that's enough for
tried, but
a night.
the panel was too too wild to even have a
I tried
conversation.
to. I've tried to with
Right,
Tommy. I
I
mean,
saw.
I tried to lick his boots at one point, and the guy just can't get along with anybody.
Why?
I guess. Why? I thought he was a great troll, but I mean, his act is played out now. It's
He
old.
may be.
It's
He may
over.
yet prove to be.
Nah, Tom alone can't carry him anymore.
Oh.
It's not even novelty. It's not even like Darth Dawkins ish. It's just lame.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
a
Chuck.
embarrassment.
Well, yeah, I got to gossip because you won't ever let me. You run off the panel when I'm on panel. You have me
Y'all,
blocked.
he was on to the. Y'all were on for quite a
Yeah,
while
you left.
together.
So whatever.
Yeah,
High
Dave
school.
Freak,
High
you
school.
come on this channel frequently.
With Jeff, yeah, from time to time, sure.
First time I've seen you on here.
Oh yeah, he's
Maybe
been
I
up.
don't watch much, I guess.
You probably don't. I haven't seen you before.
Well, I mean, I tried to get on a couple of days ago, but we saw how that went. So
Oh yeah.
definitely
They
try it at
said you were
least
a
once.
Jesus
But
freak that was gonna talk about salvation or something, and your name said end time teacher, so it all matched up.
He's not even really a hardcore Christian, really. But yeah,
What's a cardboard Christian?
like someone who believes that Jesus is God and
I thought
basically
he was
that.
God. Wait, what?
Well, yeah, he is. But
Stop it.
well, Jeff, you do realize the word God has context in the Bible, right? Like, I'll give you an example. Like in 2 Corinthians 4, verse 4, it calls Satan God. So clearly, God has
What's the
context.
word they use for God?
What's the word they use? Well, there's multiple different definitions
No, I mean
in
in
the
that
Hebrew.
particular verse.
Oh, in a particular, I mean, I would have to pull it up
Oh,
and then
because
go
I
on the
know
Google.
in the Old Testament they have like Elohim,
Right,
Adonai, Yahweh. They have different
right.
names for. But in the Greek, I don't know what the names are.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to double check it, but the point of the matter is a lot of people today are simple minded. They'll see one word here, so it means the same thing everywhere else in the Bible. Like, say for instance, right? A Christian will see the word world in a verse and be like, oh, well, it always means the same. Then you bring up a clear verse where it doesn't mean literally everything, such as Luke chapter 2 verse 1, right? A decree went from the Caesar that all the world should be taxed. Obviously, Rome didn't tax the entire world. They had a period of empires they had dominion over, but certainly the whole world was not paying tax to
And
Rome.
those
So
are all
clearly,
translations anyway, right? Because world is the English word that we use for what was
right,
probably a separate Greek word, a separate Hebrew word.
right. I can agree with you on that. But again, it shows a lot of people are very basic and simple
I think a
minded.
lot of people are, and I think
Right,
for a lot of people that's an advantage. And
there's a lot
right.
of facets.
the what?
There's a lot of different facets to him and how he's represented as himself to himself as himself.
Huh? Who you talking about?
I'm talking about the Most High.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was kind of high. High concept. Um, I'm glad that was recorded on stream. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that a few times.
Like here in Zechariah 1:12, you've got the angel of the Lord praying to the Lord of hosts, you know. So it's not just the angel of the Lord, it's not just the Lord of hosts, it's not just the Most High. I mean, it's a lot of different things going on, and they're all specific, but we in the church and the people get kind of lost in a lot of the minutia of words and semantic,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
almost like there's different authors.
I think it's more like nuanced in describing the presentation of God and the like you have like Jehovah Jireh, you have Jehovah Jehovah, that Jehovah. It's all kind of describing like the event or the property or the character of God at the time, and so it's kind of like separating it in that way, but it's all still him.
Yeah, but captured by different writers, which are going to have a slightly different. Like they're all going to have their own take on them.
Right. So
Oh, hang
if
on.
he
Is that
heals you, you
copyrighted?
can
Wait,
call
hang
him.
on. There's something in the background. I just want to make sure it's not copyrighted. There was some lady talking.
Oh, that was Alexa.
Oh,
Oops.
okay. I hope so.
Sorry about that.
How did it even turn on? I didn't hear anybody say Alexa.
It's connected to my tablet.
I hear you.
Yeah. What was I saying?
Ask Alexa. She probably recorded it.
She probably knows everything.
Alexa, what was
I
I saying?
Yeah, I ask Alexa a bunch of questions all the time. She doesn't know anything.
Does she say that, or does she just sit there in
No, she
silence?
says, I don't know how to answer that.
I don't know.
Yo, how long do you go for your streams, man?
I was
Already
about to
at 6
say, do
hours.
y'all feel like we've wrapped up for the night? It varies. I turn it on and I'm prepared to go however long. Sometimes I go 8 hours. Sometimes I go 12. Sometimes I go 4 or
Yeah,
5.
I hear you, man. Hell, I'm gonna take a little break. I still have to do my own streaming probably like maybe 40 minutes, 50 minutes from now. So I got to rest for a little bit before I do that.
Here,
But
let me
Well, I want
drop
to
you a
know
channel.
why you brought up the point of there's no clear quote unquote rebellion part of Satan in the Bible, because I mean I think I could point to a couple things that
go
show his
ahead.
at least his status as a rebellious figure.
Sure, I want to hear. Go ahead.
Well, when Job 2 verse 3, and the Lord said unto Satan, "Hast thou considered my servant Job?" This is a plea. This is a plea to God to Satan to actually have him repent. In my opinion.
To have who
Well,
repent?
let
Satan.
me clarify something real quick. When I say that we don't see the character of Satan being this rebellion, in the context I'm talking about, we don't see him being in a rebellion against the Creator God. But I never disagreed that Satan can be used by God to tempt humans and to bring misfortunes upon humans. That part we do see in the Bible. But I'm saying
Mostly for
that
Paul.
fair
So
enough, but we
in the
see.
Bible itself, you're saying we don't see the rebellion.
Yeah,
That's
in
like a
the
myth that grew up,
yes,
like
in the
post
80
biblical
books, in the 80
myth.
books, Old Testament, Apocrypha, New Testament, we don't see the concept of Satan in rebellion against God. We don't see the concept. People try to
Say
show it,
more.
but you can't.
Because in Hebrew or the Old Testament, he's just the adversary.
Right, but adversary to who? I agree he's an adversary to man, but not an adversary to his
Right,
creator.
right. He's an adversary to whoever God needs him to be an adversary for, like to
Right,
argue
but
against.
like again, say for instance, right? A lot of people have this misconception that like when evil happens around the world, oh, that's Satan up to his old tricks. But what people don't realize is God's in control of it. God's the one who can send spirits or Satan to do what he wants. We see this in First Kings chapter, I believe that's chapter 22, verse 18 and 19. We see God send a deceiving spirit to go and tempt a king to do something. So God can send the devil or demons, as people call them, spirits, to go out and do his bidding. But he's the one who's in control of it at the end of the day. So that's the point when we talk about the rebellion. The angels or demons or Satan, they're not actively in rebellion against their creator. That's nobody can show me that in the Bible. And again, I
Yeah,
used to
I got
believe
one.
that. I used to believe that when I was in the church, but then when I
The
studied
Catholic
for
Church?
myself, Seventh-day Adventist Church and
Oh,
Catholic
because I
Church,
know
because
in
they
the
all
Catholic Church, it's definitely a thing.
well, it's the same
But
among all denominations, just about all of them. Like 98%, they all teach that doctrine that Satan rebelled and then, he's in war against God and stuff like that.
Go ahead,
I think
DeFreak.
I
You
got one
want
for
to say
you,
something?
ETT.
Go ahead.
Zechariah 3, and he showed me Joshua the high priest standing before the angel of the Lord, and Satan standing at his right hand to resist him. And the Lord said unto Satan, the Lord rebuke thee, O Satan, even the Lord that hath chosen Jerusalem rebuke thee. Is this not a brand plucked out of the fire? So that's a direct rebuke from the Lord.
Well, I would say, first of all, when you read that, it was happening in heaven, right?
It was probably a vision.
But the vision took place in heaven, right?
Um, I'm not sure. It doesn't really. I mean, it's talking about the high priest Joshua, and he was trying to. I don't know. I don't. You know, he was probably in the temple
Well,
praying or
who's the one
something, and the
talking
devil
there?
was trying to watch his
Is it the
prayer.
man? Real quick, is it the man saying the prayer talking, or is it God talking to Satan in that verse?
The angel of the Lord.
Okay, the angel of the Lord, but that's not the Lord, the Most High God, right?
Well, it's his agent. It's his agent that can walk the earth.
Okay, so well, round it up to the point here, though.
I think it could be said that this is a direct rebuke by the angel of the Lord, which is an authority of God, uh, against Satan directly trying to mess with Joshua.
Fair enough. Even if this is the case, we don't see here where he was doing it on his own accord, because I could say that maybe God sent him as a test to the man, right? So we don't see the whole
Oh, sure.
context
Well, I mean,
behind it.
like you said, like yeah, like you said, ultimately the buck stops there. But what I would
Right.
say is, how else do you gain full knowledge?
You said something about knowledge. I didn't hear the last couple of words you said.
I said, ultimately, yes, the buck stops there, with the Most High. But how else would he gain full knowledge?
How else would who gain full knowledge?
The Most High.
Most High, well, the Most High knows all things. I mean, it says he knew the end from the beginning, right? He knows all things. All things, metaphorically speaking, all things are in his hand.
But it also says he has to
True.
go and look and see things. So he's
Right.
not omniscient or not omnipotent. He has to go and see and look.
He knows everything, but it still has to be witnessed.
Right. Like, say for instance, right? Like I think we're all predestinated, but we as humans are living out in real time. So to us, we feel like we're in control of everything, but the one supreme to us already knows how everything is going to turn out before we even hear. Just like he told Jeremiah, what is that? Jeremiah 1:5. He said, before you were even formed in the womb, I knew you and I preordained you to be a prophet to the nations. So before he was even on earth or in his mother's womb, God already knew him and ordained him to be a prophet to the nation. So again, I think some of these we got to look at it from a human perspective, and also since we're mortal beings, it's a little bit above our heads to understand the complexity of our Creator. That's how I would look at it.
I think on that particular issue, the best thing that we can get is out of the Quran, actually, and that would be verse 87:3. I'll post it in
Wait,
the.
you wait a second. You believe in the Quran? That's news to me.
Yeah, I do. I've told you that before.
Well,
Long,
again, bro.
long time
Remember,
ago.
you never. First of all, you never called into my stream. You say this stuff from the comment section. So excuse me if I
In
can't
this chat,
remember one of my 100,000 comments, but my bad.
it might have been in the chat or something, but yeah,
Wait, so you believe in Muhammad too, then, right?
I believe that Muhammad is the true messenger and the Quran is truth. Yes,
Okay, that's an
I believe
interesting
Muhammad was a born again
perspective.
Christian.
Well, Chuck says you can't do that. So
Sure, I can.
he said,
I mean,
"Watch
Surah,
me."
Surah 78 is literally
He said,
called the
"I'm doing
Great
it right
News.
now."
So anyhow, verse 87:3 says, "And he who destined and then guided," which allows for free will.
Well, that was my next question when ETT was describing his vision. Is so no free will?
Well, let's break it down this way. The way I like to put it, I think God gives us a small amount of free will, such as, say, for instance, I can wear a blue pair of sunglasses or a black pair. I can wear a blue shirt or a red shirt. I can decide to listen to my radio when I drive, or I can choose to not listen
So
to it.
that's not
So,
predestined, you think? We
wait,
still
just
have.
let me just let me finish real quick because I'm going to round it up. So little things like that, I think God gives you the choice to choose. But as far as the direction of your life and what you're already predestined to do, whether you're going to be a believer, whether you're going to be an atheist, agnostic, whatever, God already knows that, and it's already preordained. It's just the little things in your life that you have an opportunity. Say, for instance, some people drink milk, others don't. I have an option to choose if I want to drink that or not. God didn't put that into my mind beforehand. Little things like that I can choose with my own free will, but it's just the direction of our life overall. He already has it all preordained.
So like your career or what you end up as.
Yeah, I would say that falls under his path. He already because the Bible says God makes poor and He maketh rich, right? So God put some people into certain circumstances. Hell, and this would tie into a whole nother topic because I believe in reincarnation. So some
Oh,
people are born with disabilities or bad situations, maybe in the hood, ghetto, or whatever, due to being a wicked person in their past life. But I guess that'd be a different conversation.
probably so. Yeah. I don't know the the Christian basis for that either, but for reincarnation. But I guess that would be
Well,
another
most
conversation.
churches would say that reincarnation is not in the Bible, but that would be a point of contention because even Christ talked about a experience of reincarnation, such as what is it? John the Baptist being Elijah. Christ said that he was Elijah, not one in the likeness of him, but he said he was. If you read Matthew chapter 17, verse 10,
And
and
you got
some people
purgatory mentioned in the
yeah,
Bible.
say that
You got
again.
what?
Purgatory is mentioned in the Bible.
In 20
And
seconds, could
tradition.
you describe a purgatory? Because people describe it different.
What purgatory? I probably should look up the verse before I say because
I know it as a Catholic comment, but
yeah,
what does
as a
the Bible
Catholic,
have to say?
it would be like it's like a place of suffering, but a place of correction or something like that. I
Oh,
need to
like
look it up.
Abraham's bosom, like Luke 16.
Maybe something like that. You know, it's
Okay.
a go between.
Right. So some people there are at peace. Some people are at suffering, depending if you were a believer or not.
It's probably something like that. I need to look it up.
Okay. Yeah, I disagree with that because the Bible says when we die, we're just at a state of rest. We're at sleep. Say, for instance, I don't know if you're familiar, ironically enough, let's go back to Job chapter 3, right? Just after the one we were talking about. In Job chapter 3, he wishes he would have died, and he describes what the spiritual world looks like when the soul leaves the body. He describes that they're the wicked, they're at rest, everybody is resting together, they don't hear the voice of their oppressor, the small and the great are there, and the servant's free from his master. So, just on that example, we see that when we die, when the soul leaves the body, we're in a state of rest, right? There's no pain, there's no suffering, we're just at peace, right? That's why on our tombstone, they say RIP, rest in peace. Go ahead.
Well, Paul says to be absent from the body
That
is
was
to be in
Latin.
the presence of the Lord, and I know
Right.
exactly where I'll be when I take my last breath and my last bump of blood.
Right. But that correlates back to what I'm saying. Say, for instance, right, the Bible says, was that Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 20? It says, when a man dies, his spirit goes back to God, but the soul of an animal goes down into the earth. So, again, what I'm saying correlates with that. Your soul goes back to God when you die, but that doesn't mean you're up with Jesus walking around in heaven eating fruit and cakes and stuff like that. That's not true.
Sounds
You're
gay.
out of, go ahead.
I just said that sounds gay. That must be gay Jesus.
I mean, I don't know how
Eating.
it's gay to eat cake. I mean,
Would you walk around and eat cake with Jesus? It just
well,
sounded gay, but
clearly,
it
I'm
maybe
talking
it wasn't.
about. No, I don't mean that in that way. I'm talking about like food. Like say for instance, the Bible says that we're going to eat bread in the kingdom and drink wine, right? So maybe I'll use that example instead. But the freak, I have a
We
question
could.
for you.
Oh, go ahead.
The question is, say for instance, there's multiple examples in the Bible where we see people who died being said that they're in sleep. Like say for instance, in John 11:11, Christ said to the apostles, "Our friend Lazarus sleeps, but I go that I might awake him." Then the apostles thought he was saying that he's just taking a nap. Then Christ reiterated himself and said, "No, he is dead." So Christ first described him as being asleep, meaning what? That he died. Or another example for you, Stephen, when he got stoned by the people as he looked up and prayed. I believe that's was it Acts chapter 7 verse 60, where as he prayed, it said he fell asleep, and that was the end with him. So we see all these examples in the Bible of when people dying, it talks about them being asleep. Or even in the Old Testament, when Moses or David or a popular man dies, it says they rested, they slept with their fathers, is what it says. Which I already know somebody's going to make a sexual joke out of that as well. But by the context, it's talking about them dying. So clearly, yeah, I don't know how it's deniable that the Bible clearly describes death being asleep. What's your thoughts on that?
I think that was before Christ was glorified. Now, if you know him, you're going to be with him as soon as you pass on in some sort of eternal realm.
Wait, but Stephen was after Christ, though, right?
Yeah.
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 So that's after Christ died and rose again, right? And it
What
said
did it
he
say?
fell. If you can pull it up, it's Acts chapter 7. I believe it's verse 60, but you might want to read up for context. But the people were stoning him, and as he prayed, he says he fell asleep, which clearly in the context is saying that he died because he was being stoned to death by the population that was there stoning him, right? So that's an example after Christ's death, burial, and resurrection of it using the term fell asleep to describe somebody dying.
Well, actually, if you're born again Christian, you don't ever die. So I might be referring to that, the fact that we're joined with the spirit now, and so we sleep would be like an eternal realm somewhere, but not in the ground, not in suspended animation.
Right, but again, bro, if you listen to what I said, I didn't say when, like, say for instance, I'm not saying when you die and your body is buried 6 foot under that your soul's still in there. That's not what I said. I clearly described earlier that when you die, your soul goes up to God. I said that in Ecclesiastes 3:20. I said when you die, the spirit goes back to God, the body decays back into the earth. That's what was said earlier. But what it state is that soul in is the question, and clearly I've described with all these different examples that soul or spirit, whatever word you use, is in a state of unconsciousness or sleep. The same way, a good way to look at it, you know how we sleep at night, where you go to bed, you're out for 8 hours, it feels like nothing. That's how people who passed away are. They're in a state of complete unconsciousness, like we are when we lay to sleep at night. That's the way the Bible describes death.
All right, but you also referenced Luke 16, where Abraham is hanging out with Lazarus, in his bosom. Lazarus in his bosom.
Brother,
So he's not unconscious, doing nothing.
okay, but brother, here's the problem. You gotta, as Tazariak says, listening is an art. And I don't mean to be disrespectful because you're a good brother, but here's the problem though. I brought up Luke 16 to go into something you brought up earlier. I don't believe that that's like a true thing that happened. I believe that's metaphoric and a parable story, just like how most everything else that Christ taught. They're parables, they're metaphoric stories that are supposed to have a deeper meaning to them, right? So Luke 16, I don't take that as literally happening when those people died. I take that as a metaphoric story with a deeper meaning. That's how I view Luke 16.
Jesus also talks about there'll be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Again, I don't disagree with that, but that's going to, like, let's say this, right? I don't believe that people are going to burn in hell forever. I don't hold to that belief, but I do believe that there's going to be a future judgment for people who sin, but that's going to take place on this physical earth. So those people who died in sin, they're going to be brought back and they're going to suffer for the sins that they committed on Judgment Day. So they're not going to escape it even though they die. Like, say, for instance, there's like, 50 serial killers in the United States walking free right now. Even if on this side they don't get brought to justice, when Christ returns, they're going to have to deal with that justice, even though they got away with it on this side. right? So again, I'm not taking that judgment away, and I'm not taking that fire away. It's just it's not happening right when that person dies. It's in the future.
I would say if you're in Christ, you are out of that judgment, but there is recompense.
Okay, but again, that's like a different topic though, because like I don't see how that correlates back to what we're saying, because I didn't say if you're a believer in Christ that you're going to go and burn there too. I didn't make that statement, so I'm not sure how that correlates back to the subject we were speaking of.
Well, when you talk about being judged for their sin, that they may be getting away with it at this time, if they know Jesus, then they won't be judged for that sin, but they will have to pay for it in terms of recompense or making it right.
Okay,
You know,
well,
because
in the
for justice
context,
sake.
right? In the context, I'm talking about, like, say for instance, if you're listening to what I was saying people who obviously are not believers, such as serial killers and stuff like that. They get away with it on this side, meaning what the legal system doesn't put them
They
in
could
jail
be
for 50
believers.
days.
Some of them, God tells them to do the killing.
Well, that would be another conversation, because
That
murdering
needs to
and
be.
killing somebody can be different. It just depends on the context. Like, say for instance, right, with what's going on in Ukraine right now, soldiers are getting killed by the hundreds each day on both sides. But that's not the same as murder, because there's a whole circumstance that's going on over there. So that's not considered to be the same, right? So there's clear context
Yeah,
to taking
I
another
just wouldn't
person's life.
rule all serial killers out as not believing in God.
Right, but again, like, don't get me mistaken. I think it's possible for a murderer to be saved, but that doesn't mean they can be an active serial killer and get saved. It has to be past tense, right? They might have done it 20 years ago and repented. Then that person could be saved, but it can't be something they're actively
So you
doing.
don't think they're Christian serial killers? Like if someone's serial killing in the name of God, that's not a real thing.
No, that's clearly fake. I mean, you can't go around and clearly break God's law and think that you're safe. Like, say for instance, if you read Hebrews chapter 10 and verse 26, it says, "If we continue to willfully sin after we believe, then there remains no more sacrifice for our sin." So if you claim to believe and you continue to live a life of sin, well, then Christ is not going to cover that, because Christ taught to believe and repent of your unrighteousness. So a lot of fake Christians, such as that dude up here earlier, whatever that cat's name was, he
They were all Christian. Every one of them were believers,
well, they're all fake
except for
believers. Those they're all phony
well,
balonies.
no, they all believe. They all believe that they
Yeah,
believe.
yeah, but Jeff, just because you claim you believe something, it doesn't actually mean you do. Matter of fact, I'll give you
Yeah,
an
it
example.
does.
Well, then why did
It
Christ
doesn't
say
mean
to
it's
not?
true, but it means you believe it.
Okay, but God doesn't consider that. So, say for instance, Jeff, let me give you an example. Christ said in Matthew chapter 7, verse 21, not everybody who says that they believe on me is going to get to heaven. So, what do you think about that?
What do I think about what?
This brother ain't paying attention.
No, I
Matthew
did.
chapter
I just
7,
don't.
Matthew chapter 7, verse 21, not everybody who believes on me is going to get to heaven. Wait, but I thought they all believed. That's a cut right there.
That's different than what I was saying.
As a Christian, first of all, the word Christian means a follower of Christ, right? AKA a believer in Christ, right?
That's what I take it to mean. But then people tell me Catholics are not Christian. This group's not Christian. They all follow Christ. So to me, they all look
Yeah,
Christian.
but okay, but Jeff, this shows you don't really know what's going on, because just because they say they do, it doesn't actually mean they do.
Well,
Let me
good
give you
thing you're here because according to everything I've studied, Christianity is somebody that follows
hey, well,
Christ.
Jeff,
Like
you haven't saw somebody that
so,
can sling as many
Catholics are
verses as I
Christian.
can.
They center their religion around the figure of Christ. That is Christian. It's not Buddhist. It's not Islam. They don't use Allah. They use Christ. That's Christian. That is a Christian religion.
Right, but again, they don't line up with the book. Let me give you an example. Matthew chapter
It's a
15.
Christian. You're going to have a hard time convincing me Catholicism is not a Christian religion. It's not a form of Christianity.
Oh, I can easily do it.
Because I
Matthew
grew up
chapter
Catholic,
15.
and Christ was certainly the central figure. Because they had the big old
Okay,
Christ hanging over the altar.
right. Okay. Matthew
That's a
chapter.
Christian religion.
Okay, hold on a second. Matthew chapter
I don't
15,
Unless you're
verse 7.
classifying Christianity in some strange way that
Okay,
like all the other scholars don't use, that
okay.
is a Christian religion.
Okay, let me just say the verse first. Matthew chapter 15, verse 7 and 9. Elijah prophesied to these people, saying, "They honor me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. But in
That's not me.
vain do they worship me, teaching the doctrines and the commandments of men." So again, I don't
That
deny
has
they
nothing
say.
to do with Catholicism being
Wait,
Christian
can,
or
can,
not.
can I just finish the fault and why I brought it up? So again, I'm not disagreeing that they might claim Jesus this, Jesus that, but if
I'm
you
just
look at
saying it's
how
a
they
when
live,
you're
they don't end
classifying
up.
religion, the taxonomy of religion, and you're figuring out which box to put Catholicism in. It goes under the category Christian. It doesn't go under Buddhism, Confucianism, Islamism, Hinduism. It goes under Christian.
Let me ask
It's
you a
not
question,
Juda.
Jeff.
It's not Judaism either.
How many Christians are exist
So
on the
that
earth
that's just
according?
people that don't that's not obvious to. They have a lapse in intelligence because that's so obvious of a classification. It's like the little kid puzzle where you put the blue triangle or the red circle or whatever. It's that obvious to me that
Okay.
Catholicism fits the slot of Christianity.
I mean, I'd beg to differ with that as a scholar myself,
Then
but
I would question how you define
okay.
Christianity
Well, let me
because
let
it's
me ask
centered
you.
on the figure of Christ.
Okay, this is wild, Jeff. How many
It is
Christians are in the
wild.
world?
That
How many
has
Christians?
nothing to do with is Catholicism classified as Christianity. So you can stop throwing out these little red herrings and get to this scholarship that you claim you're so proud of.
Again, I can do that, but if I
Well,
do,
then
you're
do
gonna
it,
get.
because I
But
can't keep this going for
okay,
much longer. I get to
sure,
sleep, so
right,
get
right.
to it.
Jeff, again, I can do that, but you're gonna get pissed
Then
off
do
and kick me
it.
off. Okay, then don't kick me off then.
Well, how?
Be-
Why are you going to
Like
get kicked off? How?
because when I start mentioning certain things, you're gonna get offended, and then you're gonna end the conversation. I already see it coming. Like
Okay, I
look what
just
happened
asked
last
the
time.
eye. Yes, Catholics are Christians. Catholicism is the largest branch of Christianity, sharing many core beliefs with other Christian denominations. Both Catholics and other Christians believe in the Trinity, the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, and the Bible as a sacred text. That is Christianity. There's like,
Okay,
what other religion would that fit into?
okay. Can I explain without being cut off in the first 5 seconds, though?
You can
Thank you
try.
very much. So, when I say that these other religions of Christianity are not truly based on the Bible, I can give multiple examples, such as the dietary law. They teach we don't got to live by that anymore. First of all, a lot of these churches teach that Christ did away with the law,
That
right?
has
When he
nothing to do with what I
no,
just read. If
it
you're not going to address the issue, there's no
no, Jeff,
use wasting
I'm
any
going
more
to it.
time.
Jeff, I'm addressing it. The problem is you're not scholarly enough to know what I'm talking about. Is the
No, you
problem.
can't even address. This came straight off of the computer, so it's not even me.
So you read that on Google, right?
Do,
Been to school.
do
I
you
mean,
have
come
an
on.
issue with Christianity being defined as a belief in the Trinity, the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, and the Bible as a sacred text? Does that work for you as a definition of Christianity? Is there something missing? Is there something that needs to be taken out?
I can. I'll answer it. I agree
Just a
that
yes or no. Just yes or
yes,
no.
yes, yes,
It does work. Okay,
yes.
then Catholicism fits all of that. So
Okay.
we're done with the discussion. There's nothing else to talk about.
All right. I mean, Jeff,
Catholicism
if
has
you
all of those, and you said there's nothing that needs modifying. So we've resolved it.
once again, Jeff, you
I'm
again.
going
This
off of
this is
your
what this
words,
is.
and people can rewind the stream
Well,
and
once again,
watch
Jeff, you
that you
don't.
just said what I said you said,
Yeah, but you're
and
a
we're clear
liar
about
now
everything.
because you're a liar because you don't give me a chance to clarify. You just ask, "Is this what it is? Yes or no?" And then that's the
Right,
end. I
that
mean,
doesn't make me a
you don't
liar.
behave like that.
I asked you questions, you answered them, and I accepted your
Yeah,
answer.
but
None
you
of
didn't
that
give
makes
me a
me a liar.
chance
So
to
if you're gonna sit on
explain.
my stream and start accusing me of being a liar, yes, you will get kicked off because I didn't lie. Now
Okay,
you're the
but
one being disingenuous and acting in bad faith. And if this is representation of Christianity, I'm inclined to think
okay,
you're not the Christian, not the
okay.
Catholics.
Could I have 10 seconds to explain what I mean? Just 10 seconds. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, to explain why I'm
O-
a liar, go ahead.
Okay. All I said is these different denominations, they don't fit the biblical classification to be called Christian. I
Well, then why
acknowledge
didn't
that
you tell me that that's not the definition? There's this different way.
because
I
you
gave you the
cornered me to
opportunity to
say
do
yes or
that, and
no.
you said that this one worked for you.
Dude, you cornered me to say yes or no, or
How
that
am
way
I
you don't
cornering
accept
you?
anything.
I'm asking you questions that you have the ability to use your own brain to answer. I'm
And,
not
and, and,
forcing you to give
and
any of these answers.
Yes, you are. But first
I
of all,
read the definition. I asked if it worked for you. You said yes. How is that forcing you? How
because
is that
you told me
forcing
I
you?
had to give a yes or no. That's freak. Am I lying here? Did he not tell me to give a yes
How
or
did
no?
I force you? I
Yeah,
asked
he
you if
said
the
that.
definition worked for you, and you said it did. And I asked you if there's anything you'd want to change or add. You said no. How is that forcing you?
No, you're
If you
adding
want
that.
to
You
change it,
didn't give
we
me a
could change it.
chance
You're
to.
not forced into anything, but I'm saying you said the definition worked for you. I didn't force that out of you. If I did if that was forced, you're way more passive than I realized.
Okay, so
Yeah,
for
that's my
argument.
impression too, Goblin. And I'm just about my fingers on the eject button mainly because I have to get to
All right.
sleep.
You
I've been
know,
going six and a
for
half
sake of
hours, and
all
I'm
right, for
being
sake of
jerked around.
argument.
This is disingenuous. I'm being accused of lying. I'm being accused of not know what I'm talking about. But that's okay because
I don't think
the
you need to
whole
do
he's on
that.
stream for hours being an idiot. So the rest of the world will see it.
I don't think
Again, if you want to say that, you say that. That's cool.
The people
this
can make
is
their own conclusions. The stream
this
speaks
is
for
Fair
this is
itself.
enough.
the
Fair enough.
nitpicking of the churches. And one thing I know for sure, fellowship is greater than doctrine. This is also why I call, when people ask me what I say is I'm a Jesus Christ Christianity Christian, because all these different denomination and this box, that box, God box,
I
it doesn't
agree,
work
and
like
and
that.
people that start restricting the definition of Christianity and excluding clear Christian denominations are the ones starting that division, not me. I'm keeping Christianity as broadly defined as possible, according to this definition that I offered.
That's not to say that a couple of things that the Catholics do, I think are a little off, but that doesn't mean they're not Christian. Some of the most pure-hearted people I know are Catholic.
Yeah, me too. Like most of the people I was raised with, I consider my Satanism a part of Christianity.
Man, that's laughable. But hey, you're welcome to
Well, I don't
believe
know
that.
how Satan is a Christian figure. It's from the Christian
Yeah,
mythology, so I don't know
but the
why that'd
word
be
Christian,
laughable that Satanism.
but Jeff, and this shows that you're just being dishonest. The word Christian means a follower
Oh,
of
now I'm
Christ.
lying again.
But Dave Freak, do you not see this? How can you be a follower of Satan and be a follower of Christ if literally the word
Take
Christian
care,
means a
Goblin.
follower of Christ?
I'm
That's
not
all I'm
sure
saying.
exactly.
All I'm saying.
I think Jeff's looking for a place to fit in,
No, I'm
and the
not.
church didn't. I mean, I don't know. I'm
I have
just
my own
guessing,
place. I made it
but
myself.
the church didn't fill that role, and Jesus hasn't showed up for him yet. That's pretty much what I think.
Yeah, but I don't know what this lie I'm supposedly keep telling over and over is. So maybe the stream could figure that out when they
All
get
Like
right.
on.
when
Well,
you
hey,
say
you
you're
guys
Because
have a good
I
night.
didn't
a
see any
Christian
of it.
Satanist, I understand what you mean. Because you're definitely, to me, you're more Christian than Tommy is.
Well, hey, you guys have a good night. I thank you for having me on. It was a decent conversation.
You
It was
too,
fun.
VTT. Take
All
care.
right. Cool.
All right. All right, the freak.
All right, man. Till next time.
Till next time. Take care.
You too.
Woo. This is how I feel. This is how I used to feel argue with Christians growing up, but I usually didn't let it go on this long. And it wasn't this bizarre. But it's also how I feel with arguing with some of the woke about the racism stuff. It is as frustrating and as out of touch with reality as this other stuff is. All right. Anyway, I got to get some rest. I'll be back tomorrow, I'm sure, at some point. So I'll see everybody then, and have a good night. Take care. Yay, Satan. Hail, Satan. Christ is King. Yes, 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 as I've been saying. All right, bye.